Guin Saga. Volume 14. Goddess of Vengeance. Behold, the three goddesses are coming. Behold, the breath of Eris is fire. Tia's hair is a living snake's cinch. And Zorid's fingers are the ice of hatred. Behold, the three sisters of hatred, discord and death. Wherever you go, people will fall. And there is nothing but a frozen stone. The wilderness of eternity and far away lies behind. Orpheus. From The Song of Octavia. The characters. Guin. Leopard-headed super warrior. Linda, the princess and seer of Paro. Remus. Linda's twin brother. The boy king of Paro. Ishtvan. Is a mercenary from Wallachia. Aldo Neris. Duke of Paro. Lord Crystal. Renaud. Elder of the 12 Holy Knights of Paro. Legia. Female Knight of Paro. Daughter of the Marquis of Lunenskar. Prince of Argos. Also known as the Black Prince. Grand Duke Vlad. Grand Duke of Gora, ruler of Mongol Amneris. Daughter of Grand Duke Vlad. General of the Right of Mongol Lawson. Left Prefecture General of Mongol. Tyran. White Knight of Mongol. Commander of the Army of Occupation of Paro. Flory. Amneris's Maid of Honor. Chapter 1. A Bolt from the Blue. Taurus, Golden Scorpion Palace. The city, once a city of splendor and new vigor, has recently become a place of loneliness. In fact, at only 14 years of age, Prince Mirhol was, during his lifetime, a weak, shadowy, and inconspicuous heir unworthy of this noble land, unrecognized by both his father the Grand Duke and his sister Amneris, and, as a reflection of this, often neglected by his maids and subjects. Who could have foreseen that his sudden death would cast such a shadow over the whole of the Golden Scorpion Palace? And so it was. The mere fact that there was a male heir, despite the insinuations that it would be better to replace him with a sister and a brother, a man and a woman, was enough to give a future and a certainty to the country that had been built up in a single generation by this unhistorical Grand Duke of Mongol. That the loyalty of the people, even of a weak, unridden boy, found a home in the thought of the next Grand Duke. And it was not until the death of Prince Mayer that they realized to their horror. Grand Duke Vlad had no other children than Amneris and Mirhol. And he is already too old, if not senile, to seek another child now, and even if he could, he would probably lose his father while the child was still an infant. Amneris was worshipped by the people and was said to be a manly woman, but she was, after all, a woman. She could marry into another country or take a son-in-law, but in any case, according to the general idea of Mongols at that time, children belonged to their father's side, so Amneris children would already have more of their father's blood in their veins and would not be the true heirs of Grand Duke Vlad. It is not true. In addition, Amneris, who had lost her husband at her wedding, returned home in despair, and since the funeral of her brother, she had not attended any official events, not even her father's, and had lived in seclusion in her palace, refusing even to be visited by people. The Grand Duke Vlad, who was originally only a knight-errant of the emperor, created his court in a single generation, and the Grand Dukes of Mongol had few royalty, especially the young princesses and noblewomen who made the court so lively. The Golden Scorpion Palace, where Amneris had bloomed as a magnificent flower, was now as if the fire had gone out. Also, these days there are many dust storms in the Taurus area, as if to add to the sadness of a court that has lost its laughter, its light and its splendor. The climate must be rough in Nosferus. The first sign of a sandstorm coming over the river Kes is a sudden clouding of the sky and a darkening of a part of the sky from the direction of Nosferus, which people see. There's a sandstorm coming. Shut the big door. They shouted to each other and slammed the doors of their shops in the middle of the day. And then, as if waiting for a moment, a tornado came rumbling down the main street of Taurus. The sand slammed against the great door, and later we saw that the sturdy door was covered with holes made by pebbles. Only a sandstorm blew through the empty streets, and the wind blew the dead grass of the desert wormwood everywhere. Sometimes there were shadows of angel hair. On that day, too, Your Highness. Entering the spacious apartments of Grand Duke Vlad was the Left General, Rozin. The Grand Duke sits crouched on his throne. On the table in front of him is a cup and a silver wine cup. There is no one else in the room, except for one of his servants behind him. The room was large enough for hundreds of people, richly decorated with mosaics and gilded furnishings, but the size of the room made it seem even colder in the eyes of General Rozin. The windows and curtains have been closed because of the heavy dust storm, and a number of gold candlesticks have been brought in to light the room, but it is very dark inside. The room is too large for the light to penetrate. Through the window came the sad sound of a howling sandstorm. Rozin. Slowly Archduke Vlad looked up. Seeing this, Rozan was struck by surprise. For the moment, the Grand Duke looked very old and very tired. Ever since the death of his only son, Mayer, whom he did not love or pity, the Grand Duke Vlad has grown very old. No words of remorse or regret for his son escaped his lips, but not for that reason alone. The hero of the founding of Mongols, the hero of a generation, was now approaching that age which is inevitable to all men. This suddenly struck General Rozin as an unprecedentedly heavy realization. The Grand Duke, alone and huddled over his drink, looked almost like a dazed old man. For the first time, the question arose in his mind that he had never thought of before, namely, what would become of Mongol if not for the Grand Duke? For the first time, Rozan could feel it. Vlad the Impaler was a brave man, a great warrior and a scheming man. He does not trust people, he does not employ military strategists, he makes all his own plans, he leads his troops in great wars as a general, and even the commanders of the 5 great orders and the generals of the right and left prefectures only act under him as he commands. It gradually became clear that Amneris, the right-hand general and the Duchess, apparently did not have the capacity of her father. If anything should happen to the Grand Duke. The thought of this, which had never occurred to him before, made Rozan feel uneasy, as if the ground beneath her feet, which she had believed to be solid, was nothing but a hollow. What a stupid idea, I'm thinking. What do you want, Rozan? The business was the usual trifling report. There was nothing urgent or important. The Grand Duke listened attentively as Rozin spoke, shaking off his sinister imaginings, and gave him precise instructions for each word. The Grand Duke listened attentively, and gave him precise instructions, one by one, which swept away from him the old manly, despondent shadow of earlier, and gave Rozan a secret sense of relief that she had been mistaken. Yes, he has conquered this country in 1 generation. He should not be allowed to grow old yet. Sooner or later, he will give birth to children to the women of his court. Then, even if the child is small, we will be able to support him. If you think about it, everything may even turn out better than if Prince Mayer were to become the next Grand Duke. Rozin. What? The report was over. The Grand Duke turned to the peasant and ordered him to serve the wine to Rozin. No, I'm in the office. That's all right, you're a drunkard. Have a drink. His Highness may be lonely, thought Rozan. He stepped forward and accepted the cup. Please, sir. The flickering shadows of the candles and the magnificent candelabras are cast on the curtains. The sound of a terrible sandstorm is heard. There's been a ridiculous amount of dust storms lately, Rozin. Yes, I see. Nothing like this has happened for 30 years. Thinking about it, since then, you see, that day, the day of Amneris's wedding, when Mirhol was killed, that day was also a storm. Somewhat gloomily, Rozan looked at the Lord. But the Grand Duke's face was wrinkled and emotionless. Since then, the weather has been strangely unsettled. And with the dust storms of the last few days. Could it be a sign of a natural disaster? It could be. The mages say that there is something wrong in Nosferus, and that it may be affecting the shores of Kess. Yes, that's what he said. Nosferus, a very suspicious place. I don't think I know anything about that place after all. The fortress on the far side of the river Kes has been withdrawn after all. Yes, a storm, a storm. All the strange creatures of Nosferus have come out near the fort, and there's no work to be done. That's what Mencius said, and, somehow, the Semites have been on the move lately, disappearing north and north. I knew there was something wrong with me. Amneris might have pulled out at the right time. After all, the land may be hiding something that defies human understanding. Smiling, Archduke Vlad gulped down the wine he had brewed. Well, for my part, it makes more sense to me that there is something wrong with Nosferus, and that is why there is such a storm. I've just summoned the mages to explain the storm to them, and I've shouted at them for their nonsense. They said it was the wrath of Janus. That's ridiculous. The Grand Duke is known to hate gods and witchcraft. A wry smile came to his face. If the gods interfere in the world in that way, they are not gods, but men. So there's no need to revile them, that's what I told him. But I wouldn't have been so stubborn if they hadn't been so foolish. In fact, I've been thinking about it a lot lately. It's all too strange, about Amneris, about Mireille. Is there, after all, such a thing as an unapproachable realm, a people of the gods? I've never believed in anything like it. But is there such a thing as the wrath of Janus, or the tragedy of Janus? What are you talking about? Startled, Roseanne shouted. This is the first time I have heard such words from the hero's mouth. In the first place, he was not the kind of man who would confide so much of his heart to his subordinates. Old. Suddenly these words came back to Rosen with a new weight. Nonsense, said he, is not this the work of the assassins of Kitai, of men? I do not take Janus' injunctions seriously, but... He was about to say something when the Grand Duke changed his mind. He motioned to his servant to fill the cup and remained silent until he had drained it in a few mouthfuls. Hey, Rosen. It's strange, very strange. I always thought it would be better if a boy like Mireille never existed. I felt bitter that I could not even present such a weakling as Vlad's heir to the throne to the people, and my heart was always with the older Amneris. But now that he is dead, well, now that he is dead, his faults may be seen as his strengths, and his weaknesses as his excellences, but he was still my boy, the only man-child I could rely on. If only he'd lived, I might have been able to help him eventually. It's funny, Roseanne. No. Bitch. It seems to me that my son was born to disappoint me. Mayer died helplessly. His assassination was already a betrayal. A man who would lead a nation in this world, if he can't brush aside an assassin's sword, won't live long anyway. And Amneris. The girl has been a great disappointment to me. I thought she might be of some use to me, that she was a good-looking woman, and I thought she was, but day after day she smells like incense and cries bitterly. That man, Aldo Neyris, what was it about him that gave him the power to entice and seduce my daughter so much? If I'd known that, I'd never have let him near my daughter. But if one man's love is enough to destroy him, he'll never be able to rule again. My children, both of them, have betrayed me, haven't they, Your Highness? I know. I know it's her blood. The blood of the washerwoman, the shoemaker's daughter. Their dead mother was a cowardly woman. All her life she cowered and clung to me. You can't expect a laundry girl to have the grace, the pride, the dignity, and the class to rule a country. But I was young. I, too, came from a humble background. When I was humiliated by the refusal of the Lord's princesses to be my wife, in my youth I took for my wife the first woman I saw, a woman even more disgusting and insignificant. It was self-flagellation, and at the time I was proud of it. He was determined that he would become king without her blood, that he would not later have people say that he had risen through the ranks of his wife's father. That he should now betray me in this way I do not understand. I can't believe I was wrong. The Grand Duke drank hurriedly, as if he were very thirsty. General Rosen sat still. Puzzled, bewildered, anxious, he did not want to hear the Grand Duke talk of such memories and confidences. He was only a loyal and sturdy warrior of Mongols, but he was already a man of advanced years and knew the world to a certain extent, and he knew that it was an ominous sign when a stubborn and arrogant man who was approaching old age suddenly began to reminisce, confide, and complain. It was nothing but a sign that the mind, which had been running with only ambition in its heart, had suddenly lost the momentum of its new advance into the past, and was retreating into retrospection and reminiscence. After all, the prince's death is more painful than it seems. Razin thought. It is not impossible. It is only when one believes that one's children will inherit what one has built up in one's lifetime that one can do anything. What good is a kingdom of power and wealth if it cannot be held together? I know that much. At least if Lord Amneris is in charge, Bayou. A sandstorm crashes against the window. Roseanne. I may not have long to live if I start talking like this. Suddenly, the Grand Duke said, strangely clearly. Roseanne took down the cup. What can you tell me? Such an ominous, Inadvertently, the city of sandstorms. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, the wretchedness of the mugwort, which was being blown away by the wind, came to Roseanne's eyes. Mongol is sick. It was a young country that dared to carry out the invasion of Paro, a feat that other older countries had failed to do, but it was also a country that had risen with a hero, the Grand Duke Vlad. Is it possible that he is already facing the end of his days? Razin bravely brushed aside these thoughts. But no matter how hard he tried to brush it away, the sad cry of the sandstorm kept coming into his heart like an ominous dirge. Flory. Come here and look at that. At that time, unaware that his father, whom he adored, was venting his frustrations on her, Amneris sat by the window in the inner room of the women's palace and gazed blankly at the violent sandstorm. She was once Amneris, the Lady of Ice, the Princess General, Ilana, and the Lady of Light. If they had seen her now, they might not have thought that she was the same person. The lustrous blonde hair and the supple young limbs have not changed a bit. But now, the blonde hair clinging to the white bones, the glittering ruins, they leave a distinct impression on the viewer. His skin is as pale as the air. She had not been seen since the sad funeral of Mir. The long, black, unadorned garment of mourning hid her limbs, which had once moved with power, and revealed nothing of the life, the youth, the vigor and fierceness which had once made her so like Ilana. Her lips and her eyes are rough and lustrous. There was nothing but an ordinary, young, weak girl, who had lost her pride and her confidence in herself, who had given herself over to sorrow. Yes. Look at that. This sandstorm must have killed all those birds. Well. Flory put his hand over his mouth in horror. You mustn't look at that, princess. It will only make you feel more depressed. Since his return to Taurus, the gentle Flory has gradually become Amneris' first favorite. Amneris, too, kept close to Flory. It was as if he could not carry on his daily life without her, whether it was taking care of him, giving orders to the other maids, or talking with her. Amneris doesn't want to see anyone. She doesn't want to hear anything. They covered the walls of his room with a black cloth and made it look like a nun's room. She stays there all day, doing nothing but sitting in a daze and letting her sorrow take over. He will not take a meal unless Flory gives him one. He will not take a meal unless Flory offers it to him. Whenever he is reminded of some little thing, something Neris said, or something Neris did, he weeps. He rejects all attempts to distract him, and becomes angry if he is forced to do so. If anyone had seen her, they would have said that she was as much in sorrow now as she had been in love. She had never known moderation in anything. As she had fallen in love for the first time, she did not want anything other than sorrow to enter her world, even a little. If anyone had said such a thing to her, Amneris would certainly have been furious. But the fact is that she did not want in the least to recover from her grief. Her grief had now covered the real her like a pleasant veil. Poor little bird. Amneris continues to follow his thoughts, as if he doesn't hear Flory's voice. He flew against the storm as best he could, and, in his nature, tried to escape it, or to go towards it, and, failing that, he struck the pavement, and his life was shattered. Poor, silly, helpless little bird. Look, Flory. What's the difference between us men and those little birds? I, too, have been smashed and shattered by fate. The little bird on the right, the little one and the big one, stretching out their wings as if calling each other, are they husband and wife, parent and child, lovers? How fleeting and helpless are the thoughts of man. This storm is blowing just to remind us of that. Why do you struggle, O foolish man, to tell him that in the end there is no one, king or son of God, who can escape the hand of fate? Sama. Flory, a kind and caring man, always looked at Amneris in a puzzled way when she said such things. But it's not right to think like that, it's morbid. It's not healthy. It is fate that brings us happiness as well as misery. Happiness as well as misery. Yes, Flory, and once again to give and then to take away the happiness. You see, Flory, I don't understand these days. How in the world can people live in peace in this hard world? Parents are separated from their children, sisters from their brothers, husbands from their wives, they are separated in death, they are separated in life, and yet, as if nothing had happened to them, they find solace in the small satisfactions of festivals and celebrations. I don't understand. I don't understand. How can they laugh when they have been through so much as I have? How can you say that the world is a good place to live and that it is good to live? How is it that the sun rises and falls, the rivers flow, and people laugh and scream, when he is nowhere to be seen? It is as if it were a malice against me. That he was such a good man. Beautiful as the sun, majestic, strong, brilliant, she brightened the world with her presence. And yet, even the death of such a man, so outstanding in all things, such a prince of the Holy Family, should bring no change to the world. What is the matter with us human beings? How is it that the whole world has lost its sun and is no longer in darkness? Why are people smiling and laughing as if nothing had happened? Why doesn't the world end? He's gone, he's nowhere to be found. As if inflamed by his own words, Amneris burst into tears. Flory patted his mistress on the back with some trepidation. Princess, please, princess. Why am I alive? Why doesn't my heart beat? Why do I weep and not even a tear breaks? If only I could fall asleep and never wake up, if only I could go on knowing nothing. Oh Flory. I don't want to sleep. As soon as I fall asleep, he'll come to me. As if nothing had happened, he smiled, and gave me his hand, and every time I felt silly, my heart said, "Oh, thank God, then it was all a mistake. There was nothing wrong with it." She told me that my Lord Neris was alive and that he was smiling at me as always. I can't tell you how happy I am. And I wake up happily, with a smile on my face, and I'm on Taurus, and everything is Sama. Sobbing, Flory interrupted him. Please, don't say another word. Nothing more. Flory has always known what was in the heart of the princess. Poor princess. Poor little Neris. No, Flory, there's nothing to feel sorry for. Because Amneris wiped away his tears, stopped sobbing and hugged Flory on the shoulder. Because I'm sure I'll be with Neris very soon. Sama. Oh, Flory, if I become a nun of Z, and commit suicide under a vow of chastity, then I'll be with Lady Neris forever. Nothing, no country, no conspiracy, will ever be able to keep us apart. Isn't that right, Flory? But will you be a little sad? Or do you think I'm an idiot, princess? Oh, no. Flory fell at the feet of Amneris and began to cry, clutching at his legs. But the look on Amneris's face was one of ecstasy, and she sat with Flory holding both her legs, her eyes gazing upwards in fascination and longing. I will give my life to Z. With a faint smile, she said, "Neither the title of lady nor the wrath of my father will deter me. I have sworn that I will never have another husband. Whether she lives or dies, I am the bride of Ald Naris, and she alone is my husband. Yes, I will spend the rest of my life in the temple of Z. That's what's best for me. You must not." Such a one is the princess, who was even called the duke's general, such a. Amneris closed his eyes, oblivious to the sound of Florie's voice. A single tear trickles from her eye down her white cheek, and she thinks of herself as a nun of Z, buried in the tomb of her youth, stroking Florie's hair, and sitting still, lost in a strange sweet euphoria, a drug of sorrow. This was the whole of Princess Amneris's daily life at this time. The sandstorm season did not leave Taurus easily. Amneris, absorbed in his own grief, thought nothing of it, cared nothing for it. But his father, the Archduke, even if he had at a moment's notice made General Rosin uneasy by any of his moods, it was only for a moment, and, of course, when he appeared in the audience room the next morning, there was nothing in his countenance to suggest that he had grown old and frail. There was no hint of old age in his face. "Listen. Everything depends on what happens in Primorsky Krai. In the presence of Rosin and the commanders of the 5 Grand Knights, without, of course, Tyron, who was stationed in Paro, the Grand Duke shouted angrily and with the same intensity as ever, "We must not neglect the Primorsky Krai. The sea is a precious supply line for us, as our land is blocked by Kumu and Yulania, and the export of Vacha fruits and Vacha trees, which support Mongol, cannot be achieved without the sea." The information that Borgo Valan of Agolis, the leading man of Primorsky Krai, with his son-in-law, the Crown Prince of Paro, who had been on the run, has started to urge 6 countries of Primorsky Krai to stand against Mongol, has reached Taurus through the secret agents who have been infiltrated into Primorsky Krai, Rigor, a trading city closely connected with Mongol, and the county of Talia, a subordinate state. The information has reached Taurus through the secret agents who have infiltrated the coastal provinces, the trading city of Rhaegar, which has close relations with Mongol, and the county of Talia, which belongs to Taurus. Of course, as soon as he heard the first news, the Grand Duke sent a new group of secret agents to the coastal countries with detailed instructions on how to respond to the changing situation, and to prepare for any changes in the situation. However, we were far away in the Primorsky territory. There was another frustrating feeling that I could not grasp what was going on. From the Duchy of Kauros, our ally in the steppes, we have just received an early report that the war has begun with the new King Remus, who has started an army to retake Paro, supported by the Argos army. The situation was beginning to develop rapidly in many places. This was not a time for Taurus alone to wallow in the joy of mourning. We have not received any news from Paro alone. Having only received the usual reports, even Grand Duke Vlad could not have imagined that all the couriers from Tyran had been killed without leaving the borders. He assumed that the people of Paro would be quiet and unconcerned at the loss of their revered Lord Crystal. Naturally, the military discussion turned to the question of the Primorsky territory. It was concluded that there was nothing to be done but to wait a little longer for developments, relying on the Andonis of Rhaegar, and the generals left the audience chamber in a tumult. Today, too, there was a sandstorm afternoon. "Nothing's changed, Your Highness. I'm just imagining things." Or he was in a bad mood last night. Finally, after some reassurance, Rosin was about to pull away. "Rosin. Stay. The Grand Duke has given a stern order." "Is. Rosin, the storm is not over yet." "Is. Truly. I will not be cowed by a storm." "Ha." Rosin was momentarily taken aback. Then it hit me. "Oh, I see. You've been suffering in secret. The wrath of Janus, the mages of—" "I must summon the mages and scold them," thought Rosin. He heard the Grand Duke's voice in his ear. "I've spoiled it too much. I should have done this sooner, but I won't stand idly by. Your Highness. I want you to pay a man," the Grand Duke yelled. For the first time since the death of Mayer, he looked his true self. "Call Amneris. Get him here now." And that day, Amneris, as usual, leaned against the window and watched the sandstorm in a daze. This storm. This smell reminds me of Nosferus, she murmured to Florrie, who was sitting at her feet. I was happy in those days. I never realized it, I never thought about it, I never knew what it was to be sad, what it was to love someone. Oh, how our destiny can change so much in such a short time. Oh, the storm that came over Nosferus. If we go into it, can't we go back to the days when we knew nothing? When I didn't know Lady Nerys and therefore didn't know what it was to love or what it was to lose a loved one forever, or do you think I would have liked to have met her even after all this sorrow? It's funny, Florrie, I never dreamed I was so much in love with a woman. Back then, I could have been as arrogant and cruel as I wanted to be. I thought I'd never be as good as I was. I must have been a very nasty, ungrateful girl. Do you remember, Florrie? That's what Mr. Nerys said to me when I first put on my dress at the soiree. Excuse me, the door to the next room is open. The time of sweet remembrance and sorrow was broken, and Amneris was angry. Who said you could come through? Come on out. Go. I'm sorry, the waste man said with some trepidation. The Grand Duke would like the princess to have a meal now. My father. Amneris looked at Florrie with a vague sense of astonishment. No. I don't want to go. Well, you can answer me this. Unfortunately, Amneris is very sick and lying low, but as soon as he's a little better, he'll come to you. It's a very, very serious matter, and I'm afraid it's on a very tight schedule. Ma. Once again, Amneris came face to face with Florrie. She knew her father's temper. Amneris knew he had to go. Good. Then tell him I'll be right there. If you want to be whatever you want to be, you can stay. No, princess. Florrie panicked. He knew he'd incur the Archduke's wrath by wearing the widow's mourning clothes. Get ready now. He hurriedly dressed her in whatever clothes he could find and hurriedly combed out her hair. Amneris was left to his own devices like a doll, but he felt a little uncomfortable. Well, go on, then. Please, princess, don't say anything that might offend your father. You're the only one, Florrie. You're the only one who cares for me like a living speck. Don't worry. I'll be happy if your father is angry with me and takes his revenge. I can go to him. Princess, also. With these gloomy words, Amneris went to his father's audience chamber for the first time in many years. It was a bad sign that he was summoned to the audience chamber instead of the drawing room. Amneris knew that his present condition was unacceptable to the situation in Mongol. He would be scolded and told to go on duty. But after the pain and sorrow of the past few days, it seemed to her that her father's anger was quite insignificant. When he entered the audience hall, there were only two people there, the Grand Duke Vlad and the Left General Razin. I'm late. Amneris picked up the hem of a beautiful blue dress with long sleeves in the style of a parrot, which she would never have thought of wearing in the past, as everything she wore had become parrot-like during her stay in Paro. She pinched the hem of the dress and bowed gracefully. It was the first time for father and daughter to meet each other since they had been shut up for a long time. However, neither of them spoke to me in a father-daughter way. The Grand Duke frowned and stared at the girl. Her sun-damaged face was pale, and her manner was heavy but defiant. He gazed at her face and said, with a feeling of surprise, I've never noticed it before, but you look a lot like Mireille. Like your mother, both of you. Why, until now, did I think there was no resemblance at all between you? Did you call me here to say such a thing? But Amneris did not say anything about it. He just bowed his head in silence. The Grand Duke continued, You've changed. I thought you couldn't wear a dress, but I guess a woman is just a woman. The force of time, maybe so. Amneris. That's why I called you here today. It's about your wedding, of course. Amneris froze. His eyes were wide and round as he stared at his father. I thought maybe someday, anyway. Of course she doesn't want to. She's never going to marry again. That's why she even thought of becoming a nun of Z. You're still a woman. A woman's happiness lies in marriage. Get married quickly. The wedding of the day never took place. A wedding that never happened is as good as never having happened. You'll never be a widow. Amneris was breathing slowly on his shoulder. They were so angry that they could not even speak out in defense. The Grand Duke continued without a trace. I, too, have grown weak since Mireille's death. I want your child. I'm not ready to have children of my own. Take a wife and have a son. He will be the next Grand Duke of Mongol. Chi father. At last he found his voice. Amneris was trembling as if he were in a fit of rage. No, 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 you can't be serious. What? Do you think I would say such a thing just for fun? The Grand Duke said, in a deliberate good humor. I have chosen 2 or 3 candidates for my son-in-law. One is Olli Trevan, brother of the Prince of Wallachia, the most important man in Primorai. What about the Count Marius, the son of the dead Mars? Or if there's any other man of your age you'd prefer? Arion. Lenz. He's a bit older, but Dirk's single, too. Well, for my part, I'd certainly feel safer with him at hand, but I think Olli Trevan would be a very good match. Well, that's also, but will his brother, Lord Lotus Trevan, approve? Lord Wallachia is a close friend of King Aglaya, known to all, and even if all the other kingdoms are for Rygor, Wallachia is the only one. So that's where you're going with this. What? Secretly, Rosin remembered the conversation they had had before the princess arrived. What if this Lotus Trevan dies? Olli Trevan will be given the dukedom of Wallachia much sooner than he expected, he won't mind. And he'll have the Duchess of Mongol for a wife. But I'm told that Olli Trevan, at his age, is a drunkard, a manizer, and a famous fool in Wallachia. Whether you're a fool or a philanderer, you don't care what happens to you. In fact, it's better for us. I don't want a beautiful man of talent as a son-in-law. The Grand Duke laughed savagely at him. Rosin had heard a little more about Olli Trevan. A swollen, unhealthy little man, a bottomless fool, and so on. So Roseanne stood silently, secretly feeling sorry for Amneris. As for Amneris, his recent stagnation seemed to have been forgotten, and he was writhing in the flames of rage. Her pale cheeks were flushed with blood, and her eyes were wild with rage. She was not a girl to be blindly obeyed, even by her father. Her anger was so strong that it tore away the veil of sorrow that had covered her all her life. I don't think you're in your right mind. She glared at my father from the front. It was your father who ordered me to marry Aldo Neyris, Lord of the Crystal. The Grand Duke, naturally, expects anger, protest and opposition from Amneris. He looks back at his daughter with no sign of anger. Yes, me. For political reasons. That's what you knew. It was Murigi's marriage ceremony from political maneuvering. Amneris barely managed to hold back the tears that threatened to flow. But I'm not. Aldo Neyris is dead too. So I've been asked to marry another man. Is there something wrong? Father. Amneris exploded. I am not a thing. I have a heart too. I have no quarrel with things wherever they go. But Father. Even if I'm the only princess of Mongol, I'm still a man. I am your daughter. I'm not a gift or a sacrificial lamb. I'm not a gift or a sacrificial lamb. I'll marry for political gain if I have to. I am the daughter of Vlad Mongol. But this is too much. Father. Amneris. And the Grand Duke stood up. In a flash, Roseanne leans forward. It may have been the famous attack of the Grand Duke's anger. The Grand Duke, however, stepped forward, but did not raise his voice. Amneris. You don't understand. You don't understand what our country is going through, how it's in danger. I know, sir, that's not true. Amneris stomped his feet wildly, as if he had forgotten about his beautiful dress. I know Mongol and I know Mayor very well. But I have already given my life as a woman for my father's sake, and have gone to Paro as I was told. What I want to say is not that I want to behave freely or any such nonsense, but what your father has done. It is too much, father. What do you think you're doing to my heart? Father, Amneris. You've said too much. Little by little, a pale streak appeared on the Grand Duke's forehead. I was on the edge of my seat when Roseanne looked at them. Excuse me, sir. I have a courier from Juno. A white knight came to the door. Rude. It's for the exorcism. Not now. I am sorry to inform you that there is not a moment to lose. The white knight falls to his knees on the floor. What the? Say it. What did Archduke Vlad say? The messenger gasped with joy. I have a report from Commander Tyron. At dawn the day before yesterday, due to the riots and the betrayal of the Black Knight Captain Karslan, the Crystal Palace fell into the hands of the Paro rebels and the commander has retreated to Juno with the remaining troops. The rebels who have seized the Crystal Palace are estimated to number around 10,000. It is led by none other than Aldo Neyris, Lord of the Crystal, who has been told of his death. Good. There was a tremendous sound of wind that blew everything away. The storm seems to be getting more violent, vaguely, Amneris thought somewhere in his mind. I've never heard such a great sound of wind. Did I close the windows properly? I'll have to tell Flory. The wind is forever and ever ringing in her ears. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Why am I here? Why am I here? Oh, the sound of the wind, I love it. Amneris involuntarily raised his hands and covered his ears. That's all I could think of. In fact, she did not move a finger, but merely stared at the messenger with a slightly puzzled expression. Covered by a thin membrane, she seemed to have lost all contact with the world. Through the membrane, she could hear her father's voice shouting, without knowing what it meant. What the hell? Archduke Vlad is shouting in anger. What the hell are you talking about? Ha! Aldo Neyris, Lord of the Crystal, was not dead. The apparent assassin at the Purple Moon wedding must have been a shadow of Aldo Neyris, and therefore, the assassin's servant, Astorius the deserter, was probably controlled by the Paro. The rebellion of Salem, Darnham and Marga may also be the result of Lord Crystal's desire to take back the capital with his troops. Bolin. Call Bolin. The Grand Duke shouted in anger. Then, suddenly, he gasped at the messenger's words. Wait. The rebellion of Salam, Danam and Marga. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never heard of such a thing. Yes. The messenger turned very pale. And now, as I have often requested, the dispatch of more troops to Paro. I've never heard of such a thing. The Grand Duke now realized that this was not going to be easy and cried out, shaking his fists. If you haven't heard, there's no way we can prepare to send troops. Today I have just ordered 20,000 Yellow Guards to be sent to defend Paro against the developments in Primorsky territory. How? The face of the messenger, the Grand Duke and General Rosin was now so pale that it was difficult to tell which was the superior. You, Aldo Neyris. You lay siege to the streets, you murdered the horses and you cut off contact between Paro and Mongol. They say he's a schemer of the highest order. That's what he'd do. What's the situation at the Crystal? As I said before, we were caught short, and Commander Tyron has been forced to gather his remaining troops to stand against Juno. Moreover, the troops he sent to suppress the rebels are backed by the rebels and the Crystal Parrots, so they can't easily join up with the Juno forces. However, the enemy forces were holed up in the castle of Lansvale, defending themselves, and attempted to enter the city from the Janus Bridge, but the rebels, led by Durkin and Darvars, who had entered the Crystal from Salam, swooped down from the far side. So the commander gathered his troops and retreated to the Kemigenua area, where he waited patiently for reinforcements to arrive from Taurus. The Black Knights, led by the traitor Carthrin, were defending the Crystal Palace when the enemy attacked, but there were no generals to lead them, and after Carthrin's death at the hands of our White Knights, they surrendered one by one to the Paro forces. Lord Crystal is preparing for a siege with a volunteer army from the citizens, and with the joining of the forces of Durkin and Darvars, he will eventually march to Juno. In the meantime, please send a relief force immediately to. For a moment, the Grand Duke stood there with a faraway look in his eyes, as if he were sinking into some deep thought. What was going on in that resolute heart? Your Highness. Concerned, Roseanne approached and called out to him. The Grand Duke seemed to have come to himself at last. No. It's nothing, the Grand Duke said as he brushed something away. I'm feeling a little lightheaded. Nothing serious. All right. I know what's going on. If that's the case, this is an urgent crisis, not a Primorsky Cry crisis. Rosin. It's a military conference. Yes, sir. Rosin didn't wait for the lads, he went out himself. And behind him I heard the Grand Duke utter a low cry. After the dizzy spell, Roseanne's heart stopped beating. Your Highness. He turned around in a panic and saw. It was not the Grand Duke, but Amneris, who had been completely forgotten. Amneris was slowly falling to the floor, strangely slow, like a blue hand-folded flower. His face was white and bloodless. Your Royal Highness. Unsure of what to do, he tried to run away, then stopped again and stood still. Then came a shout from the Grand Duke. What are you doing? Go on. Ha! You little bastards. Take Amneris back to his room. Hearing the voice, Amneris opened his eyes and fluttered his lips faintly. He was helped up by his maidservant, and said faintly, with a pale face. No, it's okay. I can get back on my own. Please excuse my poor appearance. For a moment, Archduke Vlad cast his eyes over his daughter with a look of inexplicable complexity. It was a look of neither pity, nor scorn, nor disappointment, nor anything else. The Grand Duke opened his mouth to shout something bitter and angry. But then he thought back. What flashed through the Archduke's mind at that moment might have been the pale face of the Prince of Mirhol in his coffin, no longer able to respond to his father's voice. After all, the Grand Duke had only said a few words. You have been deceived again, Amneris. Amneris did not say a word. I don't know if he even heard his father's words. The Grand Duke gave the signal to leave. Amneris refused the help of the maidservant, lifted the hem of her skirt lightly and walked out, somewhat unsteadily. She did not look back once. Alive. Lord Crystal is alive. He's alive, and he's got the crystal back in his hands. All sounds are dying out. Where has the sound of the wind gone, which was so violent just now? The sandstorm seemed to have abated. The whole of the Golden Scorpion Palace seemed to have been reduced to a deserted ruin, covered by a strange dead silence. How did he get to the women's palace? How did he get away from Florey's many questions? How did he lock himself in his room and lock the door? Amneris did not remember any of it. Amneris learned that when one is struck by a blow so enormous, one feels no pain, no fear, nothing. She literally didn't feel a thing. She was just lying on her back on the bed, her eyes wide open. In my blank mind, a single word, a word with a terrible meaning, is ringing again and again and again. He's alive. He's alive. He's alive. It was alive. It was alive. Alive. Does that make you happy or sad? I don't even know anymore. My body and mind are numb, and I can't think of anything. Princess Heimsama. Princess. I could hear Florey banging furiously on the door and shouting. But still there was not a sound in the world. That man is. In the blank heart of Amneris a dreadful fear ran through him. It could have been a fear, a dread, a trembling at the prospect of a flood that would surely come and engulf her soul. I'm Lady of the Light. I'd call her the Lady of Light. Beautiful Ilana, my bride. Ah, brisk. A faint cry emanates from Amneris' dewy lips. It appears that the man who was assassinated at the wedding of the Purple Moon was a shadow of Aldo Neyris. A shadow of Aldo Neyris, I presume. With Kajamusha. You have been deceived again, Amneris. The crystal has been thinned out, and we must take advantage of the opportunity to raise an army and retake the capital. Ah, at last. Amneris' body sprang up like a spring. Her trembling hands grasped her hair and covered her ears. Stop it. Before I knew it, a muffled cry was spouting from his lips. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear. Whoa, 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 whoa. Again, the roar of the whirling winds swept her up, and slowly but steadily, a huge tsunami swept over her. Oh, I don't believe you. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Princess. Princess. Open the door, please. My name is. It's Flory. Princess. On the other side of the door there is a broken voice, moaning and crying. And suddenly, the chamber of Amneris became quite silent. Terrifyingly. Ah. Standing outside the door, Flory's whole body shook with fear. Her faithful eyes were filled with the image of Amneris, with his dagger to his breast, and his self-destruction, Amneris, in a fit of rage, running away without a trace, and 100 other ominous sights. And 100 other ominous scenes. Princess. He had already been told by his maidservant what had happened. It was a great shock to Flory, who had watched Amneris' love life since the crystal, but the blow to her beloved mistress was too much for her to bear. And Flory was holding herself together. Princess. There's no sound from inside. Flory could no longer bear it. He must go in and see what's going on, even if he has to knock down the door and thus upset the princess. She was about to order the farmer to bring her a small hand axe when she thought of this. The door opened from the inside, with a faint creak. And a squeak. Hi! Flory winced and fell back. Her mistress was standing in the doorway. Princess. Come in. Flory. When he heard her voice, Flory was horrified. It was not like the Amneris of old, but like that of an old woman, shrill, tired and croaky. Yo, may I please? Come in, Flory. In a lustreless voice, Amneris repeated again. Hearing what he had said, a number of maids of honor crowded into the room to watch him. The door, which had once been open, was now shut again, leaving Flory alone. This time there was no sign of a lock. When they saw this, the maids of honor began to withdraw from the room, whispering in hushed tones. Flory, on the other hand, stood with his back to the door, his hands clasped to his chest, looking at a loss. Contrary to what I had expected, there were no tears on Amneris' pale cheeks. Nor did her tired, lightless eyes seem to be crying. Nothing was out of order in the room. Flory was speechless when he saw Amneris sitting there, silent and exhausted. Ah, princess. Flory shook his head violently, staggered, threw himself at Amneris' feet and clutched him by the knees. There must be some mistake. Yes. I believe so. It's a mistake, or else it's a ruse. Someone who knows how much he means to the people of Paro is doing something in his name. Yes, of course, of course. As he spoke, Flory's tone gradually became one of self-belief. His words grew fervent, and he drew himself up and clasped Amneris' hands. Yes, yes, of course. Now, princess, you'd better believe what Flory says and stop torturing your mind with this nonsense. I'll never believe it. I won't believe it no matter what anyone says. It's impossible. That sweet, beautiful Neris. He loved the princess so much. I know that better than anyone. The oath of love, the knighthood, the sublime knighthood, the suggestion that it was a falsehood, let it burn in the flames of Zir's wrath. He loved the princess deeply and irreplaceably. He always cared for her, put his heart into her, cared for her and treated her better than any man could. It was so much so that even we who were watching were enchanted. And that proud man called the princess my Irina and knelt at her feet. We have always said that no other pair could have been so well suited to each other as Lure and Ilana. Oh, princess. Please don't let this affect her heart, she's so tortured even now. if she gets more tortured by this, she'll get sick. Forget all this at once. It's only a mistake. It's only a mistake. The messenger thought he was bringing bad news. It's a mistake, it's a mistake. It's a mistake. Florey was so moved by his own words that he put his hands to his cheeks and sobbed. Amneris listened unresponsively while Florey rambled on, but when Florey had finished, he muttered something vaguely. Wrong. Yes, of course. Of course. He's the only one who can't, can he? A mistake, oh, how I wish it were true. Amneris's earthy cheeks flushed slightly with blood, and a little light of hope shone in his eyes. But again, the light was soon lost in a weary emotionlessness. How good it would be to be wrong, Amneris said in a muffled voice. How foolish I have been. To think that I am the unhappiest man in the world because a loved one has died. To think that there are no unhappier people in the world, and to wonder why the sun rises and people smile, without any change. It does not seem to me now that it is a misfortune to be parted from my lover. It's just bad luck. Because a girl who's lost a lover has memories and people feel sorry for her. And in her heart, her lover will never betray her, will never grow old and ugly, will always be young and beautiful and faithful, and will always be hers alone. I didn't know anything, I was wondering how I could be so sad. If I knew now that it was all a mistake and that the person I thought of had died on that day too soon, I would consider myself lucky in the world. And with memories and love in my heart, I will be able to live with them forever. Oh, really, what if it turns out to be a mistake? Yes, my dear princess. Florey said it was time. Yes, of course. Don't worry. I'll make sure of it. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. It was a mistake. Hold on, Florey. Amneris stopped. His voice was sharp. With a start, Florey stopped. Princess, you don't have to go. But, I'm telling you, I'm not going. Yes. If that's what you want, princess, but, come here. Come to me. Yes. Florey stood, somewhat nervously, beside the lady. Amneris did something he had never done before. He took Florey's hand and gazed at him in silence for a moment, and then, as if in a moment of strength, he nuzzled his face into Florey's chest. Sama. Shut up. Amneris said in a voice that sounded weak and tired, but with a deep, smoldering fire of anger in it. Just for a little while. Just let me do this. No one can see anything when I'm like this. Oh, Florey, now I don't want anyone to see my face, not even you. I'm sure I look like an ogre with a face of suspicion and hatred and a mixture of dreadful hopes. Princess, no. You're a sweet girl. Amneris continued to lay his face on Florey's chest, not even trying to listen. You're so kind to comfort me and tell me I'm wrong about everything. I'm just trying to save you the trouble. But it's not worth it. I don't have. Amneris's voice trailed off. For a moment, Florey thought that Amneris was going to burst into tears. I knew. I knew from the first time I heard the messenger's words. You knew it too. I knew everything. There's nothing wrong. There is no anything. Amneris suddenly and wildly let go his hand and thrust it at Florey. With a cry, Florey stumbled back and braced herself against the table, but neither girl paid the slightest attention to this. Amneris folded himself up and covered his face wildly with his hands. A hoarse cry began to escape from her mouth. Florey ran after him like a madman. Princess, oh, my precious, my Amneris, don't cry. Please, don't be so sad. Please. Crying, you say? Amneris's voice came out of his mouth higher than ever. Florey ducked as if he'd been hit by a hot iron. I'm crying, aren't I? Amneris withdrew his hand and raised his face high. Her face was exposed to the sun. There was not a tear on her cheek. Her lips twisted madly. Amneris was laughing. What do you want me to cry for? For love lost? For a broken heart? For me. Amneris, the lady of Mongol, betrayed so cruelly by a man whom she thought she loved and who loved her, should weep and weep helplessly. At last. The eternal fire has ceased to smolder. Amneris turned his fine blonde head away, and his laughter grew into a maddened loud laugh. His angry green eyes were nothing but the eyes of a wounded tiger that would never heal again. Princess Amneris, Amneris! Florrie screamed and jumped on Amneris and shook him. This time, poor Florrie was immediately terrified by the madness of the Duchess. But when he was shaken violently by Florrie, Amneris ceased to laugh like a madman. Then, with a sigh of disappointment, he slumped down and seemed to have already wiped away all the sadness, the shadows of his loud laughter, and the distracted look from his face. From his vermilion lips came a single, poignant word. Traitor. And Florrie. Eventually, Amneris said quietly. The dread and hatred in his green eyes was no longer the same as the fire that burned in his eyes. Her voice, too, is calm and full of dignity and pride. The strange pride of the Princess of Mongol, the Duchess General, which she had forgotten since the wedding and since she had been the object of Neris's fascination, made her seem a different person from the worn-out, ordinary, grieving woman she had just been. It made her seem like a different person from the worn-out, ordinary, grieving woman of earlier days. But there was something terrible in her eyes, something that she had never seen before. It was none other than the unquenchable fire of the three sisters of Tia, the goddess of vengeance, that had eaten and devoured her to the depths of her soul. Yes. Bring me my clothes, the full dress of the regular army. Okay, sir. With a touch of unease at Amneris's seeming helplessness, he did as Florrie had told him and returned with a full set of clothes, which he had put away in the bottom of his wardrobe, as he thought he would never wear them again. When he came back with his arms full of them, Amneris was sitting facing away, holding something in his hand. I've got it. So, put it there. Then light a little fire in the fireplace. Yes, yes. It wasn't even that cold, but what the hell? Florrie turned around, and screamed. Oh no. What are you doing, Lord Amneris? Shining in Amneris's hand was a sharp, double-edged dagger. Stop making a fuss, you're making a fuss. Amneris said in a whip-like voice. Yes, yes, but build a fire. Quickly. Yes. Florrie, his heart pounding with anxiety, sets the candlestick on fire and sets it ablaze. He heard the sound of jingling, jingling, jingling. Hi. He turns his head and almost screams again. Her long golden hair, beautiful and shining, fell over Amneris' clothes like a sparkling drop of light. Dear Amneris. Shut up. Amneris said. But, oh no, why did you have to go to get such a wonderful gift? You don't understand, Florrie. Amneris said, staring at his hair, which was falling and piling up, with stern, burning eyes. I'm going to cut off the woman in me, the feminine, the weak, the whining, the whimpering woman. I'll never love a man again. I will never trust. I will never, under any circumstances, give my heart to a man. Dear Amneris. Even as she said this, Amneris's hands moved tirelessly, cutting off her hair. Her head was cut off above her shoulders like a man's, as the golden sunlight lingered on the floor. But you didn't have to go to all this trouble to make such a beautiful loincloth, which Florrie made with all his heart every morning and every evening. Every morning and every night, Florrie would give it to you with all his heart, and it would be like a waterfall of light. Florrie began to cry. This is not a very good. Stop crying, Florrie, Amneris said, somewhat softly. Then he scooped up the clipped hair and began to throw them one by one into the fire. Her long golden hair, nearly a tar, twisted and twisted like a golden serpent, turning black and ashen in the blink of an eye. A sickening smell of burning hair filled the air. Florrie wept bitterly as he watched the strange and foul dance of death on the golden thread. Amneris held him tenderly by the shoulders, and soothed the hands that tossed his hair. You have no idea, she kept repeating. If I continue to be a woman, I shall be too bitter to live. You've never been in love, Florrie, and what pains me most is not that the man who said he loved me, swore he would, and even tried to marry me, has cheated on me. You can hate him and curse him and want to kill him. But what I can't help, what hurts me the most, is that I can't help loving him. Even though I've been tortured, mocked, betrayed, my foolish heart loves him, my eyes want to see him, my body wants to hold his arm. And something in me says, he is alive. He's alive. How miserable is my heart. I can't forgive that man for making my heart, the proud princess of Mongols, so mean and disgusting. I'll kill him. As long as he lives, no, as long as he dies, no matter what it takes, no matter what I have to do, no matter if I have to sell myself, no matter if I have to destroy this country, I will kill Aldonairis, Lord of the Crystal, with my own hands. Not because he has betrayed me, but because he has tormented me so, and made me lose my pride. That is why I must give up my womanhood. With such a heart in me, with such a sword in that man's breast, could I now, put it down? If he looked at me with those eyes and called me Amneris in that voice, in spite of all my hatred, my heart would fail and I would crawl to him in despondency. The only way to prevent this is to cut myself open and take out my bleeding heart. Or to stop being a woman. I gave up my woman to kill that man. And when his cold, dead body lies at my feet, at that time, the words of Amneris ceased, and his voice trembled. She grabbed a handful of hair and clutched it wildly. How many times had Aldonairis looked at her, admired her, caressed her, as she twirled her dazzling locks of pure gold. Then I'll hang on to his dead body, and I'll kiss his limp lips and say, "Look. I've won, or, Lord Nairis, how did you die?" Amneris's eyes were blurred. It was my first love. Really, for the first time in my life, I fell in love with someone. What was wrong with me that my love, my first love, should be so cruelly killed? Why? Amneris has had his hair cremated. Come on, Flory. Get dressed. Help me. Yes. Blue dress, she said she was like a rosary flower. I'll never wear a dress again. Never again, never again. With Flory's help, Amneris stripped off his elegant blue dress and, with nimble movements, donned the pure white formal attire of the Right Honorable General of Mongol, including his underarmor, cuirass and cloak. As I put on these clothes, which were once more familiar to me than anything else, I feel my whole body tighten up, and the strength and will of a man's superiority return to me. How long it seems since I wore it. Amneris fastened the clasp of his cloak and slowly walked to the door of the next room. He has a stern, slightly gaunt face, a cold green gaze and a tall, slender figure. There was nothing to distinguish her from the dignified man-dressed lady of the ice, the princess general of the past, and yet she was no longer the same. The face of the pale little girl who, in the desert, where women imitated men, and where, in what seemed a long time ago, leopard-headed warriors taunted her, and her cheeks burned with humiliation, is no longer there. Nor is the face of the ordinary young girl who, in the euphoria of her first love, was grieving over her loss, and who, likening herself to a widow, wore a black veil. And there is no trace of the ordinary young girl who, in the euphoria of her first love, and in the grief of losing it, had wrapped herself in a black veil, likening herself to a widow. Even Amneris himself could see the change in him clearly. The same green eyes, but they burned with a dark fire, and her lips knew how to laugh when she wanted to cry out. She was no longer a little girl. The anguish of love won, lost, and betrayed had turned her into a mature woman, filled with the joy of womanhood, of love, and swollen with happiness. It was not the richness of her days, but the sorrow, the anguish, the betrayal that made her no longer a girl. In her dark eyes there was a hint of something dangerous, even of a mysterious lurking that had never been there before, in her gaunt, somewhat pallid face. She would do anything to kill, torment and bring to her knees the man who had betrayed her, the man she loved and hated. She would never hesitate to feed on her beauty or her flesh, or to expose herself to a viper. He will. Amneris smiled at her in the mirror. A dark, fuzzy, always venomous and troubled smile stared back at her. Even her hair, she noticed, was cut short, giving her a perverse glamour that she had never had before. Amneris reached out his hand and took the blue dress that he had removed. Like a husk of her past, she gently cradled it to her chest, its warmth still lingering somewhere. You called me, you called me. With a Lady of Light, she closed her eyes in fascination, pressed her dress to her cheek and mumbled in her mouth. It was you who called me, not ice, but rather the opposite of ice, the fire that destroys everything, when I had been called a princess of ice, a woman unmoved by anything, and I had believed it myself. You melted the ice in me and brought out the fire that was hidden in me, which even I did not know. Florrie stared in amazement. She not only did not understand her mistress's behavior, but she was worried. Regardless, Amneris hugged his elegant dress as if it were Aldo Neris himself, and drew it aside. I can't go back to being the Lady of the Ice. You've set me on fire. I told you one day that if you ever leave me after you've done this to my heart, I will kill you. I'll kill you. As this flame which you have kindled will consume you, so I will not be rid of you. You thought I'd forget easily. No, no. If that's the case, then you don't know me, Amneris, Lady Neris. You and I are bound for life, not by the love that should have been, but by the hate. The wedding that was never consummated in front of Saria was consummated in front of Tia, the goddess of hate. I see nothing more. Only you and I, only two people in this world, you, who betrayed me, and I, who will kill you. Even if I turn the whole world into a wilderness, even if I turn it into scorched earth, I will pursue you until I have your head in my hands. Let it be known what bitterness, hatred and love Amneris, Lady of Mongol, is like. I will bathe in your blood and nuzzle your neck. No matter what you lose, no matter what form you take, even as a mortal, even from the Hades of Dole. Amneris's breast began to heave wildly, and his eyes flared again in mad fire. Her lips rose gently in a half-moon shape, as if she were a demoness. She smiled a ghastly smile of a demoness, and with her strong white hands, she pulled down the dress she was holding. She pulled the dress she was holding with her strong white hands until it was torn to pieces and nothing was left. Sama. See what the wrath and hatred of Amneris of Mongol looks like. I will not be betrayed. Never, never, never will I let that man live. Like this dress. Amneris threw the ruin of her dress, which had become a hideous shape, wildly into the fire. The fire, which for a moment had been stifled, now had a fresh sacrifice and immediately burst into flames. Amneris laughed as he gazed into the fire, his white face glowing in the flames. With her white throat averted and her eyes fixed on the burning fabric, she laughed and laughed. I'm late to the party, sir. A sharp, youthful voice came from the doorway. The people looked up with a start. In the audience hall, in the presence of Archduke Vlad, the proudest generals and fiercest warriors of Mongol are in the midst of a busy military discussion. For a moment, subtlety and complexity washed over the faces of the people as they realized who the voice belonged to. Everyone has already heard the story of how Amneris was struck dumb when he heard the news of the uprising and the survival of Lord Crystal. And that the Grand Duke was very unhappy. After all, a woman is only a woman. The Grand Duke is no longer interested in Princess Amneris and has decided to marry her off to his foolish brother Ollie Trevan of Wallachia. Since you can't lead an army, at least you'll be used as a beautiful young woman. That's exactly what your highness would do. Pity poor Amneris, a woman is always in love, and he blames her for it. No one was surprised that she was not seen at this important military meeting, even though there were secret reports that she was the general of the right. The people who are lined up there include General Rozin, the commander of the Black Knights, Bolan, Mencius, who leads the Blue Knights, Sidon, also of the Red Knights, and Alvius, the commander of the Yellow Knights. Beno, head of the Mage Order of Mongol, Daedalus, commander-in-chief of the Frontier Guard, other famous captains of the various orders, and Lind, commander-in-chief of the Mongol Navy. Among the captains are Dirk the White Knight, Rint, Marius, the son of Count Mars, and Arion, the young hero. They were all looking at the Grand Duke's face and at the entrance to the hall, when a look of dismay, or rather bewilderment, crossed their faces. The curtains were drawn with a crisp sound and Amneris came in alone, unaccompanied. "Ah! Well, look at you." A few of us let out an involuntary cry of dismay. Dressed in the familiar formal attire of a general of the right, with the coat of arms of Mongol, a long cloak, and riveted boots, and a light white helmet on his left breast, Amneris strode forward, paying no heed to the eyes of the people. His head was leaning straight back, and his stern face showed no expression. But that is not why the people cried out. Her bare, shapely head, with its rich, wavy blonde hair, was cut off at the shoulders, just like a man's. What a... taking the plunge. In the silence, people look at each other without speaking. Amneris came forward with a strong step, but before he could reach the right hand of the Grand Duke, the seat of the Right Honorable, he stepped forward and knelt down gently before his father. "We have come too late for the most important meeting of the army." "No, that's fine, but..." The Grand Duke gazes at his daughter with narrowed eyes. "What is the matter with your head, Amneris? How can you change your mind when your hair is so fine? If so..." Amneris was completely at ease. "As you and your father and others know, this is a time of unprecedented hardship for my father, who has lost his brother Mayor to the blade of an assassin, and who is now the only female heir to his throne. So now, for the sake of my father and for the sake of Mongol, I shall give up my womanhood and serve my father as his son, and this is my vow to myself and to my father." The Grand Duke was unusually stammering, as if at a loss as to what to say. To this Amneris said with a sarcastic smile, "I hope your father will accept this wish of Amneris. I am a woman, but I have been given the position of General of the Right Honorable, and though I am a woman, my heart and soul are like a man's. Only then will she be able to fulfill her duties as General of the Right Sector and control the hearts and minds of the people as the Grand Duchess of Mongol." "Well..." The Grand Duke raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be thinking about what to say, but after a moment he opened his mouth as if to say, "I have no choice." "Very true. Good preparation, Amneris." "So," she said, as if to push me over. There was indeed a note of triumph in her voice. "Now that you have recognized me as a man, you may cancel your previous order to marry my brother, the Duke of Wallachia, and to receive a son-in-law from home. There is no reason why a man should marry a man, and I will stay by your side all my life and fulfill the duties of a legitimate son of your father." There was a faint buzz in the air. The Archduke gazes at Amneris, his brow furrowed. A faint tinge of displeasure flickers across his forehead. "Is that's what they say?" the Grand Duke said simply in front of his men, who held their breath. It was not always a sound of sincere joy. "Well, you want me to treat you as a man, as a right general. I wish you would have shown me that a little earlier, but that's all right. Then let's hear it from you, General of the Right Sector of Mongol. What is your opinion on how my Mongols should deal with the recent counterattack of Paro and the situation on the other side? Goodbye." Amneris did not hesitate. "As for Primorsky Krai, that's for father to decide. But as for Paro, I have only one opinion: beat him to death. I don't want him to have the strength to stand up again. If we let up now, if we withdraw now, the prestige of Mongol will be damaged and it will be a disaster for other days. I have only one request, Grand Duke, that you give me the command of Paro. Then I, Amneris, will not return to Taurus for many years, even if it costs me my life, until I have once again brought the hammer of Mongol down on Paro and brought before you the head of the enemy's chieftain, Aldonairis, Lord of the Crystal." And the eyes of Amneris blazed with hatred, and the eyes of the Archduke. The Grand Duke finally nodded with a satisfied smile on his face. "You said it. All right. I'll send Amneris to conquer Paro. I swear on my life, I'll have Aldonairis' head." Chapter 2. The Phantom Army. And so, the whole city was suddenly in an uproar as Taurus prepared to go into battle in a flurry of activity. In the town, a horse rides through the streets, announcing the start of the war. One by one, the knights arrive at Taurus from their respective posts. In less than a day, the capital of Taurus was filled with soldiers of the various colored orders and the infantry to which they belonged, walking about with heavy footsteps and clattering their monstrous wobbly helmets, both in the main streets and in the lower streets. As the two armies are to be sent out at the same time, one to Paro by sea and the other to Paro by land, not only those who are to serve this year, but also those who were to serve next year or the year after, have been hastily drafted. The townspeople of Taurus are in an uproar, knowing that this is going to be a very big battle. In the midst of all this, preparations for the campaign were steadily being made. Dan and war always makes people sad with a new separation. Look. Take care of yourself. Don't drink raw water. Don't go off on your own. Don't go off on your own. Dan, the son of a smoke and pipe owner in downtown Taurus, has also received a draft order. At last, on the day when the camp was to be inaugurated, Dan's mother got up in the dark of the morning and kneaded the gathy, stuffing it with minced meat and aromatic herbs until the gathy was round and puffed up, and made a mountain of meat buns. Take this leg of lamb with you. You never know when you'll have a leg of lamb with a claw on it again. When you have nothing to eat, soak these dried beans in water from the river or anything else and bake them or pluck them and eat them little by little. I'll put the back in the bottom of the cave. Don't touch it until you're really hungry. And don't start eating like this on the march just because you're too lazy. You'll get diarrhea if you eat it like this. I've put some chauca seeds here. Chauca is the best medicine for diarrhea. Listen. Guidalo, the husband, looked at Ollie's confusion with a bitter face and seemed to want to say something, but he did not dare to complain. Guidalo and Ollie had lost their eldest son, Olo, in the war. If something should happen to their younger brother Dan, the two old couples would be left alone in the smoke and pipes pavilion. Guidalo, being a man, does not make a fuss about it. He just sits in a low chair, puffing away on the huge pipe that gives the shop its name, his eyes never leaving the shop, staring at his son with a piercing gaze. Listen, don't wear wet underwear. You'll get a fever, soldiers are built for it. Don't eat too much. Don't get drunk when you drink. Always be aware of your surroundings and make sure the big people like you. Don't go too far into harm's way. Dan is a very quiet, shy young man, and it is not unusual for him to go a whole day without saying a word, except, ah, and ah. He is a sturdy, strong young man, a quiet, honest character who is perfectly content to help his parents and work all day in the kitchen of the smoke and pipe restaurant, boiling, baking and cooking in place of his dead brother. But when I heard this, I laughed a little. Hey, Ollie, don't be too silly. Guidalo took the pipe out of his mouth and called out to him. Dan is about to go on an expedition. He wouldn't want you to go anywhere near him. Look, he's smiling, too. Still, try to stay close, and don't go anywhere too close to an arrow or in danger. Ollie was not defeated, he said back. I don't want to feel like I did in Aurra anymore. Bollocks, just because you go on an expedition doesn't mean you're guaranteed to die. Guidalo said unhappily, and went to fill his pipe with fresh tobacco. Don't talk to me about dying, Dad. It's a bad omen. Now, Dan, this underwear has your father's and my hair on it. It's a little prickly, but it's a good luck charm and you must wear it when you go into battle. Your father and mother will protect you. Yes, Dan. Come here, come here. Guidalo dragged his son to the shadows. He gazed up and down at the young, strong, quiet girl, and then slowly opened his mouth. Hey, Dan. You're my only child now that you don't have a brother. And tomorrow you'll be gone, too. Palohi or Paro, no one knows like me. But before you go, I want to tell you something. Mother, he said, cocking his chin at Ollie, you're a woman. She's a woman. And since your brother died, she's been a lot weaker. I know what it's like to have a mother like that. That's what women like to say. Yes. But, Dan. But your father's a man, so I can't say that. Now, you listen to what your father says. My dad's always been proud that you're my son. And Aurra. They've both grown up straight. You don't drink, and you don't play with women. He's a filial son with a good reputation in the neighborhood. We're proud of you, son. Dan, always remember this. And don't do anything that'll make your father and mother proud. I don't expect you to survive by doing dirty things and killing other people. Help one other person. Then you won't just be born and die. If someone is saved because you were born, it'll make us proud to have you. That's what I told my brother the night before Aurra died. Aurra won't come back, but if I had 100 sons and they were all taken, I'd tell him the same thing every time. Fight bravely, and don't do anything crooked or cowardly. NN. If you can, come back alive. Oh, that was all Dan could say. Godalo patted his son, who was taller than him, on the shoulder. If you don't have to kill someone, or if everyone starts looting. You can think of it this way. This man has a father and a mother. And he and his mother are in a town somewhere, running a restaurant and praying for the safety of their children. Am I going to smash their heads? And so on. Still, I want to live and return to Taurus, and when I think I have no choice but to do this, I draw my sword. After all, it's a battle, but you don't kill for nothing and you don't act like a coward. Oh, as usual, that's all Dan has to say. However, Godalo is used to his son's silence and does not complain about it. You're going too, aren't you? When I said this, the thought suddenly struck me so vividly that I stood up quickly. We don't know yet which way we'll be hit. If at all possible, I'd like to pray that we're sent to the Paro unit. Paro's a certainty, but Paro's not a certainty yet. But everything is God's will. Now, let's go. It's about time. I'm sure your mother's worried about you. With a shrug of his shoulders, he walked into the kitchen, just as Ollie was about to crouch down in front of the stove in a panic. Now the meat is cooked, the stew is ready. Ollie is trying to sound cheerful. Look how puffy the pie crust is over this stew. Come on, let's have some rice. By this time tomorrow she will be gone. She wondered when she would see him again, so she began to lay out the dishes with great care. At the very least, she wanted to give him all the food he liked, and the table was so full of food that Godaro began to laugh. The same sadness of separation that must have passed over the tables of thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of households that evening made the dinner of the family of the Smoke and Pipe Pavilion a quiet affair. And a few days later, from early in the morning, the people of Taurus were crowded from the Golden Scorpion Palace to the Paro Road to see off the departure of Mongols' army against Paro. The conquering army totaled 50,000. It was a large army, nearly half of the total strength of the present Mongols. It was led by Boland, commander of the Black Knights, Mencius, commander of the Blue Knights, and Count Lenz, captain of the Dark Battalion, with 10,000 White Knights. The mage Gaius, Beno, and the princess of Mongol, Amneris, the general of the right, lead the army. Here it comes. It came. Don't push. Hey, don't push me. Bring him forward. My son is going into battle. I see you. People pushing and shoving each other, waiting on both sides of the road. Each of them, his father, his son, his husband, his brother, his younger brother, his lover, will go to war as a soldier. This war will be great and fierce and will not end until Paro is completely defeated. The people already know that. This may be the last time we see them. If you are lucky enough to come back alive, it may be a year, 2 years, or even 10 years from now. The people waved the flag of Mongols, shouted the praises of the glory and the victory and of the Archduke Vlad, for Mongols. But their eyes waited, stretching out, shouting and shouting, for the sight of the departing. The dusty Taurus road. The first to emerge from the dust, with the regular clatter of their feet, were the first to arrive, in shining white armor. Hooray! Mongol, hurrah! For the sake of Mongol! For the sake of Mongol! In the midst of the shouts of the masses along the road, the the blue knights of Commander Mencius appear, followed by the infantry, the crossbowmen, the archers, and the knights, all in unison. For Mongol! For Mongol! Hail to you, Grand Duke Vlad! For the sake of Mongol! Dad! Gadalo and Ollie were among the waves of cries that came and went. Can you see him? Hey, is Dan there? Wait a minute, well, it's not that easy to tell. Those who are originally the children of warriors or noble families are assigned as knights when they serve in the army, while those who are not are assigned as infantrymen or infantrymen, except in the frontier guard. The knights with the dignity and fearlessness of professional soldiers, the old crossbowmen and archers who have been on the battlefield many times, and of course the mercenaries with their shabby coats and old, damaged armor and headgear, among whom the new recruits who are called up in a hurry are among them. The new recruits who had been called up in a hurry were easily recognizable by their gaiety, their uncharacteristically awkward gestures, and their young faces under their headgear. And, apart from the cheers for the commanders and heroes, it was also when this group passed by that people were most excited. Shield, shield. Moon, it's your mother. Turn to me if you see me. Zig, I'm here. Zig, where are you? People called out the names of their loved ones, rushing to the very edge of the line to get a better look, only to be rebuffed by the soldiers guarding the roadside. The flag of Mongol waved like a black wave. Mongol, Mongol. For Mongol. For Mongol. Their cries cover the voice that calls out to the child, that misses the father. As the knights rode past, they were followed by dozens of wagons and troops on rumbling wheels. I don't know. I don't think we've ever had a Dan before. I'll watch you. I'll watch you this time. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Again, infantry in blue armor, crossbowmen, archers, and a battalion of knights, transporters. This cycle is repeated 3 times and ends with a glowing blue torrent. At the head of the last group, the Blue Knight Commandant Mencius appeared with a company of bannermen, carrying a blue flag and accompanied by 10 buglers. Long live Mencius! For the sake of Mongol! For the sake of Mongol! As the last of the convoys rumbled past, there was a moment of emptiness. Oh! There is a strange, sighing air in the air. When the women saw the face of the man they sought in the ranks of the soldiers, they raised their hands to the heavens in open mourning, while the men discussed the prospects of the coming war and made various predictions, exchanging this and that information. Some of them work for the Golden Scorpion Palace or have family members there and are very knowledgeable about the affairs of the palace. Aldo Neyris, Lord of the Crystal, is the commander-in-chief of Paro's army in the upcoming war. But that man is dead, isn't he? Yes, he was killed by the son of Marx's police chief. That's why Princess Amneris was so distracted. It's amazing that it was all a lie, isn't it? Informed men are good at that. The wily Lord Crystal had deceived Amneris into believing he was dead, having escaped his forced marriage, and was waiting for the day of the uprising. And now he has thrown off the veil of deceit. Oh my God! I'm sorry for the princess, but it would be like, yes, it's all over for us. And the Grand Duke, he'd never consider the honor of Amneris. So, next time, the princess will be the commander-in-chief. No, this is precisely what the princess has offered the Grand Duke herself. I suppose she feels that she can't return home until she has redeemed herself, cleaned up her shame in the name of the Duke's troops, and raised the head of the hard man. Ma. And now he's got love on his mind. What is it? This war, it's rough. Oh, and it will last a long time. The princess swore she'd never set foot on Taurus soil again without cutting off that magnificent loincloth and taking Ald Neyris' head. That's right, if a person who is even called the Lord and Lady's army is deprived of so much love, she will become a demon. Shoo! A sharp voice came from everywhere. The following troops were passing by. Once again, people will stand back with bated breath. Oh! And the mouths of the people were filled with the sound of breathing. It's the flagstaff. It's Amneris. A group of white knights, shining brightly, the central group advancing solemnly, protected by them, all wore long white cloaks and headdresses fluttering beautifully. 3 flags on each side, the Grand Duke of Mongol's flag, the Princess's flag and finally the white and gold flag of the White Order. The standard-bearer stands upright on his horse and raises the flag, followed by the bugler, the flamboyant maidservant, the armed maidservant and the messenger. And, for the sake of Mongol, long live His Royal Highness Princess Amneris. Hail, Princess Amneris! Mongol, Mongol! In the midst of a great outburst of shouting, the Lady of Mongol and Amneris, General of the Right, rode slowly past on their white horses, dressed in a dazzling array of white and silver, with their long, silvery headgear, fastened at the shoulders, their cloaks with long white fur trim, and their headpiece feathers hanging down. They rode slowly past. The blonde hair, which had protruded so lustrously from the headpiece and formed a fine natural ornament, was nowhere to be seen, but it was so tightly covered by the headpiece that from the outside it was impossible to see the shortened figure of the hair. Beneath his helmet, his thin, pale face tightened with fierce fire and anger. He did not even raise his hand to meet the cheers of the people along the road. Her lips are always tightly knit, and her eyes look only to the distant sky of Paro. The white flames that seemed to rise from her fair form made her look like a statue of Zorid, the most sinister of the dolls, standing with the hammer of wrath and the shield of hatred in her hand. And a shield of hatred in her hand. Amneris's bannermen proceed solemnly, while the people look on in glee. To the left of Amneris is the shadowy and faithful figure of Flori, and to the right are the 2 mages Gaius and Bonhoeffer, who look like black and hideous shadows themselves. After the bannermen had finally gone past with a number of wagons for Amneris alone, there was not for a long time the same murmur as before. And the people, not knowing why, were silent as if struck by something, and looked away at the glowing white mass. So deep was the foreboding and anger of Amneris that it was evident to all. It's the goddess of death. It is the march of the Zorid, who tramples down the young and the brave, and carries them away to Hades. A strange and unsettling feeling, not unlike that of a fine day's march, caused people to stop talking and to feel millet on their backs. It was only after a short pause that their mouths finally relaxed a little when the Black Knights, led by Commander Bolin, made their appearance. Mongol! Mongol! Again the tide went out and the waves came in and roared. The trumpets are blown loudly, adding to the noise of the people. As in the case of the Blue Knights, the leading, infantry, crossbow, archers, battalions of knights and transports were repeated. Earlier, the commander of the occupation forces in Paro, Count Borlon, did not hesitate to ride a black horse to the cheers of the crowd. Oh! As the long line finally came to an end, and the retreating column disappeared in the dust, there was a cry of disappointment among the people. Gone! Parohi, far crystal he. Like a raging wave of gently rolling rocks, drawn by the goddess of vengeance, the army of 50,000 marches down the red road. Waiting for you is Aldo Neyris, Lord of the Crystal, the hero who will take it back. The love and revenge go on, while the flame of patriotism burns brightly in Paro too. They once called each other wives and husbands, but now they are clashing with each other, armed with grudges and bitterness in their hearts. How many of us have been moved by the mischief of that terrible yarn? The dust was already far away, and in the minds of the people only the vagueness and sadness of the past, after the exuberance of the festival, were beginning to flow. This sky continues to Polohi. Ollie. Godalo grasped his wife's rough hand firmly in the murmuring crowd. Oh, Dan's not here, apparently. Ah. But then I don't understand it anyway. When you wear a helmet and a suit of armor, everyone looks the same. How is it possible for me, no matter what I look like, to not recognize Dan? Ollie said roughly and wiped his tears with the edge of his apron so that they would not be seen. Godalo grasped his wife's hand firmly in his fleshy hand. Hey, Ollie. There's a detachment leaving for Paro in 2 or 3 days' time. I'll come and see you off. Maybe Dan was one of the infantrymen who had just passed. Ollie shook his head angrily. Forget it, lad. You won't be able to tell us apart anyway. You just said, is there anything you can't tell? Godalo was gentle, shielding his wife from the streams of people. Nah, come on, we'll see. I'm sure Dan's going to Paro. I can't leave the shop open like that. The shops, they're all out marching, anyway. There's no one to come to the shops. They're all going away. Ollie tweeted. They're all going away. Oro, the boy, Marius, Hugo, and Dan, they're all going away. Right, Dad? Oh. Godalo looked tenderly at his wife, as if he had not forgotten her. Her gray hair was curled behind her, and her once beautiful face was creased with the deep wrinkles of patience and toil. One day they'll come back. If God forgives us, Dan, Marius boy, Hugo, even Oro. A single tear rolled down the fat cheek of this good old man, who had lived a long, hard life. I believe it. I believe, or else you'd have to believe, Ollie. Because. Godalo looked up at the sky. We still have a lot to live up to. No more dust can be seen beyond the heads of the people. From far away, like a tidal wave, also. Mongol. Mongol. For the sake of Mongol. There was a faintly audible cheer. And. This is the town of Sargina, a quiet lodging in a mountainous forest area, north of the Willan Mountains, at the junction of the Madra Road to Paro and the road to Almat. From here to Madras, there is no other inn. The road passes slowly through the deserted mountains, with ancient castles and battlefields in the distance, and enters a wild forest area. Travelers and traders on their way to Paro, who wish to have a more lively and safer journey, generally turn off to the west before Sargina, and take the route from Tarsus to Marga and then to Durnham, passing through the dukedom of Mar, on their way to the capital, Crystal. In the ruins of Tammy's castle, where the history of the past lies hidden, lurks the haunting spectre of the dead, and in the deep forests of the Aurra dwells a pack of wolves, and there is even a rumor of a band of thieves who want to twist the Red Road. This was the Madras Road. It was 300 years ago, when this was the only route between the steppe and the middle plain, that Sargina was an important and crowded place to stay. Since the creation of the Danin route in Karavaya, few people have taken the trouble to enter the deserted mountain roads, and the town of Sargina has lost all its liveliness and has been quietly forgotten in time. At the inn of Sargina there was a young traveler who had probably left Cholfin early in the morning and had come in on horseback at dusk. He was dressed in the manner of a merchant, a tunic with a high girdle, and a belt with a chest of drawers, riding trousers and ankle boots, a leather traveling cloak and a leather hat, with a traveling dagger hanging from his belt, and a small bag tied to his saddle, his hair tied behind him and his eyes as black as night, like the horse on which he rode. As black as night. It seems to have traveled a long way, its appearance is frayed and dusty, and it has become somewhat shabby. However, his sallow, sunburned face is full of fearless cheerfulness, and when you see his tightly drawn, ironic mouth and his obsidian eyes, no one will think that he is a mere traveler. It was the figure of Istvan the Valachian, who had successfully crossed the steppe, crossed the Danes, and was heading east from Karavaya, through Sargina and on to Madras. Istvan, despite his youth, is a man of worldly wisdom and discretion. He was about to enter the Crystal with important information, when he heard the news of the outbreak of the Crystal War in Karavaya, and decided that it would be dangerous to go straight from Marga to the Crystal. The areas of Marga, Durnham and Crystal are full of soldiers from the armies of Mongol and Paro. The battle has already begun in the southwest of the city of Crystal. On the other hand, of the three rebel armies, the Marquises Durkin and Darvars, the Holy Knights, who had set up their troops in Salam, the key point between Madra and the Crystal, marched immediately towards the Crystal, without much difficulty, and soon entered the city to join the army of Aldonairis, Duke of the Crystal, the general of the rebel army. He will soon enter the city and join the army of Aldonairis, Lord of the Crystal, the general of this rebellion, was the summary of the news that reached Karavaya on the frontier of Paro. Therefore, Istvan decided to go up the old Madras road alone and cross the border quietly from Madras, avoiding to collide with the Paro and Mongol armies. After Salam's men have entered the Crystal, the security there will not be so tight anyway. Hopefully, most of the Mongol soldiers will be occupied with the Crystal and the Durnham rebels, and the border guards will be empty. I'm sure you're right. After all, I'm a lucky man, even Janice would be surprised. As a mercenary, He felt no fear of going alone into the midst of war. In fact, it would be better for him to be in the midst of the turmoil of war, for he had no bills of passage at the borders or on the roads. But that's not going to happen with Crystal. Somewhere along the way you've got to get a good bill of goods, or make them. Well, no matter, you can think about that when it happens. So, muttering to himself, he went into the secluded dwelling of Sargina. It was so quiet that we did not know where the war was going on. It was late at night and the inn, no longer used as a trading post, was deserted, with no brothels or dens. It's a depressed place. If the streets were a little more crowded, he would be able to walk through the daylight at night, but he is still young and strong, and could easily spend another night or so in the open. He wants to be seen as little as possible, and to reach the crystal as soon as possible. However, there are no torches for the traders who travel by night along these ancient roads, nor is there a single light from a house nearby. I have heard wild tales of dead spirits, wolves, and bandits. Even the reckless Istvin did not want to see such things. He chose the cheapest and most reasonable inn he could find, and dismounted before it. The lodgings are open all night, but inside they are deserted, and only the lantern at the entrance smolders unnecessarily. I'm sorry. Istvin went in and asked for lodging for the night. After a while a woman, who seemed to be the innkeeper's wife, came out, rubbing her eyes sleepily, but she seemed to have just fallen asleep, and threw him a key in a very brusque manner. I'm sorry, but can I get something to eat? And a few drinks. We only stay here overnight, so there's nothing for you. Well, said Istvin, tying his horse to the fence and going into the room he had been assigned. I would have liked to have had some more information about Paro, but this was not to be. Damn, even the handsome Ishto won't benefit from that old hag. Have it your way. The room was shabby and shared. In addition, the blanket was worn out, and although I was reluctant to lie down, wrapped in a leather cloak and blanket, I could not fall asleep, despite being tired from hunger and the cold. This area is close to Paro, where it is warm and the climate should not be so bad, but it is indeed a mountainous area and it gets very cold in the morning and evening. His companion was asleep in a blanket on the other side of a stand placed halfway up the dark room. He seemed to have been drinking, and his loud snoring disturbed his sleep. Oh, fuck. After some time of rasping and turning, he finally got up. I'm so hungry I can hardly sleep. One thing, it may be useless, but let's go somewhere and look for something to eat secretly. The provisions we had brought with us were now running out. There is no place to stay between Sargina and Madras, so we thought we would have to buy some food in Sargina anyway. Putting on his cloak again, Istvin left the room in a hurry. Everywhere there is a hush. Somewhere, a wolf is howling. The sound of the wind whistling through the treetops, everything is dreary, terrible, and wild. This place is a real shithole, isn't it? I went out again through the back door into the town, but I could not see a single open shop or even a shop of any kind. The wind blew unpleasantly through the deserted streets. No. Istvin wondered miserably if he would have to sleep hungry all night. He was a rather picky eater. There's nothing we can do. At last he gave up, and trudged back to the ladder. A very slight tension ran through his body. Being followed. There is nothing wrong with a keen intuition. Could it be a thief, the rumored Red Road bandit, or worse, someone who wants his secret book? It's not likely, but you never know. Istvin's hand slipped easily inside his cloak and clutched the hilt of his dagger, ready to release it at any moment. The moon is white overhead. A long shadow stretches on the stone pavement. And somewhere an owl hooted. Fuck you, come on. Either Mongol's spy companions realized what Istvin had done and came after him to recover the precious book, or they were Aglaya's pursuers. No one would have noticed. Istvin walked steadily and casually, gauging the distance, the number of people, the intensity of the fight. The tension eased a little when he realized that he was alone. What are you hunting? If you're a thief, come at me when you see me. Istvin casually turns down the road. The figure of a small man with his hand in his chest suddenly appeared. You look around, wondering which way he has gone, and turn the corner in a panic. And then, without a sound, tall and sleek. No sooner had the man shouted than Istvan's body fell on him and a dagger was thrust into his throat. Keep your hands clean. A low voice whispers in your ear. A moment later, with a clink, a slender knife landed on the cobblestones. What are you doing? You, a peddler. Say it, I'll cut your ears off. He was stubborn, and that's when he took the knife back. Suddenly, Minnie kicked me in the groin. Caught off guard, Istvan barely dodges, but he pulls his hand away with a trowel. On the way. The little man ducked and ran into the alleyway with the agility of a lizard. For a moment, I wondered if I should follow him, but it was a strange night in the city. He shrugged his shoulders and walked straight back to the barge. The snoring of the neighbors is soothing. Istvan turned over the chest of drawers and found a piece of vichaka fruit, which he took a bite of, thinking that it would give him some relief. He still held the dagger to his chest. Something's not right. It is unlikely that there is much to be gained by making a living as a peddler in such a quiet town. Besides, I didn't feel that the little man was so deadly that he would stop at nothing. What the hell? He spits out the seeds of Vasha and closes his eyes, feeling uncomfortable. Eventually, a gratifying drowsiness came over me, making me forget the triple burden of chills, snoring and hunger. Istvan's sleep is light. No, I am sound asleep. But I have made my body such a way over the years that at the sound of certain special things, the sound of footsteps approaching stealthily, the slightest hint of a presence, a hushed breath, I am instantly and completely awakened. We have built up our bodies over the years so that at the slightest sound we are completely awake. And he didn't even know it. When I tried to jump out of bed, it was already too late. A huge sack was placed over his body and his limbs were held firmly in place. I tried to repel them, but they didn't budge. It seems there are more than one or two enemies. I've lost it. The dagger is still in his chest. But he couldn't pull it out. His elbows are being held tightly over his sack. Then they wrapped me up with something like a rough rope. The bag was pressed against my face and I could not breathe. I could not speak. Fuck. The bag was wrapped round him and his body, which had been tormented like a piece of luggage, was lifted up in a heave. As he was carried away to nowhere, Istvan was angry with himself and with his own stupidity. What a mess. Istvan the Valachian. The warrior is disgusting. But then again, why didn't his sixth sense, the one he always relies on, kick in tonight? Why, of all people, do they want to kill me in this way? It does not look as if there is any money in it. After all, the only thing he could think of was someone who was trying to recover the secret book. Mongol, agrarian or Paro. But then, you didn't have to swim all the way out here. There were plenty of opportunities to get in on the action earlier. And I'm worried about that little man. Besides, this is a very clever trick. He was carried out to the front of the building. Even through the sack he could feel the cold night air outside, and then his body was tied to the back of a horse, face down. Damn it, I've had it with the rhinoceros eyes of the death dolls. We'll just have to wait and see what happens, Istvan thought to himself. It's very comforting to know that there are still daggers around anyway. I don't think they're gonna kill me. The horses start running. The sound of many horses' hooves is heard all around. 6 or 7, maybe. I couldn't see anything, I couldn't move, I was shaken up, I was carried. How long had I gone when the sound of hooves ceased? From inside the sack he heard a low command, which he could not hear clearly, and his body stopped moving, and then, after a moment, he heard the sound of the rope being cut, and his body was taken off the horse's saddle. A number of hands lifted him up and carried him like a stick, just like before. From the sound of their footsteps, they've gone inside the house. It's a big house, with stone floors and walls. A bellowing sound is heard from beneath your feet. He was carried along for a while, and then suddenly he was roughly lowered onto a kind of stone platform. Istvan was not sure whether he should continue to use the dagger or not. But my partner was much more sophisticated. As soon as the rope was cut to the waist, the bag was lifted upwards, so that his upper body was half exposed to the torment. Immediately the dagger was removed and his hands were roughly placed behind his back and retied. The dagger was then removed and the hands were roughly turned to the back and rebound. Fuck. If the secret book was found, that was the only thing Istvan feared. His hands were constantly searching the pockets of his clothes, his closet, and anything else he might have concealed on his person. Istvan is anxious to know whether they are looking for a secret book. The bag was now removed up to his head and he stood with his hands tied behind his back and the bag over his head. After the physical examination, they pushed me from behind and made me walk. They didn't take the bags off my face. At the sound of the door opening, I was pushed inside and made to sit down on what appeared to be a chair. I was tied to the chair again, with the rope tied behind my back. There is a buzz, and some people let it go on and on. All right, get him a blindfold. There was a loud voice, and the bag was snatched away so roughly that my nose fell off. I felt as if I had come to a frighteningly bright place, and my eyes watered, but they did not. There were only a few flickering candles. Istvan looked around, his eyes growing restless. It was a large, old, high-ceilinged room of stone. He was tied to a chair in the middle of the room, on either side of which stood two large, strong, ill-favored men. His eyes, however, were immediately drawn to a man sitting in front of him. He is a stout, strong-looking man. He sits on a big chair with a wolf's fur, and his big face is covered with a reddish-brown beard. The eyes are piercing, the nose crushed, the body of wolf fur trousers, over which a leather belt is slung. Istvan, however, was somewhat relieved at the sight of this fearsome figure. He was relieved to see that the men around him, as well as the red-haired man who seemed to be the leader, were recognizable bandits. At least, it was better than being caught by the pursuers of the secret book. The red-haired chieftain gazed at Istvan. "You're just a kid," said a thick voice. Istvan, with his chest outstretched, stared straight back at him. "What are you? What's this guy doing? Why are you doing this to me? Explain it to me. He's a cheery little fella." They laughed in horror. "Don't you know me?" the sheik said. "I am Urs, or Urs of Redbeard, as they call me." "Redbeard?" Istvan was shouting. "Well, the Red Bandits. That's what they say." The Urs of Redbeard wrinkled his beard like the beard of his name. "Well, who are you? Who are you and why have you come alone at this late hour of the night to Sarzina, where no one can reach you now?" Everyone knows that Ursus now controls everything from Sarzina to the ruins of Tammuz. "What brings you to this city of thieves? Tell me the truth. Tell me the truth or you'll be in a world of hurt." Instantly, Istvan realized his position. Even the well-informed man had no idea that Sarzina had become a stronghold of banditry. He had been told on the road that the area was very dangerous, but he had never imagined that it had gone that far. He may be a traveling merchant, but he is not a mere merchant in every way, in every way, in every way, in every way. It would be strange if he were not suspected of being a secret agent or scout of some country who wanted to destroy the bandits. Istvan looked about him, and his mind worked like madness. In each of the hands of the great men on either side of him was, before he knew it, a menacingly flexible wolfskin whip and a club with thick spikes planted in it. "Wait, wait, wait." Istvan panicked. "It's a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. Listen to me. I'm not crazy. I was born in Wallachia. I'm a mercenary. I wanted to go to Paro to find work, but they said the Marga was a war zone, so I thought this would be a better way to get into the crystal safely, so I came this way. That's all. I don't care what you swear. I can swear to Janus, to Z, the goddess of truth. There's never gonna be anything else. A Wallachian mercenary." Urs smiled faintly. "If you're a Wallachian, you'll soon be fighting in Primorai. Why have you come all the way from the war-torn Danes to this place instead of looking for a job in Wallachia? If you're a mercenary, you can go to Marga or to Kauros. It's understandable if you're looking for work there, but what's the use of passing through there just because they're running wars? How can a mercenary fear the wars and still get a job, eh?" "I'm a wanted man in Wallachia," Istvan said. "And I don't want to get hurt in a country squabble like Marga. If you want to make a splendid and distinguished career, you have to go to a place like Crystal." "Oh, yeah," Urs the Red-Bearded said. There was something unpleasant in his gentle voice. He snapped his fingers. At once the man standing on Istvan's right raised his wolfskin whip and, with a crack, brought it down on his knee. "Gah!" cried Istvan. "Ouch! I'm telling you, you're hiding something, aren't you?" said calmly. His eyes narrowed. "If you are a mercenary, why are you dressed as such a traveling thief?" "I have never heard of a mercenary who travels without a helmet or armor. So, I told you. I'm a wanted man," Istvan shouted as he shrank back to avoid the next lash. "Believe me. I came here because I don't know that Sarzina is a stronghold of the Red Bandits. If I knew, I wouldn't have come this way. These days, despite the fact that we are in the middle of a war, there are still some strange people trying to get into our Saljina," said slowly. "Perhaps you think we Red Bandits will get in the way when the war gets bigger, but we're also the Red Bandits, they say. We can't just let them get away with it." Shoo! Again the whip dug into his knee, breaking the cloth and sending up a spray of blood. "Wow!" Istvan pleaded with him. "For God's sake, you know what it's like to be the head of a Red Bandit." "I don't know if I'm that kind of a spy. I'm one of you. That's why I told you who I am, honestly. I swear to God I didn't know who you are, Sarjina. If I'd known, I'd have done you the honor of letting you pass. I grew up in Tikia, a Valachian brothel. I was called the best pupil of the great gambler Cord. Let me sit on your couch and you will see, I am one of you. It's true, so please don't hit me again." "I have heard the name of Cord before," said slowly, stroking his beard. "If you're a pupil of Cord, you're certainly one of us, but what proof do you have?" "Evidence. And you don't have a road bill, from what I can tell." Suddenly, Istvan's face turned white. That's why. Even if you are what you say you are, well, I don't think you're a real man either, judging by your face. How is it that you don't have any bills on the way? Whether you're a mercenary or a swindler, what's the point of going into Paro without a bill?" "So, thou..." Istvan licked his lips. "Oh, I'm going to stop people with my aglas." "Aglaya," said calmly. "I thought you said Valakia earlier. You've got it all wrong. Listen to me. Pichirili." This time the blow was more powerful. Istvan slumped back in his chair. "If you're not a pawn in this attempt to destroy the Sarjina bandits, then there's something about you that needs to be kept under wraps, isn't there? Otherwise, there's no reason for you to go all the way from Madras to Paro. What are you hiding?" Urza's voice has become much gentler. "Agraja. There's an important meeting going on right now in Agolis. Tell me, are you a courier?" No way." "So, what is it?" "It's a bad situation." Istvan, forgetting the pain of his wounds, is thinking like a madman about how to get out of this situation safely. At this time, besides the Red Bandits, there were also the Brothers of the Sea, the Sisters of the Mountains, and the Mountain People, whose strongholds were in the mountains, but the Red Bandits were the greatest threat to the merchants and traders traveling along the Red Road, because of their leadership and cruelty. The Red Bandits come in several streams, depending on the leader who leads them, some of them diabolical, others relatively less brutal. However, what Istvan hears about Redbeard's is that he does not hesitate to use any means to get money. If Istvan's secret book is discovered, it is immediately taken away and used by as bait to extract money from both Mongol and Paro, and, of course, Istvan is easily disposed of. And, of course, Istvan is easily put away. Fuck. Istvan cursed himself for being so stupid as to plunge unknowingly into the middle of the trap. But I don't think I'm desperate or overwhelmed by this. I am always blessed by heaven. If I am killed by a mere thief in this place, this world will also be at an end. That's what I firmly believe. However, the bone-crushing pain of the whip, delivered one after the other, brought him back to a more realistic response. "Wow, help me," he shouted shamelessly. In any case, a mercenary has neither bushido nor manners. I'm not a secret messenger. Please believe me. It hurts. Whip, 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 mercilessly, whips are poured on his legs, his knees, his shoulders. Posthumous. It's true, gasp. Okiro. Close by Urs was the little man who had escorted Istvan from the inn earlier. He whispered something in Urs's ear in a whisper. Urs nodded, and straightened himself up to stand before Istvan. A servant grasps him by the hair from behind, and makes him look up. According to this boss dash. Ursus blew a froth of blood from his lips, scaring him with his limp body. Whatever, you're no ordinary man, you're very capable and you were very wary of being followed, weren't you? A mercenary looking for a job wouldn't act so cautious. There's something about you. You're not ready to say it. Haven't you been through enough pain? No, please don't. Istvan began to breathe hard, pretending to be more distressed than he actually was. Why do I have to go to like this? I hate pain. I'll tell you anything, just stop it, please. Go and burn the poker red, Urs commanded. Istvan turned blue. Later life. If you have one eye, you can see everything, Urs said savagely. You'd better change your mind while you're still in one. What choice did he have but to hand over the secret book, but what guarantee could he have that he would not be killed here and then? Istvan gasped. Oh, dry Janice, Moss. Help me. I don't know, I've cooked it. Oh. Give it to me. A loud sizzling sound and the smell of hot, burnt iron. Hold that little boy's head. Wait. When Istvan cried out, let my throat burn. I wonder. A bandit rushed into the house with great speed. As he listened to the hurried whispering, Urza's face grew dark and grim, as if he had seen something incredible. What? He said, holding himself together. That's not going to happen, man. But I wonder. Okay. Anyway, the rest of the words are lost in the middle. Bastards. Get your rifles ready. I wonder, what's going on? I don't believe it either, but Ram says. And then suddenly he stops saying it. He looks at Istvan. Hey, put this kid somewhere he can't get away. I can't be bothered with him anymore. I'll go check on him right away. 30 men, follow me. Hey, all that remains is to prepare for war. Saddle up and get ready for a siege. Hey, look. Ram, show us the way. Hey. Immediately there was an uproar in the room. They were summoned, and a lot of bad-looking people came running out. Hey, get up. Istvan was thrown out of his chair and knocked down. What the hell was that? He was in a panic. For a man like Urs to be in such a state of panic, how is that possible? What's going on? He had always been a bit of an onlooker. He was even willing to do anything to find out what had made Urs so panicky. But of course, no sooner had I questioned him about this than he was picked up from behind and hauled away. Don't take too much care of him. Let's get a move on. Because I can't walk, my legs are killing me. I've been beaten like this. Shut up. After being punched in the mouth, Istvan secretly decided that one day he would get even with his torturer. It was a building that had been used as a fortress by some country in the past, probably by Paro, and it had been modified to look like a small fortress. He was led down a dark corridor and into a small room that seemed to have been used as a prison. Ow! Istvan said loudly. Hey, if you're going to put me in jail, could you at least untie me? My arms are so numb I can't even hear. This means I won't be able to show you the legendary Rhino Wizard. Quartz dice. Shut up. The door closes with a violent bang. The lock snaps. True darkness, without a single light, enveloped Istvan. There was not even a window in this little cottage. Istvan was cautious and waited until the sound of footsteps had died away. Then you sit up slowly. Throbbing pains here and there. God damn it. Lowly, Istvan murmured. You beat me badly. That bastard, remember. I was somewhat relieved when, after standing up and walking again, I found that, as long as I could tolerate the throbbing, I was able to carry on with my activities. Then, keeping an eye out for any signs of life outside, he gently begins to look around the room. Nowhere to be found, no doors, no windows, no guards outside the door. Not the worst, but not the best either. The dagger, the sword, and everything else I had were taken away. It was a good thing that the secret book tied up in the roots of his hair was safe, but if he eventually returned and began what he had just done, it was obvious that in time he would either confess or be found and taken away. But before that, we must get out of here at all costs. How can I, an Ishvan of Wallachia, lie idle in this place? The first thing to do, he thought, was to free his hands. He rummaged around and found a bare stone at the corner of the wall, and without hesitation he placed his hands behind the rope and began to rub it gently. Sometimes I even rubbed the skin of my hands together with them, making a little noise, but I patiently rubbed them together, but it is difficult to wear out the thick rough rope. He was cursing the doll that had got him into this mess, but still he kept at it. There was a sound of footsteps outside and they stopped in front of the door. He suddenly threw himself on the floor and lay on his back, looking as if he was completely exhausted and unable to move. The door was opened narrowly, and a ray of light streamed in. "Hey!" I don't recognize the low voice. "Hey, you fainted. What is it?" "It hurts my wound," Ishvan said, in as mirthful a tone as he could manage. As he did so, he turned his body gently to look at what was looking at him. He had a bandage over one eye and didn't look too bad. He was one of the bandits. "I think he was in the hall earlier, but I'm not sure." The man hesitated a little. "What is it?" "Well, hey. I hear you're Cord's apprentice." "Yeah, they used to call me the first apprentice." "Are you really the pupil of the legendary Cordo?" "That's right. Cord was counting on me as his successor. Cord's father is dead. Now I'm the only one who's kept his secret." "Oh, no." He hesitated again. "My name is Dang. I've been having some bad luck lately. I've been losing a lot of money here in the mountains, and I've even got my life in third mortgage. We had no choice but to take it, so we went to the town of Sargina and tried to play a little trick of memory on the merchants, but even there we were defeated, and we were in a terrible state. There's nothing I can do about it." Ishvan was quiet. "Two thoughts are running through my head. You got me. I'm hooked." A fisherman's thoughts as the hook, which he had left in the water just in case, struck him. And again. "So we're in the town of Sarzina, which means we're not in the town." Quickly pondering the information you overheard. Since he didn't say anything, my partner was getting impatient. "Hey! If I lose this time, no matter what, I'll have my arms cut off or be taken as a slave. Ruined. But one big win and you're back in business." That's where the advice comes in. You're Cord's apprentice, and the youngest of his pupils, so you must know the secret of winning the game. "Yeah, well, there's not much I don't know. Please. Just give me one move, give me that guy. Think of it as saving a man's neck." "No kidding." Ishvan is careful about the sound of his voice. "What good will it do you to learn such an important secret? You'll get me out of here, won't you?" "Well, I can't do that, but I'm not going to be grabbed, locked up, tortured, and told what to do. I'm not that dumb." "Well, you've had a bit of bad luck, haven't you?" "It's true, just a couple of days ago, our people caught a spy from Mongol on this road. But yes. Let's do this. I can't let you get away with this. If he finds out about this, I'm dead too. But if it's something else, like giving you food." "Food?" Ishvan's eyes almost sprang wide in the darkness, and an honest worm in his stomach cried out, growling. "Food? And if you want, I'll bring you some of my drugs. That'll take the edge off." "Okay, so, a move. Are you talking about cheating? Or is it a trick? Either way, either way. Or, well, if we don't win the next big game dash. There's no guarantee you'll keep your word. So, I'll bring it to you first." "So?" Ishvan pretended to think. But in his heart he had already made up his mind. Seems to be, he said, reluctantly and with a great deal of pride. If anything should happen to me here, the secret arts of cord will be lost without anyone knowing about it. Oh, thank you. You're listening to me. You saved my life. Anyway, bring some food and some drugs. Istvin is calm and clear. And somehow, please bring me my shed. I've got all kinds of stuff in there. All right. I'll be right back. And don't forget your Colorado. Istvin called out to the door as it closed in a hurry. Then he was left in the darkness again. But he did not move, and this time he waited, trying to save some strength. At length the door opened softly, and Deng, carrying a variety of objects, entered with a small kettle, and closed it carefully. I got something for you, man. You, too, apparently, are in real trouble, aren't you? Istvin said to him. That Ursus must be pretty scary, if you're willing to let him out of your sight. I don't care if I'm in trouble. If I lose a penny at the next betting session, I'm really going to lose my head. Here's some food and drugs. Help me get rid of the rope, Istvin said in a very casual tone. Otherwise, you won't be able to do anything. First of all, if your arm is still numb, you can't teach yourself to use a Colorado. Oh, I see. A little hesitantly, Deng went around behind Istvin and removed the rope. Relieved, Istvin rubbed his numb arm and tried to bend and stretch it. Where's my stuff sack? Here it is. It took me a while to get it out. First of all, the food. If your arm's all numb like this, it's probably not poisoned. Deng brought gaudy and cold meat, which Istvin devoured with gusto. Then smear the wound on the body. This is strange. It's good for you. Suddenly, the pain feels a lot better. Of course. With a cure. Well, that's great. Thank you, Deng. Let's get on with it, shall we? Oh. Deng gulped down some fresh spit and leaned forward. A moment. With a jerk of his hand, Istvin had Deng's body wrapped around his knees and was holding him down in an instant. Uh-oh. What are you? Thanks for your help, but... Quickly, he pulls the hunting knife from Deng's waist, puts it to his throat and stifles him, while he ties him up with the rope that had bound him. Don't you dare. You didn't just let him go, and now you're tied up like this, you'll be sorry. Besides, I'm a man of my word. Istvin rummaged through the storeroom and grabbed out a small object. 2 dice. You see this? Uh-oh. Look. This is a rhinoceros, straight from cord. No matter what you do, you'll only get dole number 13. Look, Den, unless you're really good at what you do, cheating with just a rhinoceros will only get you found out and bring you down. But if you use this, hey, I'm only gonna say this once, so listen up. If you're gonna use this rhinoceros, Deng, limit it to 2 gambles at a time. If you use it more than that, it'll look suspicious. Practice swapping the dice and this one in your hand, and use it on the 2 occasions when you have to, and on the last game of the day. And once you've used it, remember, always use it at least a year apart. Otherwise, you're gonna get yourself killed. Now, you understand. Deng nodded again and again, still sullen. His eyes are fixed on the dice in Istvin's hand. Remember, don't use it all the time, don't get greedy. If you get greedy, that's it. Don't try to win with it, use it just because you don't want to lose. This is the one they call the Dole Trickster Rhinoceros because if you mess with it, you'll go to hell. Istvin placed the dice firmly in the den's drawer. My advice, remember this. Don't make people wonder why he's suddenly so good. Uh-oh, it's only once a year. If you could, it would be best to spend it on the next gamble and then throw it away in the river. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Hey, I'm sorry you had to eat with me, and I'm sorry you had to tie me up, and I'm sorry you had to thank me. Istvin closed one eye and blew out his mantle. On his way out he looked back into the darkness. Hey, if you feel at all grateful, please don't call for help, at least for one more time. As soon as he had finished, he slipped out through the door and closed it behind him. The den does not seem to be screaming. Thank God for that. And now you've got a belly full of guts, Janus blessing on you, because you're going to need a lot of Janus blessing with that rhinoceros on the doll. He mumbled, and was about to start walking. Suddenly, you're about to bump into someone coming round the corner. At the same moment, the hunting knife he had taken from the den flashed and slashed the man's throat. Quickly jumping out of the way and avoiding the blood, Istvan suddenly grinned and twisted his face ironically. Then, with his throat slit, he fell to the ground, the very man who had tortured and beaten him. "How's it going?" As he plucked a sword and a golden object from the waist of the corpse, Istvan said to himself with pride, "When I say I'll do something, I mean it." After a while, Istvan, who had successfully escaped from the fortress, was in the midst of the deep mountains, pulling the reins of the horse which had escaped. The horse which he had ridden since Agraja, and most of his baggage were left at the Sargina inn, but it would have been madness to return, and in spite of this, Istvan did not think that the situation was so bad as long as the secret letter was in writing. When we went outside, we were surprised to find ourselves in a forest that was much more mountainous than we had expected, and so far removed from the main road that we could hardly see the road. Not being able to ride his horse in the mountains, and not being able to take the road leading from the forest to the road for fear of being pursued, Istvan set up a stile to keep his horse in sight, and, keeping a watchful eye on the road, went through the forest in the direction of what he thought was the road. There is still some time before dawn. In the midst of the thick bushes he was sometimes frightened by the howling of wolves, the sound of fighting animals, and the fluttering of birds. "Ho, ho, ho," cries the nightless bird in a weird voice. A strange pale fire flashed between the trees, and a pair of glowing eyes watched him from the grass. No one but a man as bold as Istvan would have dared to go alone in the middle of the night, away from the protection of the gods, through the forest, off the beaten track, in these days of uncertainty. Where there is a forest, there are all kinds of spirits of the dead. There are ghouls, too, people say, and strange things that live in the forest at night. But Istvan, unconcerned and untroubled by all this, hastens on. His eyes are always on all sides. Inwardly, however, he was not entirely unmindful of the creepy cries, snakes and birds, even though he was very bold. He was particularly nervous about wolves, so he was relieved when he saw a little clearing in front of him and knew that the road was close. "If I go out into the street, I may be pursued again by the red bandits, and a net may be thrown up." But this time he is already on his guard, and Istvan is convinced that, if he is on his guard and knows what he is doing, there is nothing he cannot do. "Oh, dear, if only I'd been more careful from the start, I wouldn't have had to go to all this trouble." Istvan lightly clicked his tongue, would have found some traitors and taken advantage of them to enter Sarzina. Once I had carefully surveyed the road, I tied my horse to a tree and rode alone to a break in the trees. It was almost dawn, and the red bricks that gave the road its name stretched out before him like a symbol of civilization and safety. It was a deserted and forsaken old road, with not a single house in sight. If only they'd leave us alone until Ursus gets back, then we'd still be able to escape even if hundreds of people were after us. Istvan stepped out, entered the street, and looked around. And then he furrowed his brow. To the south there is a hazy cloud of sand and smoke. Overwhelming. Istvan raised his eyebrows. "You're too young to be a chaser." "But..." I plopped down on the cobblestones and put my ear to the bricks. Do. There was a faint rumbling in his ears, similar to the rumbling of the earth. What? In spite of his doubts, he darted from the road back into the forest and brought the horse closer to hide her, so that she could cope with whatever might happen. We wait for a while. Do. And now the rumbling of the earth has become an unmistakable roar, and is clearly heard by his ears as he lies low. What the hell is going on here? Even Istvan was astonished and murmured. This is not the sound of 10, 20, or even 100 or 1,000 men. It's the earth shaking. Did Ursus have such a large army? No way. Istvan waited and waited, even breathing hard. Then, beyond the red road, which was disappearing in the morning mist, there appeared a black cloud. It's getting bigger by the minute. Whoa! Istvan was so astonished that he almost rolled out of the grass. What the hell? And when he cries out, It may have been understandable. Do. The sound of the hooves was now a giant tsunami that shook the earth. Oh, look! One by one, in the dawn of day, the wild cavalry emerge. Ooh! Ishtvan just stared at him with his mouth open, as if he had been bewitched. In a strange, colorful garland of flowers, in a soft chain mantle, in a turban, in several strange, triangular, bushy flags, on a huge, stout, fearless horse, covered with a colorful weave. One after another, out of the mists of the morning, came an army of men, none of whom were from the Central Plains or Primorsky Krai, as far as Ishtvan knew. The fearless, sunburned, snow-blackened face, the fluttering cloak, the exotic, wondrously bright hue of the battle dress, the half-moon sword on the hip. Horsemen. It was indeed a vision of the people of the steppe who were known to it. Dreaming. Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Am I? There is a young man from Primorsky Krai who stares silently at us. Ola! Ola! The hordes of the horsemen came one after the other, surging towards us. Behold! At the head of this great army was a single, conspicuous figure of valor. It's obvious at a glance that it's a general. Jet black as the darkest night. The turban on his head, the cloak black, the stout boots, the belt, the horse on which he rides. Even his skin is bright and pale, his hair and beard dark, his hawk's eyes shining black, only the silver thread of his breast stands out like a star in the night. A white, old scar ran down his strong, firm face. It was a rare and powerful black hawk, radiating power and wildness into the morning dusk. Kuriteshi. The name came to the mind of the watchful Ishtvan. He had never seen the man before, though he had heard of him, but now he felt no hesitation in swearing that this was the man. Scar, the Black Prince of Argos. At his side, mounted on a rather small horse, walks a girl dressed in men's clothes, with a bright, meadow sky gaze fixed on the Scar. On the other side of her, protected by several horsemen, is a man with a fine face and a fair complexion, who is easily recognizable as a nobleman of the Middle Kingdom, and who wears a paro helmet and a good-looking warrior's coat. Exactly. This was the miraculous army that finally appeared in the south of the Central Plains, after having crossed the world's highest peak, Willan, and the unexplored Willan Mountains, despite losing many of their men. The miracle army that finally appeared in the south of the Central Plains was unmistakably the Black Prince Scar and his army. At last, the windbreaker of the steppe is about to reveal its full, black, whirlwind face to the middle ground. Ishtvan didn't know that. He had heard of the disappearance of the armies of Scar and Bek in the town of Lut. But how could it have occurred to a man, let alone to one or two, that he could lead an army of 20,000 men through the wilderness of Willan, when he was a realist? He could not have dreamed of such a thing. He looked at the phantom army as it passed before him in a daze, but then he came to his senses and sprang back into the forest, grabbed the reins of his horse, and, careful not to be seen from the road, began to lead his horse along the very edge of the road, chasing the scowl from tree to tree and bush to bush. Why he had done so, he could not explain to himself. Was it because he was attracted by the strong personality of Scar, or was it because of some unconscious premonition that even he himself could not know? Not long afterwards he caught up again with the head of the army. Holding his horse and sheltering himself in the bushes, he gazed hungrily at the young wolf in the meadow, at the girl in men's clothes beside him, at the two boys behind her, one with the upturned eyes of the east, the other with the blonde hair and the red snow-burned cheeks. And behind them, the fearless horsemen led by their chief. He looked at them as if he were trying to remember every detail, to keep it in his mind. Scar, of course, did not know that such a look existed. His brow is furrowed, and beneath the blackness of his brow his eyes, shining with the joy and power of wild life, look straight ahead, straight ahead. Is he thinking of the thousands of men he lost in the terrible battle with Willan, or of the light and bright meadows that have passed, or of the longing for the battle that lies ahead? After a while he turned round and ordered the two boys to do something. The boys ran out in groups, one on each side. At the same time, in a frightening display of leadership, the whole army came to a halt. Scar led his horse out of the line. With a clatter of his hooves, he gallops back to the middle of the army and raises his hand lightly. The people wait in silence. Brave men of Argos and brothers of the steppe, we have come to the end. Scar's voice rang out loudly in the dawn of the forest. We've crossed over to Cholfin and Sargina, and now it's a straight line from the border to Madras. Paro is almost here. Scar cuts off his words and looks around. They are like children, waiting to hear what comes next. Look, but we're not going to Paro. That's what we decided last night. But we didn't tell you until we'd crossed the Salgina. They say the war has already begun in Crystal. But we'll leave the matter of the crystal to Aldo Neiris, Lord of the Crystal. He's not the kind of man who needs help. There is a little bit of surprise, and a little bit of a buzz. Listen. We will now take the road to the northeast, off the Madras road, and head straight for the Para-Mongol borderland. The Mongols will probably send reinforcements to surround the crystal. We are aiming for that reinforcement, Mongols' conquering army from Taurus to the crystal. In the midst of the shouting, someone shouted loudly. What will happen if Mongol does not send an army to conquer Paro, my prince? Scar stared at the voice. Then it's time for a sudden attack on the heart of Taurus. Don't worry, I'll give you a fight, you brave men from beyond Willen. Wow! Horror! The soldiers beat their saddles and jumped up to applaud. The monkeys of Mongol are coming down to Paro at a leisurely pace, not knowing that. It's almost time for you to see for yourselves what the fighting men of the steppe are capable of. Have patience and follow me a little longer. Aurra, Aurra! We'll follow the Black Prince. The shouts of joy echoed through the quiet, lonely streets of the old city and set the whole place alight. All right, we're off again. We won't sleep under a roof tonight, but in 3 or 4 days we'll be drinking the wine of victory. Come along with me, then. He said nothing, and turned his head again. Almuth. He stood at the head of the group and turned his head, his white teeth gleaming brightly in his sallow face. With a thud the earth was shaken again, and with increased vigor the great army began to advance. The fatigue of the crossing of the Willen, and the loss of thousands of men, did not in the least diminish the spirit of the brave steppe people, but rather emboldened it. Oh dear! Behind the scar, low down, Lord Beck told their sides. I know how much better it would be strategically, but we've come this far and we've got Paro in front of us. Yes. It's a bit of a pain, isn't it? Well, don't tell me. We've made it this far alive. Let's go back to the crystal in style. But still, the sky above is Madras, and Crystal, just 1,000 mods away, a city I have not seen for a long time. A vision of the girl I love comes and goes. Phyllis. Almost there. By now, at the crystal, Neiris must be working hard to take on the siege of Mongol. Lord Beck murmured thoughtfully. In the meantime, the party solemnly increased its speed, and before Istvan the Valachian, who had given up at last and lay still, there appeared one after another, without warning, the feet of horses, the cloaks and boots of men, and the flowing. At last, however, the last of them dwindled away far beyond the road. Istvan waited cautiously until it was no longer in sight, and then he left the bushes and breathed a deep sigh. Was Ursus stunned by the news of the army's arrival? No red bandit could stand against such a large force. They will hide and hold their breath until they know that we have passed completely. Now! He quickly pulled his horse up onto the road and jumped on, before he could get too far from the party. Something fishy is niggling at my heart. But I'll think about it later, for now, I must hurry. Parohi Madras. The dust of the last of the Scar troops is already diminishing, and the red road is silent again. Istvan has gone through the belly of a horse. The road goes on to Parohi, Parohi. Chapter 3. Under what star? Dear Neiris. He called softly to her, and she entered, a female knight in armor and cloak, Lygia. Ah! Although Neiris, looking back, had not yet taken off his light battle dress, which consisted of a body, sword and short cloak. You haven't had a good night's rest yet, have you? Well. You too, Lygia. Nereus had opened the curtains and was gazing down on the crystal city. On a small marble table was a small jar and a cup of fire wine. If it were not for the armor of the two men, they would not have appeared to be in the midst of war, in a simple but beautifully furnished room in the Crystal Palace. It had been more than 10 days since Nereus had led the Holy Knights, successfully defeated Tyran in the face of Carthrin's treachery, and reclaimed the Crystal City for herself. 3 days after the rebellion, he showed up at Genoa, the northeast of the Crystal, with a large army of 30,000 men. The reason why it did not turn into a head-on clash was that although Nereus, who was afraid of his own small army, kept his men tightly together and did not accept Tyran's invitation to defend the 4 main gates of the city, Landsberg Castle, Nerva Castle, Janus Bridge, and to hunker down and be killed. In addition, Tyran did not have enough men to attack the Crystal Palace, which was protected by Landsberg Castle and the 2 rivers, or to besiege the whole city of Crystal. 30,000 men are not enough to surround the whole of the vast city of Crystal, home to 2 million citizens. And since 15,000 troops led by Nerin were already engaged in a fierce battle with the armies of Linus and Avidus to the west of the Crystal, Tyran, with the intention of waiting for Nerin to join him, took up a position to the north of Landsvale Castle, holding the entrances to the various roads and dealing with Nereus' army, which was determined to siege the city. In response to the Nereus forces who were determined to siege the castle, they prepared to fight an endurance battle. There were a few brawls, and Nereus sent out a surprise force of mages to distract the enemy, but the situation itself remained unchanged. 5 days later, 7,000 troops led by the 2 holy knights, the Marquises Durkin and Dervils, entered the Crystal through the south gate to the great delight of the citizens. Tyran's army stood by and watched. They seemed to be confident that it would not make much difference if 5,000 were reduced to 12,000 against 30,000 in any case, and that the defeat of this army now would not affect the war situation itself. As it is, the battle has temporarily reached a stalemate. Look, Ligeia. Again Aldo Nereus lifted the curtain and pointed to the night scene beyond. Numerous bonfires floated in the darkness, like a beautiful dream, or like the sudden appearance of the stars on the earth. Genua's tyranny army. Ligeia nodded. Did you see that? Yes. How are the citizens doing? We have been in high spirits ever since we received Durkin and Dervillus. I have been looking around the city today, and I have seen that more and more people are joining the citizen army, and that Servanus is very happy that he has not been able to procure a good helmet in time. Right. Nereus raises an eyebrow slightly. What about food? At the moment, it seems that we still have enough. We have enough food for 10 days in each of our people's homes. 7,000 more people? For now. And the citizens are ready to give priority to their soldiers. Servanus says that if there is a famine, the guilds will take responsibility for the citizens. I'm not so sure about that. Nereus is lost in thought. Rather, now that the south is open, it might be better to order a second wave of exodus and evacuation. Do you still think the siege will continue? No. Nereus drew back the curtain, came to Ligeia's side and took the cup in his hand. Don't worry about it. You probably won't be starving. Soon the situation will change. Ma. Ligeia looked up at Nereus. The mage? Yes. I just got word from Durham that Rena's army will join up with Linus and Avidu's army not later than tomorrow morning. This would probably destroy Nerin's army. Originally, Linus' army was pushing too hard. Yes, that's right. As ever, he does not show what he knows, or rather, what he knows and what he does not know. He is cautious even of his allies. Ligeia's deep, piercing eyes are fixed on Nereus. I, too, have only just been informed. Perhaps, Nereus added. I have no doubt that this stalemate will end now. As soon as we have Nerin's head, Rena and Linus will enter the Crystal. Tyran will pull back all the siege around the Crystal and rush to set up camp in Genoa. Now it's time to go, Ligeia. Any reinforcements from Taurus? That's the problem. It is said that Amneris has left Taurus with an army of 50,000 men. Nereus said it casually, but his eyes were quickly downcast and he was careful not to let Ligeia read his mind. So now it's time for the fatal confrontation, or rather, fate, I suppose. Nerys said nothing and slowly sipped his strong drink. 50,000. Ligeia didn't dare to say anything more about it. Together with our 30,000, that's 80,000. With Father's and Linus' armies combined, Paro's army is barely 30,000. That's more than double. Yes. Nerys replied as if it were just another person. Ligeia pursed her lips. I'm sure you have a plan. Plan? There's no plan. 30,000 men against an army of 80,000, what kind of a plan is that? Are you trying to be clever again? Self-preservation? No. I can't do that to you. I'm not doing anything. I'm just waiting. What? Take Remus and Argos. And the army of Caravia, which will be more than 80,000. Are you going to make it? It's a gamble, you know. Nerys smiled beautifully. In the meantime, we'll have to hunker down in the crystal with 30,000 men and defend ourselves as best we can. If our king arrives in time, what will happen if you are defeated by the Caurians? What a dangerous gamble. Kauros will not do so. After all, Paro is the closest country to Kauros, and no ally of Mongols would be willing to incur Paro's wrath in a crisis. Especially since we have trade with Caravia and a route to it. But so far, apparently, Remus is taking longer than expected. I sent a messenger to Remus the other day. I thought he'd be able to make peace with Kauros in a few days. Apparently, the boy doesn't like to take my advice. I'm afraid, if he persists in his pretensions to the new king, all I've done will be for nothing, and the crystal will fall into the hands of the goddess of vengeance, and I'll fall under the blade of Zord, and when the new king enters the castle, the crystal will be dead. And when the new king enters the city, the crystal will be the city of death. It's your own fault, you've brought Zord into your life. It's hard. What else could I have done at that moment? As long as I'm here, I won't let that woman take Lady Nerys. Ligeia said wildly. But what? I'm thinking too much. Let's not. I'm curious. Go on, say it. You think too much, my dear. Ligeia said again, but his face was turned away. Because, no matter what, I don't think Lord Nerys would take such a dangerous gamble. It's too risky. If you make a mistake, you could lose your country, your life, everything. What are you talking about? No, I was just thinking. Ligeia walked to the window, looked out and said, if Nerys had been so quick with his wits, he would have sent out his troops when it was clear that Remus' army had cut through Kauros and was close to Paro. In everything else, the time was ripe, but not in Remus. But I don't know how much we can count on his strength. What are you trying to say, Ligeia? Slowly Nerys placed the cup on the table and stood up. Ligeia never looked back. Oh, you poor thing. If Nerys were to successfully defeat the army of Amneris and wait with all her victories for the new king to enter the city, Remus' reputation would be ruined. I'm sure of it. After all, Nerys is the hero who saved Paro from the clutches of Mongol. Remus will enter the castle as an incompetent young king with only a name and a great general to greet him. If Nerys had raised his banner after Remus had at least entered Caravia, and I'd have been crushed in a heartbeat by Mongols' reinforcements. I have few men. I would have had to take a bit of a bite out of the timing, but I would have had to take the bite out of it. Slowly Nerys stood behind Ligeia, raised his hands and put them on her shoulders in a caressing manner. Ligeia is almost as tall as Nerys. He twisted his head and turned, making eye contact with Nerys. First of all, if I do such a dangerous thing and I am defeated by Mongol's army, what will happen? The hero of my country's salvation will turn into a fool of a country. I'm in such trouble now. You're very calm for a man of your age. I can't imagine what Aldo Nerys, Lord of the Crystal, must be thinking. Silly. Softly, Nerys said, and gently put her wiry hand around Ligeia's neck. In front is a high balcony. I told you I was thinking too much. I am a fighter for the Holy King of Paro, you know. Nerys whispered to him. I am a loyal subject of that boy. By blood, you are the older brother's son. So, he has already declared his accession. I am fighting for the day when I will receive the Holy King into his castle. Ligeia, what are you thinking about? I'm not such a bad person. Neris's hand tightened gently. Ligeia looked at the balcony in front of her. Below it is the stone pavement in front of the garden. I am. Ligeia's voice was faint. I'm a knight who gave my life, my heart and my soul to Lord Neris. I want you to show me your heart. Only to me. To prevent any tragedy that might befall us. I don't want any tragedy in my life. Neris's voice held a hint of laughter. Ligeia twists her head and turns around again. Neris's hand clasped her head, and her beautiful lips came softly to Ligeia's lips. No, you can't. Ligeia cowered and slipped easily out of Neris' embrace. It's not. It belongs to you, Linda. If you do that to me, I'll die with a sword in my throat. I thought you loved me. I thought you loved me. Neris said in a reproachful tone, but his eyes were smiling. Yes. How could you cover it up? I love you with all the love I have for my mother and my sister and my vassals. That's why it's too much. Because you don't love me. That's not true. You swore to me over and over that you loved me. Yes, maybe, but not like loving a faithful guard dog. That's fine with me. It's enough. Stay that way, Lady Neris, and stay that way, beautiful and cold, like Iris, the moon I look up to. I want nothing more than that. Forget what I said before. I never dreamed that Neris was secretly trying to replace Remus. Ligeia, you can't be serious, we're in the middle of a war. Oh, yes. I'd forgotten. It's just like you. Come here, it's cold. There's still a lot of alcohol left. From a beautifully carved vase, Neris poured the ruby-colored wine into 2 cups and took a silver vial from a drawer at his desk. We have an unusual flavoring, let's put it in. Sprinkled into the cup with a gentle hand. A faint fragrance of myrrh appears. Come on in. Thank you very much. Ligeia accepted the cup. Where is Lady Neris? Because I don't like the smell. Just the usual, Callum. Neris also took up his cup. For the victory of Paro. For Paro. Ligeia stares at the ruby-colored wine. Neris looked at him with a hint of a sneer. Speaking of you, you try to treat me as if I were the poster child of the doll or the doll itself. I'm not such a bad man, really. I love Paro deeply, and all I care about is restoring peace and freedom to that country. If you were the man you say you are, don't you think I'd be in your way? You're my sibling, you know my weaknesses and everything. And you see into my heart and urge me to open up, not to take sides, but to preach in torment. You're a man with a straight heart and a fierce temper. When you think you can do something, you can't do anything about it. When I came back from Madras, wounded in the crystal, you volunteered to play that role, knowing what it would do to you, even though I didn't stop you. You knew what would happen to you, but you took it. If I had ambitions that I had to cover up, a man like you would be too dangerous to keep around. What would I do if I were really a bad man to the bone? I'd be alone with you, and there'd be no one else around, and I wouldn't be able to play any tricks on you. Why don't you drink? Neris asked innocently. Do you enjoy making fun of me? I've given my life to you. I'm not teasing you, Ligeia. Suspiciously, Neris's eyes were shining. Ligeia staggered suddenly. His black, enigmatic eyes seemed to swell around the room and engulf everything. Drink, Neris ordered. You love me, don't you? Yes, it is. Ligeia said wildly, then raised her cup and drank it in one gulp. A stinging taste. She murmured. My mage prepared it, it's a poison. Ligeia shrugged his shoulders. Don't bother with all that mumbo-jumbo, just tell me that you're in the way of my ambitions and that I should die, and I'll slam myself off the balcony onto the cobblestones at any time. A strange silence falls. What do you think? Nothing, nothing. Are you afraid of me, sir? I'm not Lady Amneris. You're a man who can't eat. Neris murmurs. Then, suddenly, he burst into a chuckle. All right, Ligeia. No more fooling around. How about this fragrance? It tastes like a sting. You don't like it much? I thought it was quite nice and different. Neris filled his cup again and sprinkled from his vial. So, you'll be in the column this time. Or do you want to keep it? I've had enough. I'll have to go back soon. And you never believed that I might be able to do something to you. You're not that stupid. Neris was as unhappy as a child whose mischief had not frightened him as he had wished. You're not a pretty person, he said. This time, we'll make it real. You want to get back at me for lecturing you. You'll always be a child. You also scold me a lot these days. I can't help scolding you. If only you could believe in someone, and I don't mean me, the way I believe in you. Anxiously. Sometimes, when I look at you, I wonder if this is what a mother really is. Neris whispered, almost in his mouth, and sipped his drink. Most people would believe me if I said it was poisonous. It's a real sting. I like that. That's what's wrong with you. Ligeia laughed and bowed out. When do you think the war will change, Naren? It'll fall apart tomorrow and the next day. Anyway, I've only got one idea. I won't let Amneris and Tyron join forces. As soon as Rena and the others enter the crystal, we'll strike back and take Tyron out in a single breath. If he strikes Tyron, his 30,000 men will fall. We'll go around him and keep him from joining up with Amneris' army. If we do that, we can win 30,000 against 30,000. 30,000 against 80,000 is impossible, but 30,000 against 50,000, as long as I'm here in the Crystal Palace, should never be difficult. So this stagnation will end in a day or two. So, I'll be busy. I'm sure you will. But Ligeia was about to leave, but stopped. Tell me. Are you sure? Are you sure that's all? What do you mean? Do you still think I'm hiding something, like a magician? Well, you know, I've always been so surprised by Mr. Neris that I've become accustomed to expecting it. Even I can't touch what I don't have. Anyway, all I can do is hope that Remus can get through Kauros and into Calavia soon. I'll ask him again. Please don't do that. 15 is an age of great self-esteem, even if it isn't, even if the advice is reasonable, just because an adult tells you to. Ligeia suddenly stopped saying, Is that so? Is that so? No way, but if we have no other choice, we will leave the threat of Kauros to His Majesty the King and ask Adlon to come to the capital. Neris said without any hesitation. A fool's errand, Janice, is a fool's errand. It's the best thing to do in times like these. Ligeia said nothing more, bowed and turned to leave. To that. Suddenly, Neris said, I wonder why. I'm still waiting for something. I can't help feeling that something is going to happen now. I don't know what it is, but something important is coming, an important turning point. Until I see it, I'm going to have to cough and cough and cough, so I'm just going to have to sit back and be an inept schemer, Ligeia. The tone of his voice was serious and sober, which was unusual for him. Ligeia could not help staring at him. What do you say is going to happen? Something bad? Or will it be a heavenly help to us? I don't know. You know, Ligeia, at times like this, I think. I wish Linda was here, my little seer, by my side. Ligeia fell silent, bowed again and left. Looking away, Neris sank into thought. His eyes had never been so madly sincere. 3 days later, Neris' long-awaited turning point has finally arrived. The day before, an early horse from Durham had brought the good news that the armies of Lunnon and Linus had won a crushing victory over the White Knights of Naren, and that they had raised the head of Naren and were immediately on their way to the crystal in pursuit of the remainder of the army. Well, I'll get Naren's head. As might be expected, the faces of the people gathered at the headquarters were bright. My lord. Now we can go to Tyron for the final battle. If it's 30,000 against 30,000, leave it to me, I'll give them more than enough to think about, whether there's a grudge or not. In case of war, let me be the first. No, I'll take the lead. The people know that they are about to run out of provisions for their makeshift siege. Now, the area south of the crystal was back in Paro's hands, and the supply line was open. The people were overjoyed. Now all we have to do is wait for His Majesty Remus to enter the crystal. No, my lord, we mustn't be too sure. They say that Mongols' reinforcements are already close to Juno. How dare my holy order lag behind an army led by a woman? Although Nerys smiled with his usual serenity and composure as he listened to the chatter of the people. If it is a quality of a good general not to be shaken by difficulties and not to be unnecessarily excited by advantages, this was precisely what his constant calmness was. No one, not even the most discerning, could see that beneath this calmness lay a secret irritation, an irritation which, strangely enough, increased after the good news of Naren's defeat. And no one could have known why. Only Ligeia, from time to time, looked at her beloved master with a soft, anxious look in her eyes. With a faraway look in his eyes, as if he was waiting for something, but what? You said something was going to happen. What do you think is going to happen? The irritation of Nerys, and the patience with which he waited, did not seem to change even when the day dawned and 20,000 men, with Rena, Linus and Avidus, arrived at the crystal. Long live Paro! Hail, Holy Order! The reinforcements came triumphantly to the crystal from the south gate. The spearhead of the spearman who stands at the head of the line, proudly displaying the banner of the royal house of Paro, bears the head of the White Knight Captain Naren, the second in command of Mongol, who was the victor in the crystal for more than a year. Woe, woe, woe! The citizens of Crystal, clad in their civic gear and armed to the teeth, though most of the old men, women and children had already fled, welcomed the triumphant army with childlike glee. They welcomed the triumphant army, and their cheers filled the whole city, even the Tyrannian camp at Genua. The people crowded around the soldiers, cheering and congratulating them, offering them wine and calling out the names of Rena, Linus and Avidus. All three generals were uninjured and in good spirits. Leaving the troops at the great barracks in the southwest of the palace, and leaving them to the gratitude of the citizens, the principal men immediately set out for the Crystal Palace without changing their armor. They were the Marquis of Lunnon, the Count of Linus, Valerius, the Chief of Staff, the Holy Knight Avidus, and about 20 men of captaincy. The General Aldo Nerys, himself in full military dress, accompanied by the Marquis of Wallace, Durkin, Darvars and Aurelius, welcomed the triumphalists to the south gate of the palace. As it was during the war, there was no ceremonial exchange. I'm here. The elder Lunnon dismounted and knelt down before Nerys, and the others followed suit. I'm a little late, but I've brought back the head of Naren. That was a good job. Nerys congratulated him. I know you are weary, but at this moment, with 30,000 Tyrannian troops in camps south of Genua, I must ask for your help again. But for now, I need you in the palace. I can't do much, but I've prepared a victory feast. I'm sorry, sir. What gave Naren his head grade? I've been summoned. Avidus' son, Midas. It's a big deal. You will be rewarded. Here. Nerys removed the jeweled dagger from his waist and gave it to the man of merit. Linus. I'm sorry for your loss. It is a great pleasure to see you looking so well in public. Avidus. I've been waiting for you. Valerius. Nerys' smile deepened. I'm so glad you're here. We've got a great soldier on board, and I'm sure he'll do a great job. I am in a cold sweat at your kind words. Valerius bowed his head politely. Having thus spoken a few words to each of the generals, Nerys invited them to the Crystal Palace. The feast of victory was but a drink of congratulation, to be followed immediately by a military council. The soldiers are in the big drill hole. When they've finished, let them go into the barracks and rest. Tell the King's Guard to brace themselves and be ready for any surprise attack by the enemy. After a rest, we'll start organizing immediately. We are in the middle of a battle. Ha! Nerys was the first to go, and was about to mount his horse to return to the Crystal Palace. Volus arrived. He has a troubled look on his face. What's the matter, Volus? But the citizens who followed the procession of the princes of Lunnon and the others to the outer gate, numbering some 2,000, did not disperse easily, and they called out the name of the prince, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. They are calling the Lord's name and asking to see him. We've thrown out gold coins as a token of congratulation and asked the guards to go back to work, but they've been screaming like children, Lord Nerys, and they won't go away. They're a helpless bunch, aren't they? Nerys laughed. All right, I'll just show you my face from the top of the tower. The lords will go to the crystal room first and I'll be right behind. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. The Vols were relieved, and said to the lords in attendance. After all, since your arrival, the citizens of the city have not been able to pass the night or the day without you. Let's go. Nerys motioned for Volus to intercept him and walked with his entourage towards the great gate. See it off. It seems to me that Lord Nerys has somehow grown a size, Durkan. Rena said to Durkan, his eyes narrowed, as if he were a father reunited with his child for the first time. Oh, yes. When you and Lord Beck were here, I didn't think you'd be as good as you are now, but ever since you entered the crystal, your command and control of the people has been just right. His Majesty will be relieved. With such a great Prime Minister at his back, I was able to come here relaxed and calm. Rena repeated. Now all we have to do is to defeat Mongol's army, Father. And it was Lygia who came to me. Oh, Lygia. Thank you for your efforts. Have you been in the service of the Lord Nerys? You look well, too. It's been a while, hasn't it? What were the circumstances of the separation? Neither the father nor the daughter seemed to care about this. The first thing he said was not the joy of his daughter's safety, but that of Nerys. You've done well. That's all right, I'll take care of the young lord from now on. I knew you'd say that. But it seems that Nerys is planning to do something very soon. All the lords were going to the Crystal Palace. On their backs, suddenly, Nerys must have appeared to them. Long live Lord Crystal. Nerys, my dear. Long live the Lord Nerys. The earth trembled and the crowd cheered. What is it, Valerius? Where have you been? Linus was startled when he was suddenly approached from behind. I looked for it, but I couldn't see it, so I wondered what was the matter. I was just watching the citizens. Valerius, accepting the cup which Linus had left for him. Well, that's just great. Lord Nerys is more popular than I thought he would be. No wonder. You're a hero for successfully getting your crystal back. The people were so enthusiastic that they could have seen the ground the Nerys were on. I suppose they were even happier now that they thought he was dead. Well, that's the thing. Linus grimaced. When he remembered that the poison on his sword had been replaced by that of the dreaded Darbura, which he had meant to be a sleeping potion, and that if it had not been for the caution with which Nerys had set up his own shadow, he would have killed the prince of his house with his own hands, Linus was always horrified. But Valerius doesn't care a bit about Linus' feelings. Are you sure you want to do this? What? The Duke's popularity. Wouldn't it offend His Majesty Remus a little if he came into the castle and saw how popular the Duke is? I don't think so. Most people wouldn't find it funny. Valerius. Linus looked around. What the hell are you trying to say? Not really. But I'm sorry for Remus. No matter how proudly he enters the castle as king, and that will probably only happen once the Duke has dispatched Mongol's army, he'll be a shadow of a shadow. You will not be able to see them. But that doesn't mean that it's wrong to shine in the sun, though it's not your fault. Valerius kept his mouth shut. For Lygia had casually approached him with a tray full of morsels. This is Princess Lygia. You speak like a stranger. I was your mistress, Valerius, once, albeit theatrically. I'm sorry, sir. You were very enthusiastic about it, weren't you? Lygia's wise eyes looked between Linus and Valerius. I'm told Lord Nerys is very popular, princess. Well, you can't help it, can you, people? Why are you doing this again? No matter how much you try to gain popularity, it's hard to gain it. It's not every day you meet a man like you. You're a lucky man. People are honest. But I wish they'd be a little more sensible. Or else, he's going to prick me in the belly where it doesn't hurt. Mr. Naris would never be in a good mood. Of course. But I don't know if people can see that. Adults will understand, of course. It's our role to help those who don't. Isn't that right? As you say, Princess Ligeia. I'm glad you're here, Valerius. He's an excellent military commander himself, of course, but it's not good for a general to be a military commander himself. In that sense, he's very suitable for the role of Prime Minister. He knows that very well. He always tells me that, but now he has no choice. I will do my utmost to help you. To each other. Mr. Linus, I forgot to tell you. Congratulations on your engagement. They talked for a while about Linus' engagement. Afterwards, Ligeia said, as if remembering. Yes, I did. Valerius, you were a student at Master O Tang Fei's school. Do you know a student named Lon from Calabria? His name is. I'm told you're quite brilliant. I've come to know you by chance. If you'd like, we'd be happy to meet you. But of course, that's only if the war is over and we've won. After Ligeia had gone, Valerius followed her closely as she disappeared among the people in the hall. You're a clever man. It's like mumbling. What the hell? What's going on? Linus is puzzled. He came to check me. He saw that I was going to make all sorts of underhanded accusations. You know what Mr. Naris always says to me. I don't know what you're talking about, Valerius. It's fine. Valerius only smiled under his breath. Let us not lose sight of our immediate objective. Our immediate enemies are Mongol's army of 50,000 against Paro and Tyran's army of 30,000. He is not a man to be trifled with and neglected. Valerius' eyes were fixed on Aldo Naris, who had just entered the room. Once more there was an ovation in the hall for Lord Crystal. Linus and his men were in the opposite corner of the great hall. Even from a distance, Naris, her lustrous black hair fluttering over her cloak, looked as beautiful, dignified and distinguished as a god of war. Of course, Rena, Linus, Durkan, Darvars, and the others believed that when Rena and his men joined the army, and the number of our troops increased to more than 30,000, they would immediately change their defensive attitude and attack. Naris, too, had repeatedly stressed that the only chance of victory lay in preventing Amneris reinforcements from joining Tyran's army. Amneris' army is now close to the border. The army of Amneris is now approaching the border, and although it is taking longer than expected to march because of the difficulty in procuring supplies and food for the 50,000-strong army, it is certain that it will reach Juneau within the next day or two. Despite this, after the arrival of Rena and his men, there was no order for a counterattack, which seemed to be immediate. This was quite a surprise to the Tyran army of Genua. As soon as they heard the news of Naren's defeat and the arrival of the Lunnan army, the Tyran army began to move. Depending on how we responded, we could avoid a clash in equal numbers, retreat to the Kemi area, join the Amneris forces, and wait for an overwhelmingly large force, or we could avoid a city battle in the Crystal, where the Paro forces were more familiar with the geography, or we can meet them at Genua, avoiding a city battle at the Crystal. In either case, the camp at Genua has been withdrawn and the troops are ready to move in immediately. Naris did not move. 1 day, 2 days. You can see the tension and frustration rising in Paro's army. What on earth does Lord Naris think he's doing? Why isn't the order to go to war given? We are waiting with bated breath for the right moment. Even the likes of Dervils and Navidus have been heard to say that, secretly. If Amneris's army comes, there's no way to fight against an army nearly 3 times as big. I'm sure Mr. Naris has a plan, but still. Why on earth would? Dear Naris. In desperation, Ligeia went to Naris' room again. It's time to go. We're all in a panic. I know. Unexpected. For a long time now, he has been confined to his room and has not been seen by the generals. Her eyes are somewhat hollowed out with frustration, although she has become even more glamorous and bewitching with the uncontrollable turmoil in her heart that she usually does not show. I don't think you're sticking to that story yet. Something is going to happen, he said. He was about to say, when Ligeia was startled. Is that so? But that's ridiculous. We don't know what's going to happen, we don't even know if it's really going to happen, and yet here we are, a general of an army. The days of mystery are long gone. Lord Nerys. I know. Nerys clenched his fists and slammed the table with a rough gesture that was also unusual. It's not about that. I'm waiting to win. Ha! That's when Ligeia's eyes suddenly lit up. Excuse me. Then, out of nowhere, a member of the mage squad appeared. Though more familiar than the others, Ligeia involuntarily bit back a cry. Is it urgent? Nerys looked up slowly. There was a sudden, piercing light in his eyes. On his pale cheeks there was a faint hint of blood. Yes. I don't care about the gears. Say it. There was something strange in the crystal early this morning. Strange things. Strange things. Ligeia looked at Nerys in astonishment. He had never seen Nerys in such a state of excitement before. He was so restrained that others would not have recognized him, but he must have been. The astrological chart shows a huge red star entering the middle temple from the Temple of Victory, not from the Temple of Woe. We have been casting our nets in anticipation of what is to come. Before dawn this morning, a man entered the crystal in secret, and afterwards, apparently in search of a way to present himself to the Lord Nerys. It seems that he was looking for a way to see Nerys. What kind of man are you? I'm still young. A man from Primorsky Krai, they say. It seemed to Ligeia that Nerys' face had cleared up. The red star, the Palace of Victory. He murmured. Where is the man? I've got my eye on you, sir. Ambula's obscure lodgings. How may I help you? Let's meet. As Ligeia arched her back to stop him, Nerys said firmly, I'm not going to do it. Bring me here, now. When Ishvan entered the Crystal City, it was already in a state of excitement. Armed citizens have barricaded the gates of the city and are searching all who pass through. As usual, many evacuate with their belongings in their cars. In normal circumstances, the air would have been inhospitable to a foreigner, but this is an Ishvan who is used to following the path of the snake. Wherever and whatever the country, the world of rogues, the underworld, has its own rules and its own territory. When Ishvan crossed the border from Madras, he went to Salam without hesitation and went to the gambler's house there. Ishvan's master, Cord, is a deified master in this society, and Ishvan himself is a man who has always had a strange way of being liked by others. Having succeeded in winning the favor of his master, and obtained a waybill, a place to settle down in the crystal, and a letter of introduction for that purpose, he decided to follow his master's advice and disguise himself as a Miroku. Either way, he is instantly recognizable as a Primorsky Krai man, and it is easier for him to make his case when he wears a disguise that completely covers his face. In Paro, only the Miroku pilgrims and the mages are not afraid to pull down their hoods. But you can't pretend to be a mage. When they talk to you, you'll have to answer with a simple spell or scripture. Taking his advice, Ishvan went on a pilgrimage to Miroku and learned how to behave in a simple way, how to clasp hands and how to greet people. In spite of, or perhaps because of, the proximity of Yaga, the holy city of Miroku, there were not many Myroks in Wallachia. The pilgrims of Miroku walked on foot, making signs and looking down. But Ishvan was so anxious that he rode his horse to the outskirts of the city and left it there. Thanks to the bills, he was able to pass through the city gate with ease. The Miroku believe in God's mercy, forbid killing, and go to the battlefield to save and care for the wounded. Therefore, in this time of emergency, a Miroku priest who wanted to enter the Crystal of War was not met with any hesitation. As soon as he had successfully entered the city, he went to the gambling master of Ambula, to whom Salam had been introduced, and removed his disguise. So far, so good, but in fact Ishvan had no idea what to expect. Proud of his ability to act and do things, he thought that if he could just get to the crystal, he would be able to handle it, and he set out for it. But the crystal is new to even Ishvan, who has been to many countries, and he is in the middle of a war. If we'd recruited mercenaries, we could have gotten in. From the very beginning he has not thought of dealing with the lowly. Then, by the time he gets from the bottom to the top, all the credit will be lost, and it will take too long. His aim was to somehow get a chance to meet the Lord Crystal, who was above the Marquis of the Holy Knights and, if possible, the Lord Commander. At any rate, he believes that a glance at the secret book will surely turn everything around. For a moment, you'll wonder if it's a fake, a trap, a hoax, but you'll know in time that he's the real deal. And then. Until then, he won't be fazed by being thrown in jail. Just, anyway. The walls of the Paro royal house were too tight for a simple mercenary, though Istvan tried his best to seize the opportunity to see them. Can't we get into Crystal Palace somehow? I have just returned from a reconnaissance trip in the guise of a Miroku monk, astonished and dismayed by the grandeur, splendor and solidity of its defenses. It was not like the luxurious but ordinary diplomatic missions of the Grand Dukes of Wallachia, but a multi-storied palace, protected by rivers, towers and high walls, which could have been a huge city in itself. Damn it, now I've got the armor of a parrot soldier and I'm going to get lost on the battlefield. That's all I can do, he thought, as he pondered in vain. Hey, guest. I'm a guest. I was frightened when someone called out to me from downstairs. In this crystal city, where there are no strangers, there is no one to ask for help. What the hell are you doing? He put his hand on the hilt of his dagger, opened the window halfway so that he could jump out at a moment's notice, and opened the door cautiously. I felt as if a black shadow had appeared in front of me. A faint, powdery spilling sound. There was something sweet smelling in the air, and then Istvan's body had turned round and was lying on the floor in a heap. Not long after, it was in a room in a mage's tower, where the candlelight cast a wobbly shadow on the walls. Come in. The heads of all the mages in the room, who did not know who they were, moved in unison. It was Aldo Neyris, Lord of the Crystal. Neyris wore a long black cloak, and, unaccompanied, he looked as if he himself were a man of magic. What's wrong? Thank you for coming. Next time. Have you put him to sleep? The people of Primorsky Krai are unfamiliar with witchcraft, and I'm afraid it will take a lot of persuasion. Did you check? I'm sure you did. Dylan stepped forward. This man, Rhaegar, and several others, jointly bearing secret letters to Mongol, Archduke of Vlad. From Rhaegar. Neyris's beautiful face twitched. Is it real? Or is it a trap? In our eyes, it is an unmistakable and true secret book. How it came into the hands of this man is now a matter of inquiry. Wait. Neyris gave him a hand. Let's see. To this. It appeared in Dylan's hand, folded small and placed in a kind of leather tube. Neyris reached for it, but... No, first of all, I'd like to know who the young man is still sleeping in the smoke of the Black Lotus. You said you infiltrated the crystal around dawn this morning. Neyris walked noiselessly through Dylan's curtain into the next room, and ran his keen, unseeing eyes over the young, sallow face that lay there. Then he made a short sound and stopped. Mr. Neyris. How can I help you? Even if you don't like it. No. Neyris smiled faintly. Self-mockery, he thought. At first glance, I thought it was Dean. When I look at him like this, there is not the slightest resemblance except in age, hair color, etc. I wonder why. The mages wait in silence. May I begin the interrogation? After a moment, Dylan asks. Neyris' eyes are fixed on Istvan. Dylan repeated. Neyris looked back at him as if he had just realized something. Yeah, I guess so. He seemed to be thinking about it, but then. No, good. Neyris said in a clear and determined tone. Dylan and his friends look up. Take this young man, Karaini, to my living room. And then, where is this? I have tied it to the roots of my hair. Leave him as he is. Take him to the drawing room and then undo the trick. I want to have a word with him. I don't know how it came about that a young man from Primorsky Krai brought Mongol's secret book to Paro, but since he's bringing it to Paro he's not exactly an enemy. This man has a very unusual appearance. Let him speak frankly first. Thank you. Dylan, grab a couple more people and come with me. Yes, sir. Neris nodded, stood up softly and flung back his cloak. His eyes were strangely distant, as if he was remembering someone else. That's why. As soon as Istvan the Valachian regained consciousness, he realized that he had been placed on a couch in the most magnificent and beautifully furnished room he had ever seen. On the other side of the room, two black mages, like sinister ravens, huddled together, the only difference between them and the beauty of the room. Immediately, Istvan began to rant and rave. Who do you think you are? 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 I felt like I couldn't stand it any longer, thinking that this might happen. Please wait. Dylan, who had often been told off by Neris, held up his hand and interrupted him. You're right to be angry, but our master will see you now. You can explain yourself afterwards. An apology. An apology. A little relieved to see that the secret book was still there, he ran his hand casually through his hair, but still angry. What's your excuse for snatching a man's life? Why don't you just tell us where the hell we are? What's with all the glitz and glamour, like a crystal palace? Suddenly, he was taken aback. Crystal palace. That's right. A quiet voice came from the other side of the door. Immediately, Dylan and his friends kneeled down, hands clasped in a gracious manner, and lower their heads so low that they touched their joined hands. This is the Crystal Palace, my home. They say it's the little palace of Kalini. The door is open. He had already thrown off his sinister black cloak and was dressed in his favorite loose loungewear and a long sleeveless jacket. The purple velvet and black, with a few touches of silver, seemed to match the splendid and beautiful furnishings of the room. Ah, I beg your pardon for the rudeness of my men. They meant no harm. This is their way of doing things. Mages use their magical powers before they can speak. I, your master, apologize on your behalf. Will you accept my apology? Know that. Istvan could not say a word more. Stammering, he could not look away, but crossed the room with a relaxed gesture and looked at his partner, who was leaning back in his favorite chair. How? Istvan never remembered that he had ever gazed at a man with so much beauty. He has always been conceited about his own face, which he considers to be very handsome, and he is very satisfied with the effect it has on women, but he has never been interested enough in other men's faces to look at them. But it was not only because of the beauty of the woman in front of me that I was staring at her with my mouth wide open, as if I were mesmerized. What should I have said? One glance, just one glance, at him, and a strange, never-before-known feeling suddenly arose in his realist, ambitious, proud, self-conceited heart and filled him with joy. It was praise. Rather than the beauty of the man, it is what is through him, his eyes like a deep and glorious lake in the night that seems to engulf him, and the dazzling glitter of opulence and splendor that dazzles the beholder. More than all these, the royal, holy, majestic, noble, and overwhelming dignity of a more divine birth, which pervaded his whole being like a fragrance, was the very essence of his life. And yet, through his acquaintance with Linda, the Valachian Istvan, who had only a cursory acquaintance with such things, was overwhelmed, attracted, yes, fascinated. Oh! Istvan, that Istvan, unconsciously straightened himself up and stammered. You are. Aldo Neris, Lord of the Crystal. Neris is used to that reaction of the common people when they look at him closely. He said softly and quietly, this is the general of the Paro Independence Army. And you are. Oh, Istvan hesitated. The Valachian. Istvan of Wallachia. What could it be? It was too insignificant. It was a name that no one knew and no one wanted to know. He was a young man, full of pride and anxiety, and he believed in his destiny and in his power to become a general and a king, and to rule over the Middle Kingdom. But now, in the face of such an imposing name as Aldo Neris, Lord of the Crystal, in short, he was nothing more than a young mercenary, a casualty. His fragile heart was immediately roused to a sharp and stinging humiliation. To Linda he told her that he would not accept a place in the nobility by her power, but that he would come for her in her own right, without any help from him. But, at any rate, Linda was a woman, a younger, helpless girl whom he had helped. But Nerys. He was not much older than him, he was the same man, he was a royal prince by birth, he was as beautiful as Allure, and now he was about to lead a great army into battle to decide the fate of his country. He blew his lips. "My name is Istvan of Wallachia," he said. I wonder how many complicated thoughts were swirling in his chest. Nerys nodded. His face was serious, without even a hint of a smile. "Istvan of Wallachia, tell me your business," Nerys said, raising his deep eyes and looking squarely at Istvan. Nerys could clearly see the feeling in Istvan's heart. Nerys's voice had the sound of a man casually asking and waiting for help. Istvan stared back at the prince of the Holy Family, and his lover's close cousin, whom he had heard so much about. The same black, but the one as deep and mysterious as a lake in the night, the other as shining as obsidian, with all the characteristics of youth, cheerfulness, boldness, anxiety and ambition, spilling out of it. The eyes of the two seemed to be spilling over. Istvan stood up straight, knelt down and raised his hands. He untied the roots of his hair and took out the precious article which he had kept inside. "Look here. By chance, I came across this in Agolis. I had to see the Duke, after all, so I came here by night and by day." "In Aglaia." Nerys took it, untied it with her supple fingers, and smiled into his eyes. "Why did you give it to me?" I was ready for the answer. Well, you see, I was a mercenary, and I traveled the world, and I was once a mercenary of Mongol. Not only do I have a grudge against Mongol, but the moment I set foot in Mongol is the moment my head will fall. Yes, but you were born in Wallachia. I don't mean that I doubt you. I just want to know why you chose me. Istvan gulped down his spit. "I'm the most wanted man in Wallachia." He saw the smile in Nerys's eyes, but suddenly he was seized with an irresistible impulse and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't help it. So you see, I'm a rogue mercenary who's had enough of this mercenary business, and I've got this secret book, and I've found someone who's willing to pay the highest price for it. I have found the person who will pay the highest price for it." "You thought it was me, didn't you?" Nerys laughed. "Well, that depends on the contents of that secret book, what you're talking about. I'll tell you what." Suddenly, Nerys stopped talking. "I read it down quickly, and then read it again, and then read it again 3 times. This is. There was something strange in the quiet voice. "Istvan, you have seen this, have you not?" "No, that's not why I want to stop you from speaking. Since you risked so much to bring it to me, it is clear that you are not Paro's enemy." This again. He stands up and invites Dylan and the others to join him. Andonis, Chancellor of Rhaegar, Yeo Alona, Queen of Rontier, Corvinus, Governor of Ephrasia, Countess Orlok of Thrace, and Olly Trevan, Duke of Wallachia, a joint seal. Quietly, Nerys said in a voice that showed not the slightest sign of distress. "Here it is written. The navies of the 4 countries have been sent to blockade the port of Paro in response to Aglaia's request. But later, in Paro, he assassinated the king of Agraia, Borgo Valan, and suppressed the Agraia navy, and turned to the side of Mongol, the ally of Agraia, Wallachia, also imprisoned Lodistrevan at the same time, and made Olly Trevan the new Grand Duke. Here, Primorsky Krai is completely on the side of Mongol," Dylan said emotionlessly. A silence fell. This is. Eventually. It was Aldo Nerys, after all, who spoke slowly. His voice was full of laughter. "Dylan, I thought it was you who said that the Red Star had entered the Middle Temple to bring victory. It's no good. I am astonished that out of 6 countries, 5 have betrayed Agullus and Lodistrevan, and have made a secret agreement to join Rhaegar. If we had not known this, we would have been in trouble. Primorsky Krai would have cut off trade with Paro and we would have been left in the dust. Poor Borgo Valan, he would never have dreamed that he was under siege. At this moment, the navies of 4 nations are advancing through the sea to Paro. Therein lies death, treachery, and bloodshed." Nerys said, singing. "Mr. Nerys. Good. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Think about it for half a minute and then, no, now, bring Valerius here secretly. I'm not sure I can do this on my own. Dylan, get all available men to the Mage Tower. They'll have to work hard. Don't worry. It would have been fatal if I didn't know. But now that I do, I'll turn it into a blessing. I see, perhaps this was not a star of misfortune. The navies of the 4 nations are still at sea. We've got moves to make, and time to make them. Dylan, make your arrangements. I'll be in the tower soon, with Valerius. Yes, sir. Dylan and the others left as quickly as the shadows. We've still got some time before Valerius arrives. Neris murmured, clapped his hands and called his maidservant to bring him some wine. Ishtvan, he said gently, as he poured a handful of sake and offered it to me, giving me a cursory glance. You're right, this one was worth the asking price. Thanks to you, apparently, Paro will not be cut down from behind. Ha! Ishtvan gazed at Neris as if fascinated. Right before our eyes, a moment unfolded in which the fate of a country, of Ina, of Paro, of Mongol, of the whole of Primorsky territory, was on the line. International politics, intrigues, bargaining, the rise and fall of nations. Until now, despite his talk of one day becoming a king, he has always been a common lad, a mercenary, and therefore as free and carefree as the wind. Before his eyes unfolded a dazzling history, the fierce battles of the nations, and the figure of the prime minister, who in reality controls the country and holds its destiny in his hands. Ishtvan was intoxicated with a strange, acrid liquor which he had never known before. Destiny, or fate, the breathtaking shudder and awe that is now being cast upon man's unbelievable ambition to be as close to God as possible. Fascination, jealousy and envy of those who live there and feed on them in reality. One day, I too will be like that, I will be like that. It was no longer a boy's vague dream or longing. It was more like a spell, something that penetrated and addicted the soul. In the Neris, Ishtvan saw what his unconscious had been seeking. Ishtvan. Say what you like. Whatever you want. What's the reward? The voice of Neris drew Ishtvan, who had been drunk with the wine of success and destiny, back to earth. Ishtvan felt something almost akin to bitterness. He was of no interest or value to this beautiful, parochial vizier and general of the rebels. Ishtvan's eyes blazed with fire, and he forgot at last his shyness. With a boldness that astonished him, as if challenging him, he stared into the face of Aldo Neris, the most beautiful face of all, and said to him in a smashing tone. Please buy me. I'll be your sword. Oh my. Neris' eyes smile. A mere sword. That's a very reasonable price, isn't it? You said you were sick of being just a mercenary. Can I be a knight of Paro? It's written on your face, I'm expensive. I'll set the price myself. Ishtvan said, I am very excited. I want to make a name for myself, to be a knight marquis, to be lord of Calavia. All I want is entrance. I want to be your knight and I want you to call me. At last, when they had done all that was necessary, the weary Neris, Valerius, and the mages returned to the Crystal Palace. The long night had barely begun to dawn. Of course, they had not slept a wink. But they were not yet allowed to lay down their weary bodies. Well, Valerius. Nothing's gone wrong, has it? Well, I think we've done all we can think of. The only thing left to do is to see what the other side will do. Valerius was always Neris' most loyal and devoted advisor, when Neris was thus devoting all his faculties to Paro and to Paro alone. I don't know. To what extent should we inform people about this? Now, if we inform the public unnecessarily, it will only cause confusion and upset people's minds. Instead, we should keep this to ourselves. I think so, too. I'm glad you're here, Valerius. You've given me confidence in my abilities. I'm sorry, sir. Lord, you look very tired. Oh, a little. Let's see if we can get some sleep before dawn. It only took me a couple of zangs to work all the way in. It'll make all the difference. Thanks to you, Valerius. It's outrageous, sir. You, too, should get some rest. When Valerius bowed his head and was about to leave, Nereus said casually, I'm sorry, but I don't know what to say. I wouldn't have to be afraid of anything if you were always willing to be my advisor. Have a good time. Valerius replied in a whisper. Why should a man like you, who is himself such a great warrior, need my help? I'm just a humble retainer who can help. Nereus watched as Valerius bowed politely and left the room. Then he called his servant and ordered him to drink. But it was not long before Ligeia came in with a tray. Oh, Ligeia, you've done it again. Since when has a princess been my lady of the night? I'm not going to sleep peacefully while Mr. Nereus is busy on his own. Ligeia placed before him a hot, honeyed and flavored wine. You look very tired, sir. Please finish this and get some sleep. Thank you. Nereus sipped his drink a little at a time and breathed a small sigh. So, Mr. Nereus, what you've been waiting for has finally happened, hasn't it? Yes, it has. This envoy from Primorsky Krai or whatever. You've got nothing to hide, Ligeia. As a matter of fact, Nereus spoke briefly of Istvan of Wallachia and of the important letter which he had brought. Valerius and I are in agreement that there is no profit in informing the Paro army of this. It would be a disheartening addition to our otherwise disadvantageous army, which I, Valerius, and the Mage Corps will take care of, and you, Ligeia, will do the same. Very well, sir. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. And this mercenary, did you have him? He's an interesting young man. Are you sure you're not an assassin or a secret agent? It's all right if it is. He seemed pretty good, but not as good as me. You've got to be kidding me. The gears are tight. Swords or no swords, there's poison. Very well, I'll examine the man myself. You doubt my judgment of people. It's not that, but Mr. Nereus finds too many things amusing. Because that can be useful, A farmer came in and bowed. Excuse me, sir. The Wallachian Istvan, whom you have just seen, has something important to tell you, and he would like to see you again immediately. Nereus glanced over at Ligeia. Very well. I'll show you where to go. It's a good opportunity. Ligeia said, after his son had gone down. I'd like to stay here, if that's all right. It would be a good protection. If you're talking about guards, I've always had a mage escort. Nereus said. Good. Just make sure you get a good look at him. I thought he was interesting. He may be a bit of a patsy, but he says what he means and he's very lively. He's the sort of young man you don't often see in Nakahara. Soon afterwards a servant came to show Istvan round. What's the matter? Did Karaini give you a room? Nereus called out to him in a friendly manner. Istvan was a little surprised to see the beautiful Ligeia in her knightly attire, with her eyes fixed on him in the corner of the room, but he replied in a much calmer tone than at the first audience. Yes, sir. And we'll have a nice club tomorrow morning. What did I forget to tell you? What's so important it can't wait until morning? I don't know what to tell you, sir. Istvan looks at Nereus intently. I think the Duke would know what it means. It's so strange and impossible that the more I think about it, the more I worry about it and the more I can't sleep. In fact, Wait. Nereus' eyes suddenly narrowed. Suddenly he leaned forward with an enthusiasm that frightened Ligeia. A strange, an impossible thing. Yes. Istvan gulped down his spit. I went from the route to Karavaya, through the great marshes, under the eyes of the Kaurian soldiers, and out of Tarsus by a side road to Sarzina. The reason for this was that the route from Marga to the Crystal would be heavily guarded and we might get caught up in the fires of war. However, Sarzina was home to a band of thieves and we got caught up in an unexpected situation. Istvan told briefly how he had been thrown into a bandit's fortress and narrowly escaped. And when he was about to go out to the Red Road, and he thought of the army of the meadow which had passed before him, and which had appeared to him out of thin air, as if in a vision or in a dream. I'm going to be very careful. Nereus' eyes glittered. Scar! He shouted as if he had swept away his usual calmness. It was the Black Prince of Argos, Scar's army, wasn't it? Are you sure? Yes, I recognized it at a glance. but at first I was astonished and disbelieved that the army of Argos, the land of the steppes, should be here, and later, as I thought about it, I realized how strange it was. I realized with astonishment how strange it was. For there is only one road between the steppe and the middle plain, the route Caravian, and if such a large army appeared on a route full of Caurian soldiers, it would be impossible to. Dear Nereus. Ligeia was about to shout something, but Nereus raised his hand and held it back violently. To Almit, is that how the Scar army left the city, Ishtvan? Yes, sir. My guardian deity, Dresden, is in good hands. Dylan. Nereus called out furiously. Dylan. Here. As if out of the water came the mage. Check it out. A word, Nereus ordered. Off the beaten track. Well, that was the blind spot. I've set up nets at all the border posts. But surely there's no reason to think that that man, Scar, must always go where the road leads. If his army is strong enough to trample over Willan, he will find no difficulty in the forests of the Tamis Mountains. Go at once to the place where he has seen the army, and from there follow it to Almit, and find out its strength, composition and destination. But remember, you mustn't get in touch with the Scar army. And don't let them know how you expect us to act. Scar is a master navel gazer. If he knows we're expecting him to do something, he may not do it. Be careful they don't notice. Dylan listened attentively, then bowed his head gravely and walked out again like a shadow. He left behind him Nereus, Ligeia and Ishtvan, who were lost in thought. It was Ishtvan who shouted. An army of that size, beyond Willan. I don't believe that's possible. Oh. Nereus looked back at Ishtvan as if he had just woken from a dream and was surprised to see him still there. Well, Ishtvan. So you're saying you've seen the unbelievable, the impossible. But that's the kind of man Scar is. He doesn't know and he won't admit that there are impossible things in the world. If it had been anyone else, I certainly wouldn't have thought of it, and therefore it would have always been impossible, but Nereus said dreamily. I knew he would do it. I knew he would do it. Ligeia's lips tightened quickly, but she did not say a word. Nereus looked at Ishtvan with compassionate eyes and spoke again. I'm glad you told me. I've been waiting for it. I didn't think I'd make it off the road and through the forest, and I almost lost it. Ishtvan, you may have been a lucky charm for me. How that? Ishtvan's face became somewhat pale and he stammered. I have already given you what you asked for in the matter of the secret book, but the one who informed me of this. Nereus stood up and took the ring from his finger and put it in. This. Then you were going to be assigned to one of the orders, but that's not necessary. Stay with me. I'll let the captain of the bannermen know you're here. Oh, thank you very much. I don't know what to say. Go and rest. For further information, ask Mills. Ishtvan bowed graciously to Nereus, who gave him a beautiful and costly ring of beryl-pillared stone with delicate carvings, and then withdrew. Nereus was now alone with Ligeia. What do you have to say for yourself, sister? Nereus is trying to distract you. And you're lecturing me because I thoughtlessly approached that young man. But he's a good lad, don't you think? He's not the least bit intimidated in my presence. He speaks his mind and he speaks his mind. I'm sure he'll rise to the occasion. Ligeia made a gesture of blocking with one hand. Her thoughts were not on Ishtvan. Dear Nereus. The tone of Ligeia's voice was completely different from what it had been before. Oh, Ligeia. I've been waiting for that, you said. I knew that man would do it. So, Lord Nereus, you have read everything from the beginning, from the very beginning. That the Prince of Scars and the Duke of Beck would cross the Willan to the Middle Plains, and that the Prince would go straight to the aid of Mongol, not to the aid of Paro. From the very beginning, you have intended to bring the armies of Scar against the armies of Amneris, and you have timed and planned to do so. Oh, no. Nereus chuckled. The impatience and irritation of the past few days had vanished as if they had never existed. Nereus had completely regained his usual calm, relaxed confidence, and even a hint of excitement in his eyes, which he did not usually show. I was just thinking how I'd behave if I were Scar. The man likes surprises. And he and I aren't exactly on the same page anyway. I thought that if I successfully escaped Willan and showed up at Sargina, he'd think he didn't need to come to the crystal to save me, that I'd be fine on my own. That's why the waiting, wondering if I'd read him wrong, was so much fun. "You've, sir," Ligeia murmured a deep, sighing voice. "What is the matter with me? Now you know that I am not so wicked as you say, that I should be so mischievous and ambitious as to play with the fate of my beloved country in the palm of my hand." "No," Ligeia said lowly. "No, after all, Aldo Neyris, Lord of the Crystal, is a fearsome man." "It's a trifle." Neyris shrugged his shoulders. "Come on, Ligeia. What I've been waiting for has finally come. Now we'll be busy, we must be in time. Let the mage, whatever he can do, false messenger or not, slow Amneris down a bit. It's the only way to save Scar. And I'm leaving now," Ligeia said as she stood up, taking in Neyris' body language. The tone of his voice was strange, as if he had been struck down. "I have only one thing to say to you. So Amneris, poor thing, who is sure to march south to get the head of the unfaithful man she misses with a grudge, won't you lead your army against her at last? You won't take her love and sorrow head on, will you? Maybe one day you'll die for the sake of women's feelings. I'll be with you when that happens. I'm sorry for her." "I'm sorry." Ligeia left. Neyris, however, did not seem to mind her abandonment and clapped his hands. "Lumos. Get dressed. Then take the tower things to the dressing room. Hurry the messenger. Get everything you can here. And get my horse ready." "Yes." Immediately, the Crystal Palace begins to be filled with a quiet, controlled rush. Only a dozen Tarzans later, Neyris, dressed in his armor and without his loungewear, was crossing the unlit corridors to meet the generals who were coming in stealthily one after another, giving orders quickly and dealing with everything in short order. The faces of the generals were filled with an inexpressible exultation, and though their voices were hushed, they seemed to come to life as if revived. Behind the curtain is white, Lumos. When he had finally given his orders, Neyris looked at him and murmured, "Just give me a minute." The knight opens the curtains. "Is it dawn?" "No, sir, it's only half a kilometer away." "Well." Neyris narrowed his eyes as if he were trying to tell the time. By now, secretly, one by one, in the pre-dawn darkness, the knights with their horses' mouths covered with gables and their hooves wrapped in cloth, will be seen. "Okay, we're done here." As if to shake off something, Neyris said and stood up, flinging back his cloak. "Mages, are you ready for what I've told you?" Is in order." "All right. I'm coming." Neyris looked back at the students and gave them the last command. "Tell the generals I'll be with them as soon as I can. The time is now. I won't miss this chance. I'll show them that no matter how great the enemy, the Mage City has its own way of fighting. Let's go, mages." Chapter 4. No reinforcements arrived. Before dawn. Everyone seems to be still in the midst of a quiet dream sequence. In the eastern sky, the eye of the yarn flickers, as if it can see through everything, and somewhere in the deep bush a bird rustles its wings. A beast cries. Horses in armor, tethered and unhurried, scramble here and there. Ho, 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 the gloomy, ominous cry of the night bird. The bonfires burn and smolder, and the night grows white and cold. The soldiers are tucking in their blankets and sleeping, not wanting to miss even the last scrap of sleep. Behind the camp, in the blackness of the forest, is the forest of Janus, the most holy and greatest of gods, the creator of all things. It is part of the territory of the great temple of Genua, which has its own power and influence, independent even of the Paro kings. Nowadays, the temple is hidden in the trees, and there is no way to see the great lamp that is supposed to be hung up at night from here. The great temple is now hidden in the trees. Tyron was dreaming. It is the dream of Taurus. Various people, the Lord Vlad the Impaler, Tyron's own wife and children, and people he had not seen for a long time, visited him from time to time. It was not a nightmare, but he had trouble sleeping. He turned over and was drenched with sweat. At the end of it all, a huge face suddenly loomed over his face. It was the face of Carthrin, the traitor, who had just died before his eyes. "Oh, you, Karslan, you've come out of your misery to spy on others. I'll send you to the dole's hell as many times as you like." He reached out his hand for his sword, which he always kept by his bedside. But he could not move his body, as if he were under a spell. "Or you, or you, or you." Even as he gnashed his teeth in exasperation, the bearded, beady-eyed face of Carthrin grew larger and larger, until it filled the air above him. His bloodshot eyes stared straight up at him. "Whoa!" At last, with a horrible cry. With that cry, Tyron woke up. "Commander. How can I help you?" In a panic, the sleeping guard standing outside the room peers in. "It's nothing. He's had a bit of a nightmare." When he had sent the guards away and was left alone in the darkness, Tyron found himself drenched in sweat, having a bad dream. We searched the bedside with our hands. The dagger and the pitcher of water, which he always prepares, are still in their places. He takes a sip of water, well, not at Crystal Palace. It occurred to Tyron. He was in the commander's tent, a makeshift camp pitched on the south side of Genua's Hill. Outside, there would be many small tents, and between them, wrapped in blankets and cloaks, soldiers would be sleeping, curled up in black, holding their beloved swords. If it had lasted as long as this, I should have set up my headquarters in the great temple of Genua. The temple of Janus in Genua had its own troops and its own nobility. I did not want to get into trouble with Genua, because I had already decided that he would be in a temporary camp for a few days. However, although Neris, who had entered the Crystal Palace, made little move, as he prepared to siege the city with a volunteer force. Tyron and Bork believed that this was because Neris saw his army as outnumbered and was waiting for Lunnan and his men to reinforce him. If possible, Tyron thought in a dreamy state of mind, he should have a couple of skirmishes before Amneris's army arrived. If he gave the impression that he had just stood idly by and waited for the arrival of Amneris' army, Amneris would probably blame him. At any rate, when he heard that the general was Neris and that he had deceived him, Amneris would be more than a little angry and resentful. "Oh, dear. I don't want to be Aldo Neris, the one who falls alive at the hands of Amneris, enraged by his love, no matter what." Tyron turned to the other side and pulled up the blanket to see if he could still get some sleep. "I'll try to provoke him a little, to lure him into a quarrel with one of the most important generals, if not Neris." He had already forgotten about the nightmare of Carthrin that had awakened him. Even though we're much further south than Mongol, it still seems to get quite cold at dawn. I wrapped the blanket tightly around my shoulders and closed my eyes. Soon, the sleepy eyes begin to drift off. In my half-awake state, I had a vague feeling that there was a commotion outside. The whinnying of horses, the trampling of hooves, the murmuring of people. It's not clear what I thought, but I was about to fall asleep again. At that time, "Lord Commander." Outside the tent, a scream could be heard. "Commander. Lord Tyron. That's what I'm talking about. I am in charge of an army." By the time he had raised his body, his sleep had completely vanished and his hand was on the sword at his bedside. "What's going on?" As he pulled his helmet and cloak closer with his other hand, Tyron shouted. "What's going on? I say." 2 or 3 people came in, rolling in wildly from the entrance of the tent. They were trying to say something by themselves, but I could not hear them. "They are frightened and staggered." "Speak for yourself." Tyron shouted angrily. "What, die?" "Yes, sir, it's important. The enemy attacked at night." "What?" I was surprised at how loud my voice became. "Paro's army." "Yes, sir. We're doing our best to fight back, but we're not equipped. Now, go." He was assisted by a maid who rushed in, and in no time at all he had put on his armor, helmet and cloak, and ran out of the tent. "It's already dawn. From there, you can't see anything. All you can see is that the position is in chaos, and that the soldiers are moving left and right, wailing, wailing, wailing. The enemy. Oh, my lord commander. Nai, who is Naren's second in command, comes to him. I was taken by surprise. We had never imagined that they would come at such a time, when it was almost dawn. And what's more, the enemy did not come from the side of Lansvale, where we had been watching, but from the Genua Hill, in a roundabout way. Genua's Hill. Did they get behind you? Tyron was surprised at this. How daring. Behind him were 50,000 troops of Amneris, who could come to his aid at any moment. It's all a bit of a ruse, isn't it, Aldo Neris? Tyron said. You've cut through the temple. No, there's no time for that. A small force. I can't be sure, but... Nai panicked. I don't think the whole of the Crystal Palace army has been sent out. At the moment, Burke's troops are the last to leave the city, and they are fighting back. Whoa, 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 whoa. Like the tide, the cries of battle and the clang of battle axes come in the morning dawn. Good. Tyron shook his head vigorously a couple of times in an attempt to clear his head. Gather your men and regroup. Send in the movable troops to the Burg at once. Send word to the Burg that we must hold out until then. And then. Violent shouting, screaming, whinnying of horses, thudding of the earth. Swords and armor clashed and sparks flew, and soldiers clung desperately to the reins as they were dragged along, trying to hold back the galloping horses. In the midst of this, Tyron called out as loudly and throatily as he could. Don't flinch. The enemy is small. Don't look back, you strong men of Mongol. The enemy is small. And Amneris's army will be here soon. Hold your ground, hold your ground, hold your ground. The jostling continued. The sun has risen, and today it shines brightly on the earth. The deep green of the Genua hills is still, as befits the name of a sanctuary, and beyond the blue of the Lansvale River, the Crystal Palace, the city of towers, shines in the sun with its neat, glittering appearance as ever. But why should they not see the splendor of the unparalleled scenery? Soldiers crawled on the ground, shouting at the top of their voices, their armor and swords glittering in the sunlight. The tips of spears, sucking blood, the black and white and silver, the screaming, the screaming, the screaming, the waving of swords, the running, the screaming, the waving of swords, without knowing who is friend or foe. In the midst of such confusion, it was extremely difficult to find out what the actual situation of the battle was, and even if one could find out, it was almost impossible to immediately raise, deploy, or communicate troops according to the situation. In particular, the Mongolese army, which had been cut through the middle of the camp in the middle of its sleep, could not immediately recover its position by easy means. As a matter of fact, in terms of armament, equipment, and number of men, the Mongol army greatly surpasses the Paro army. The big gibbets, heavy armored headgear and thick skeletons of the Mongol army were much more powerful than those of the Paro people, whose physique had become more refined and slender in the course of their long cultural history, and whose armor, mantles and swords were more slender and easier to use in urban warfare. And if they did not, they would not have been able to fight. Otherwise, Mongol would not have been able to win so easily in the Battle of the Black Dragon last year, even by surprise. Moreover, in the emerging Mongol, there is a fierce sense of virtue that unites the sovereign and the vassal in a desire to escape at all costs from the painful and impoverished life of the frontier and go out into the wide and rich land. Here, too, there is a backwater feeling that, if things go on as they are, there is no choice but to stand forever in the lower winds of Kumu and Ulania, to be confined to a barren land where only Vacha can be taken, and to live in poverty forever. The suffering of the new frontier state of Mongol is not known to Paro, the city of 3,000 years, which has been called the flower of the Middle Kingdom and the jewel of the Middle Kingdom, and which boasts the glamour and refinement of a mature culture and court civilization. However, although it suffered a bitter defeat by surprise and betrayal a year ago, Paro is still a very civilized country, and its long history is one of constant invasion, counterattack, defense, rise and fall against the surrounding nations. In the course of its turbulent history, the country has been conquered by barbarians on many occasions, and, on the other hand, it has established great kingdoms that have united all sides. In the midst of these vicissitudes, in the midst of which many nations have sprung up, flourished, declined and perished, it is not a mere coincidence that the name of Paro has been handed down to this day, even though it is sometimes dominated by different peoples. Although Neris had not only endured the suffering of the Black Dragon War and the humiliation of the conquest that followed, his unseeing eye, like Yarn's wiles, saw through the weaknesses of Mongol, a country of noble warriors. Mongol is a young country. Neither its structure nor its organization has been handed down from one generation to the next. It was built by Vlad Mongol by himself, by his own strength. Do you understand that, gentlemen? Mongol's weakness is his weakness in the chain of command. Chain of command. Exactly. Mongol's army is strong. To put it bluntly, as long as they fight head-on with the same strength, Paro's army probably has not a chance in 10. But Mongol's army is weak in organization. There is no communication between the organizations. Each of the 5 great orders of knights is placed separately under the command of the Grand Duke, who, in such cases, delegates the command to the commander-in-chief. All commands are issued directly from this commander, and only messages are conveyed to each unit. Moreover, it is only a unilateral notification. In the case of the Tyrant army, for example, the Black Knights cannot move on their own initiative unless they receive a message from the White Knight. Do you know what this means? That Mongol's army is like an iron wall as long as you face it head-on. But if you enter it and disrupt its chain of command, its strength will be reduced from 10 to 5, 4, or maybe even 2 or 3. The secret of the attack on Mongol was told to the brave and fierce generals who gathered in the middle of the night in a hurry. On the basis of this, Paro's advance force, which had made a gallant surprise attack from Genoa, cut the Turanian camp in half and threw it into uncontrollable confusion. Target the messenger. Give the enemy no chance to recover. Cut off all contact. The Holy Knights and the heroes of the order, led by the 3 marquises of the Holy Knights, Wallace, Durkan and Darvars, fearlessly entered the camp of Mongol and targeted the officers and captains of the order. The archers and the crossbowmen of Mongol were of no use in the midst of this war. If they drew their bows, they might hit their comrades, and if they loaded their crossbows, they would not have time to aim. Incessantly, the Mongol soldiers brandished and waved their big chrysanthemums. If they hit it, it would surely blow the silver Paro soldiers off their horses, chop off their heads, and send their arms flying in the air, just as it had done against the Semites at Nosferus. But the Paro troops were agile and united. Whenever a silver hoof crossed the white and black confusion in a series of straight lines, the efforts of the Mongol captains to keep their troops together failed miserably. And then, oh, what the hell is this? Suddenly, the screams of the Mongol soldiers sounded. Large herds of frenzied cattle and galloping horses, strung up by burning torches, came rushing down from the hills of Genoa into the thick of the fray. This was the secret strategy of the beast master of the mage troops, a strategy that only Paro possessed. Immediately, the silver band retreated swiftly and with difficulty, and the frenzied beasts plunged into the midst of the Mongol soldiers, who were moving left and right. The frenzy of their countrymen aroused the frenzy of the Mongol warhorses, and the horses, which had been taken by surprise and had not yet been firmly reined in by their riders, immediately joined in with the rampaging horses and began to run wild, baring their teeth and blowing white foam. "No way!" Tyron ranted. As is to be expected, only the bannerman's troops under his direct command are not subjected to this distraction, and they are protecting the general and holding the circle firmly. But it is impossible to see whether Tyron's successive messages are reaching Burke's troops and the other troops, or not, in the confusion. This is not good. All right, we have no choice. Sound the bugle. Drummers. Drums for retreat. We'll pull back to the north of Genoa, to Kemi, to regroup. Pull up, pull up. Okay, sir. Tout tout tout. In the midst of the melee, the drums of retreat sounded. A trumpet sounded in the air urged the Mongol soldiers, who had reached the point of confusion, to withdraw. Oh, that's... Durkin and Darvars looked at each other and grinned. That's what the Lord said. The enemy is going to take us back to Kemi to rebuild. Very well. As we discussed. At Durkin's signal, a mage's whistle blows loudly and pierces the air, and the air is filled with the sound of the mage's voice. At once, like a silver serpent with one head, the holy knights slipped back into the ranks of the Mongols, who had been swept away by the mad beast. Pull up. Leave the Paro army alone. Kemi Kemi, the desperate cry of the captains of Mongol. The silver serpent wedged itself in the middle of the Mongol army, which was loping north with a thud, as if swimming against the current. Don't bother. It's a lifted trumpet. Don't fight back. Tautotera. The drums continue to beat. The shrieking trumpets continue to shout. Ah! Suddenly, someone shouted at Tyron. What's up? Oh, that's... Pointing in the direction of the castle of Lansvale. A drawbridge came down into the blue Lansvale River. And when I saw it... Wah! New move. It's Lord Crystal. It's Lord Crystal's bannermen. There was a scream. Through the midst of them, as if rising out of the air, came one after another from the castle of Lansvale an army of more than 10,000 men. A bright silver flag with a prominent purple crystal flag at the head. Mr. Secretary. Nice saw Tyron. There's nothing you can do here. Now that the enemy chief has come out, let's go back and get the head of that bimbo. No, wait. Tyron was lost for a moment. The lead is already round the Genua. If we don't, we'll stay divided. Tell the burghers to fall back. That's not enough time. Tyron was so angry that he threw his leadership to the ground. Damn you, devil of Aldonaris, you're always so clever. We can't be the only ones against them. Anyway, it's Kemi as planned. Is. Hyun. As soon as the newcomers left the castle, they were met by a shower of arrows, and before they could return fire, a torrent of silver was rushing towards the Tyron army. Mr. Secretary. Nice shouted and pointed. On the way, the ambush force has now formed a half-moon shape and is closing in at both ends to block and contain the Tyranids and join up with the Naris forces. No way. Tyron pursed his lips. All right, take the blind bull formation. We'll force our way through the middle of them and join the front. Don't worry about the attack from behind, we don't mind if we do a bit of damage. Message. Blind cow formation. Assault. The Mongol army seemed to have regained its original fighting spirit. And now the knights are assembled in 10 lines, the first with their shields drawn up tightly together, their loincloths folded and their cheeks bowed. On either side of them was a row of shields, protecting the Tyrants in the middle, and around them grew a forest of spears facing outwards. Charge! Once this has happened, there is nothing that can match or defeat the iron formation of Mongol. Look, Lygia. Here, still without his helmet, his lustrous hair blowing in the wind, Aldonaris looks on, smiling, at the mass of iron, the dragon in motion. That is the scorpion of Mongol. He protects himself with iron scales and stings people with sharp spikes. When it's like that, you can't fight it head-on. Oh, my God. It was not Lygia, of course, who uttered a somewhat excited and vulgar exclamation, but a young knight who, opposite Lygia, stood beside Naris in a silver helmet and watched with bated breath, the undisputed Ishtvan of Wallachia. Of Wallachia. That's quite a sight for a first-timer. I'll give you that. Naris looks back at Ishtvan and smiles. My lord. What could possibly break a formation like that? Ishtvan, he had once been a mercenary of the Mongols, but, after all, the frontier guards had little chance of the essence of such a knightly order. I asked him, staring into his face. I don't think so. So I'm not going to waste my valuable men on something like that. You'll see. Naris signals, and a mirror glows in Dylan's hand. At the same moment, the crescent shape of the crescent began to break up into 2 parts. Like the waters of the Sea of Lent, which were split in 2 by the rod of Adamoth the Elder, it was split in two and passed through the Tyranids without resistance. To Kemi. You have to get back into position with your Kemi. Even if we felt a little suspicion at his lack of resistance. The current Tai Lung army does not have the time to look into it. All right. We'll have reinforcements shortly. In the meantime, take it easy. Come to Kemi. Don't be too friendly. At last, from the top of the hill on which Neris had his headquarters, he could see clearly that the messages which had been intercepted by the Paro troops were beginning to fly again. Listen, Lygia, Istvan. Neris raises his hand, pointing to it. Even the scorpion of Mongol, which seems so solid, has its weaknesses. It is a soft belly that cannot be defended. If you strike it from above, its iron scales will rebound, but if you turn it over from below, it cannot move. I'd clamp down on his belly and slowly crush his head with a rock. Now, Dylan, if you're moving too fast for us, we don't want him to notice. Let's give them one or two more pushes and let them think that it was Durkan and Darvars who were afraid of the strength of Mongol's army. I'm sure Valerius is doing well in Kemi by now. A smile so lustrous, so like the wind that blows over the hills of Genua, that for a moment one forgets that one is in the midst of a crowded battlefield. Neris lifted her hand and brushed the hair from her cheek. The advance guard of Durkan and Darvars, like the tip of a spear, sits at the head of the Neris army. Find out what it is. Chase! Neris ordered. The silver serpent begins to move again with a sound that shakes the earth. The end result is a defeated Mongol army, like a raging river. The sound of the drums is beating, and the voice of the hour is echoing in the sky. Under the blazing sun, the two huge snouts twisted and tangled together, pointing endlessly north. His Highness. Slowly, in a grave voice, it was the mage Gaius who called out. His Highness. When he called out again and again, his voice finally seemed to reach the ears of Amneris on horseback. What? Almost without looking back, a shrill voice came back. But Gaius does not show any sign of flinching. It's time for you to take a break. No use. A sharp voice came back immediately. With an army of 50,000 men, plus a large number of carts and wagons, and, of course, soldiers on foot, the march did not go as smoothly as expected. The journey from Taurus to Juneau must take twice as long as usual, and the preparations for the night must be made so that the whole army is ready by sunset. For Amneris and his generals we shall seek lodgings at the nearest inn, and if there are none, we shall pitch a magnificent tent. As for the food, they will fetch the ingredients and then kindle a fire. Even when it was time to set out, it would take until past dusk to clean up the tent and pack the baggage, and because a large army of 50,000 men would march slowly, even if the first men set out before dawn, the last would inevitably start moving after dusk. Despite Amneris's impatience, the march was slow and ineffectual. Frustrated by this, Amneris is increasingly reluctant to take time out for a pause, or even a much-needed lunch break. This was understandable. From Tyrant of Kemi, he awaited the arrival of reinforcements and received a steady stream of news of the impending doom. Each time, the anger of Amneris is stirred, and he is reminded of his betrayal and the depth of his wound. But, Your Highness. And Gaius went on to say, our men are tired. And the princess. I'm not tired. Annoyed, Amneris finally turned and stared at Gaius as if he suspected that someone was trying to trick him. According to plan, we should have been in Juneau by the end of the day or tomorrow. You know that the only way to make up for the delay is to increase the speed of the march. But not all the men are light and mounted. I know, that's not true. Amneris glared at the mage with a reflexive anger that flared up as soon as he thought he had met with the opposite, which had become more and more marked of late. We're going to take a break. Send out the word. The sun will soon be setting. Amneris's eyebrows arched in a scowl and his lips pursed, as if he wanted to yell at her. But then. Report, Commander Bolan to His Highness Prince Amneris. I was distracted by a flag sign flying from a messenger. What? A word of advice from the commander, sir. There is a little too much space between the vanguard and the main body and the rear guard. I would like to ask you to pause for a moment and wait for the rear guard to arrive, and to inform the vanguard commander Mencius of this. Chi. But Amneris was not going to let that happen. Send out a message. Pause until Bolan's men arrive. I order you to do it. The delay was Baran's fault. We'll resume our march as soon as Bolan's troops arrive. Yes, sir. A short break. There was a visible air of relief and joy in the midst of this great army. Like a gigantic beast, painted blue, white and black, its battalion stretches long along the Red Road. From the middle of Amneris's position, neither the head of the Blue Order nor the tail of the Black Order, which was far behind, could be seen. Of course, as this is not a road used only by the government forces, there are private traders, pilgrims and individual travelers who pass from Juneau to Taurus and from Taurus to Juneau. Even as they passed through the forests, past the inns, and sometimes out into the countryside, the occasional traveler, fearing the violence of the soldiers, would take refuge at the side of the road, and even the villagers and herders would hide themselves at the sight of the great army. Therefore, soldiers and horses are everywhere, as if the road were opened only for this army, and they are all over the place. At the command to pause, the soldiers relieved themselves on the ground, put on their cloaks and sat down directly on the hard bricks. While we're at it, why don't you let me use a medium meal paddle? Benoit advises. Amneris nodded grimly, and soon the smoke from the cooking began to rise in many parts of the army. But as it was only a short pause, all they had to do was to boil water and make gatus with it. 2 or 3 pieces of vatcha fruit, which they carried with them, would be the poorest meal the soldiers could eat. Your Highness, would you like a light meal at this time? I don't want it. Amneris waved his hand noisily. I'll take the tent. We'll relax for a while. Call him water while the tent's up. Where's Flory? I'm here. Flory is naturally accompanying him on this expedition. These days, Amneris would never let anyone but Flory take care of him. Flory, too, wore light armor and boots, and as a girl of gentle and feminine appearance, her bravery was quite amusing to the eye. When Flory stepped forward and helped Amneris from his horse and took the whip from his hand, Amneris's face softened a little. I'll be with you in a moment. Let the lads do it. Flory, follow me. Your Highness, where are you going? We'll be around until the tent is ready. To others, Amneris is as unassuming as ever. Haim Sama. Flory follows Amneris as he walks away. If you don't have anyone to escort you, don't come too far away. It's okay. Amneris waved his hand as if he were trying to get rid of something unpleasant. That's enough. First of all, what am I supposed to do with an army full of Mongols everywhere? I just want to be alone for a while. Being in there, with all those eyes watching me, it's getting impossibly frustrating. Well, if you're going to be alone, I'd rather not be alone either. It's ridiculous. Amneris took off his helmet, revealing his short golden head to the sun, and held out his hand to Flory. You're different. What's the use of hiding me from you now? You've seen everything. You've seen me fall in love, you've seen me cry, you've seen me naked, with all my weakness and misery. I'm not going to hide anything from you, ma princess. Flory's cheeks were rosy with joy. My princess. The Kalam water has arrived. Oh. After taking a slow sip of the hot Kalam water, Amneris followed his thoughts for a while in silence. Flory. She said this in a quiet, gentle voice, which was quite unusual for her at that time. Yes, princess. Look, the shape of those mountains, they look familiar. That's the road we took from Crystal, through Juneau, to Taurus. It's the only way to get there. This road leads to the Crystal. Amneris murmured. Truly, one can never know what one will be tomorrow. At that time I went along this road thinking that I would never set foot in Paro again. And now, not long after, here I am with 50,000 men on the same road to Paro. I do not believe, as my father does not believe, that a man's life is predetermined by a yarn from birth to death, but now I cannot say carelessly that something will definitely be this way, or that it will not be that way. A man's life, what an uncertain thing it is, Flory. Lord Amneris. But I will always be with you, princess. Thank you, Flory. But you never know what tomorrow will bring. I feel like I've aged 10 years in a couple of months. Even in the crystal, no one at all, might recognize me as Amneris, the Lady of Mongol. Flory shook his head sadly, but she did not dare to say anything to Amneris, leaving him to his thoughts. The faithful Flory would rather have done anything to help Amneris regain some peace and quiet. Poor Amneris, you still think of her in your heart, and I know. No woman can ever, in the next moment, extinguish all the flames of love from her heart and replace them with hatred, no matter how badly she has been treated. The more he armored himself with hate and anger and wounded pride, the more he saw how much Amneris wanted to hate him, and yet could not, and how hard he was trying to hide the fact that he was about to lose his heart. She knows how much he hates her and how hard he tries to keep it from her. Poor princess, my dear Amneris, he may or may not have been aware of Flory's feelings. This sky leads to Paro. This road, these mountains, even the air, oh, even the light of this day leads to the crystal. Amneris, forgetting to drink the calm water, let himself go for a moment and looked up at the sky. Not even the horses of the Mongols, who fill the red streets from many a motad around them, can be seen, not even the whinnying of the horses, the wild voices of the soldiers, or the soft call of Flory beside them, can be heard. Oh, like a sigh, it is the weight of our feelings that we have no way to convey in words. The sun is slowly moving towards the western sky, and the blue-purple sky is filled with white and golden clouds, creating a strange and magnificent apocalypse. It is as if she is the only one alive and moving in the world. Strangely, the area seems to be silent, and the air seems to be filled with the signs of an uneasy ringing. If I hadn't been born a princess of Mongol, then how would such women behave at such a time, women who would lose their pride and humiliation in the face of love? Do they suckle at the breasts of unfaithful men, or do they cry out to clear their hearts, or do they seek solace in other men? At least, you will not go out with a great army of 50,000 men to raise the man's head. What a funny thing. I didn't know anything, not even when and how people behaved. She wished she had been born a man, a real man, she thought. You can't cheat your heart. I have cut my hair, I have said to my father that I would serve him as a boy, but I am sadly, madly a woman. How can I fight for the love of my life? But now I have no ambition, no country, no father's expectation, no nation's regard, only love, only Amneris in love. If I could speak to him alone, everything would be different. Wouldn't I know that it was all just a nightmare? I would have given up my country, my father, my torment, my honor, everything, if only he had seen me and told me that he loved me. Why am I such a woman? Did I love that man so much? This sky leads to Paro. That person is under this sky. Dear Amneris. Flory's low voice is calling out in concern. Dear Amneris. Oh. Amneris smiles faintly at Flory. I was told that the tent is ready. Yes. Slowly, looking away from the sky of clouds, Amneris said. Then we'll rest a little while before we go. Come, Flory. Yes. Gaius. Are you back, sir? How far have the Bolongs come? Any report? Oops, the whole army is arriving. Send word to the advance guard that it is time for them to prepare for departure. I'm very sorry, sir. The column water is cold. We'll get a new one, and one for Flory, in the tent. Is Gaius. And Amneris's eyes widened as if he were startled by something. What? The sky, it's red. I thought there was still time for dusk, but I look up at the sky and wonder if I've been absent-minded for longer than I thought. Somewhere in the sky, there is a faint sense of uncertainty. What's this? There is something pecking at people's hearts, and make it ripple and buzz. Gaius. Can't you hear something? No, I don't have any. Well, empty ear, I guess. You're tired, princess. Why don't you have a rest? Amneris looked at Flory with some surprise and a wry smile. Yes, we shall. Let's do it, Flory. Gaius, Beno, for the first time in a long time, take out the water basin and tell the fortune, if not in time, tonight, but if not, it can be done tonight. Amneris's words disappeared as if they had been cut off in his mouth. What? This time, clearly and violently. What's that noise? Immediately, one of the knights in his entourage threw himself to the ground and pressed his ear to the earth. Your Highness. When he stood up, his eyes were wide open. It was as if he had heard something incredible. It's like the rumbling of the earth. Block out the Amneris. Your Highness. There's a terrible clatter of hooves, over here. Hoof. Amneris looked Gaius in the eye. By now, what could be so? At last, he could not finish what he had said. Ola, Olea, Ulea. Did it come out of the ground? A huge herd of horsemen appeared, cutting through the thick forest in half. There is no way that Amneris could have imagined what it was, what its intentions were, or even why it appeared. What this? A voice muffled the exclamation of astonishment when deafened. The wolves of the steppe are on their way to attack the army of the north. Oh! To his horror and disbelief, Amneris stood there, unable to think or feel anything. Such and such. Princess. Good morning. This way, quickly. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Woa! Enemy attack. Everything is. Around Amneris, it turned into a strange, dull movement, a circular dance of nightmares. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Here. It's dangerous. A whistling arrow whizzed past the spot where her head had been only moments before and struck one of her attendants, knocking him back. After being violently knocked to the ground by Flory, Amneris finally came to his senses and realized that this was not a nightmare, but something real. Gaius. Gaius. Ha! This is what it is. And yet, still, the feeling of disbelief, of dismay, of numbness, rather than astonishment, at the unexpectedness of it all, persists. Who are you, the enemy? Where do they come from, and why do they attack my army? How many tens of thousands? Sure shit is. Even the mages Gaius and Beno looked at each other in bewilderment. That banner, and their appearance, suggest that they are probably not the army of any country in the Middle Kingdom, but none other than the horsemen of the steppes. Such a thing, I know it when I see it. Putting his helmet back on, Amneris shouted as he jumped on his horse, protected by a circle of bannermen. What I want to know is why the steppe people, the horsemen, have appeared here. So, that's. I don't see why not. No one in the army of the Mongol expedition could have shared Amneris' stupefaction. Why? How? For what purpose? The Paro road from Taurus to Juno must have been under the control of Mongol. Even if there is a rebellion in the Crystal, the border area north of Kemi to Mongol remains Mongol territory, that is what we believe, and we have saddled our horses without any precaution. In fact, there has been no sign of any betrayal of this belief. And yet, before the eyes of these Mongolians, mounted men with banners of every color, turbans and cloaks, rode boldly and shouted, and as they passed, they grasped the sky with a steady stream of blood and cut down their allies. Ola! Olea! The barbarians of the farthest steppes roared savagely, laying waste to the army of Mongol, who had no time to regain their position or to mount their horses. Your Highness, oh please instruct me! The knight's cry of grief as he grasped the bleeding wound with an arrow in his shoulder. Oh! Finally, Amneris cursed me and my lack of response. Yes, I don't care who they are. I don't care what they are, I don't care where they come from, I don't care that they come against my army. Don't let the enemy see your back. With a ding, 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 the arrows of the horsemen with their slings and arrows are shot. The prairie people did not wear the heavy slings and arrows of the Mongol soldiers, and at first sight it was suspected that they were too raw to stand up to the Mongol heavy cavalry. But they were all born to be good fighters, and they were all horsemen, with no man in the saddle and no horse under the saddle. Olea! They wielded long, pointed spears, and as they rode past they knocked off the legs of the horses of the Mongols, and the next moment they were far away. When the horse's weak leg is snatched away and it falls on its side with a scream, the horse, with its heavy armor and baggage, cannot get up again. As he struggles to get up and get rid of the horse, he is confronted by the devilishly toothy figure of the prairie warrior. A spear is thrown down with certainty at the face and other vulnerable parts of the body. Gah! Arg! Blood splatter, screams of desperation. The spear still fluttered in the air with its bloody intestines fluttering on its tip, and the hooves of the brave and fearless horse roared and screamed, crushing mercilessly the wounded who struggled to escape. The warriors have no time to reflect on their friends, the superiors have no time to protect their subordinates, and yet the brave men who desperately try to stand up to them with their swords are stabbed and knocked down by the bloodied wounded who half-crazedly seek refuge. Calm down, calm down. The enemy is small. Mongol, stay where you are. Stay in one place. The captains are screaming and shouting, but how can they calm down? The demons of the grasslands came and went with a cloud of dust, but they did not move in the Nakahara style of formation, nor did they move in unison as an army. Instead, they seemed to be attacking at will, shouting and shouting savagely. Everything was running at cross purposes, running around, waving swords and spears. The Mongols could not see how many men were actually attacking or even where the commander was. It was far from the kind of warfare that the Mongol soldiers knew, and it looked like a tremendous barbaric attack with no order, no strategy, no raids, no slaughter. It confused and terrified the Mongols. Yes, don't be dazzled. Aim at the commander, at the commander. The desperate message flies. But how could he tell which one was the conductor in this equally dense and dizzying pack of wolves? And yet, they are indeed the elite of the 5 great knights of Mongol, the land of the warrior. The infantry, transports and archers, many of whom had been recruited for military service, were thrown into confusion and were helpless. Like a huge white, blue and black flower in full bloom, they were gradually coming together to form a defense and form up their ranks. Gaius, Beno, Amneris, in the core of the white circle, cries out with bleary eyes. Any thoughts? The enemy is using distraction tactics, and it would be disadvantageous for our army to follow them. Besides, the enemy is very agile, and perhaps the archers will not be able to do much good. We must thin out our ranks and stay together to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of us. Okay. Send a message. Amneris, as he gave the order, was in a state of anxious hesitation. Around them, a wild figure, like a tattered mass of armor in tricolored armor, contrasts with the wild figure, and scuffles, shouts and splashes of blood stain the earth. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? I am afraid. I've never felt such fear in my life, and yet I'm so afraid of everything. I feel like I'm going to lose my strength. I'm going to sink down into a heap. I want to scream and run away. I want to ride my horse to the place where there's no carnage, no bloodshed, where I'll be deafened and dumbfounded by screams and shouts. Oh, my God. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm the captain of 3 armies. What would happen to our army if even a few of our men were aware of such trepidation? What would happen to morale? A womanly fear that came to her, a fear that she had never known when she once proudly called herself the Lady of the Ice. It was precisely because of this fear that, instead, Amneris rebuked himself madly. The barbarians of the steppe. We can't let you get away with this, we'll show you. The bannermen. Your Highness, that's reckless. Wait for me. Dismissing the cries of astonishment and reproach from his entourage, Amneris threw off his helmet and exposed with his hands his beautiful golden head and face, which could have been that of Ilana. Cowardly barbarians of the steppe. Did you know that Amneris, the Lord and Lady of Mongol, was a bannerman? A surprise attack without a name, without a declaration of war, how dastardly. Meet me, I am Amneris, Lady of Mongol and General of the right sector. Who are you to lead the barbarians? Identify yourself and come with me. Kia! Princess. Florries scream. Reckless. Your Highness, you must not go forward. Bannermen, protect His Highness. The screams of Dirk, Rint, Gaius, and the rest of the entourage are interspersed. But Amneris did not look back. On the contrary, he brushed aside the knights who tried to block his way, drew his sword easily, swung it, and rushed towards the front line of the clash. As she does so, a strange feeling of pleasure sweeps through her, and the dreadful fear that seized her earlier seems to disappear. Yes. I'm giving up my woman. Until I have Aldo Neris' head, I want you to give up your weak heart and body. I'm a man, I'm the right-hand general of Mongol. Yes, you're afraid. Come forth. Name me, chief of the barbarians. Why do you attack my army with malice aforethought? Did you attack us because you knew we were Paro rebels? Show yourself. Show yourself. It's laughable. Suddenly. A loud, booming voice interrupted Amneris's silk-splitting scream. What? What a laughing stock. Amneris looks for it with his eyes. There he. It's a laughing matter, it's a laughing matter. The Right Honorable General of Mongol. There was more loud laughter. Ah! Suddenly Amneris' heart jumped. In that wild voice, above all in that masculine, overwhelming crack of the voice. It brought back to Amneris a warrior, a voice, a word, a figure, which he had thought he had forgotten long ago, but which, in fact, he could never forget. The warrior, his voice, his words, his form, came back to me. O rebellious princess of Mongols, you should draw the hem of your dress and take a man's head off at the palace ball. You'd look better that way, tomboy. The white sands of Nosferus. The white sand, stained with blood, the fallen soldiers, the defeated soldiers, on the other side, a huge nightmarish apparition, always standing in the way. Guin. Guin, a leopard-headed warrior of strange power. That man, no way. Did he lead the horsemen, for what reason, and did he stand before Amneris to hinder her again and again? That's ridiculous. He was the man who intervened not once, but twice, just as the gods of fate were about to give the victory to Mongol's army, and gave Amneris his first defeat. Once with Shem, and once with Ragan, the phantom giant. The vividness of their frequent appearances was even more striking than their unusual appearance, and they left a lasting impression on Amneris. No way. A dreadful gloom staggered her. Had the leopard-headed warrior been sent to her 3 times to frustrate the ambition of Mongol? I'll give you a name if you like. But there isn't a general in the world who would lower his name by fighting you. One of the horsemen, with a wild and brisk sneer, rode up to the men, who were standing at a distance. Not Guin. A strange sense of relief, or rather, disappointment, washed over Amneris. It wasn't Guin. He has the same strong, broad-shouldered physique of a true warrior, but he is not the tremendously large man that Amneris remembers Guin to be. And their dress was black from top to bottom. Black turban, jet-black hair peeking out from underneath, dark skin, dark mustache. Black coat with silver embroidery. The wide sash around his narrow waist is also black leather, and he wears a black cloak and black leather riding boots. His appearance was dark, reminiscent of the night, but his eyes were bright, reminiscent of a lighted lamp in the midst of the blackness. One look at him and you can tell that he is something else. Just by doing so, I had the impression that a spirit similar to that of a wild wolf and an overwhelming vitality emanated from her whole body, and yet she was strangely bright and radiant. You're the barbarian chieftain who rode his horse across the steppe, who camped in a filthy tent, who was little more than a bandit. It was not such a thing, Amneris thought, and he grumbled. A strong, careless voice pierced his ears. I am Scar, Dauphin of Argos. They call me the Black Prince. Scar. The Black Prince of Argos. It's the Black Prince Scar. There was a murmur of excitement among the soldiers. Even 3 children know the Black Hawk of the Far Meadow. So, how did the Black Prince end up here? Well, why not? Put your pretty head to it and find out. Lord and Lady Amneris of Mongol. Scar kept his black horse from rising. What are you going to do now? You asked me to name you and I did. If you still want me to stand toe-to-toe with you, then so be it. I'd be happy to stand with you for a long time. Your Highness. The White Knights, in a panic, surrounded Amneris in 10 or 20 layers, and stood between him and Scar, lest he should be provoked, and the fierce princess should be tempted. Hey, what are you doing? I'm the general of the enemy. They are a small force. It is your fate to show yourself at the main camp, so surround him and kill him. Archers, take the Black Prince. He who has won the head of the Chotsu is the bravest man in Nakahara. The generals, who had been so distracted by Scar's fearless and impersonal behavior that they had even forgotten how to react, finally remembered that they were in the middle of a battle and shouted out loud. Now, who will give up the head of the Black Prince? Come on, brave men of Mongol. You are a small force. And fluttering, and a small horse came galloping out from the side, glaring at the Mongols, and intervened between Scar and the Mongols. He is willing to shield the Scar with his own body. Oh, it's a woman. Once again, the Mongolese army is in an uproar. Amneris looked on, frustrated and hindered by the knights. A woman warrior who, like herself, is worthy of dressing as a man. Of course, their dress was that of the prairie people, cloak and bodycloth, thick boots, but their heads, without turbans, were covered with wavy hair, which was parted and tied behind the neck, and from the forehead to the back of the head was wrapped in a band of richly colored wavy hair, and their lips were bright red. Still young. Maybe 1 or 2 years younger than Amneris. His flaming apricot-shaped eyes, his cute, small face, and his whole body were filled with a fiery love and sincerity that could not help but defend his lord no matter what. Li Hua. Down! Scar shouts. Without turning his head, Li Fa exposes himself to the barely drawn arrow, and his eyes glare like fire at the Mongols and at the blonde, green-eyed, white-robed duchess protected behind the hedge. For a moment, there was a surge of excitement in Amneris. What are you doing? Shoot me. As if spurred on by the spirit of this beautiful girl, Amneris's cry rang out like silk in the momentary silence in the midst of the hustle and bustle, where no one moved. Danger, Li Hua. Taisher Sama. Ooh-la-la. Coming in from the side was a party of Gurs. Ah! Shoot, don't shoot. No, 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 no. Take up your swords. The momentary silence of the play, during which, unaware of the interlude, a fierce battle of flesh and blood is going on all around. Between Amneris, Scar and Li Fa, who were lined up on the line as if it were a moment without a wave, the figures of the Mongols and the shouting ghoul came pouring in again, and Amneris could not see the black-clad, petite, devoted figure of the beautiful girl in the fray again. And Amneris could never again see the black-robed, petite, devoted form of the beautiful girl in the fray. The situation has become so confused that it is difficult to tell which side has the advantage and which side has the disadvantage. Before we know it, the sun is slowly setting in the western sky, and the golden hue of twilight begins to envelop the world, as if to pity the foolishness of those who have been engaged in bloody battles and do not know the passing of time. Not good. Gaius and Bonhoeffer looked at each other and leaned towards Amneris. Your Highness. It's getting late. We can't go on like this till night. If it should turn out to be a night war, the heavy armor of our troops would be a great disadvantage, and the gleaming white and blue armor of our troops would be easily seen by night. And our white and blue armor is more visible at night, and louder. It is said that the prairie people are good at night wars, so it would be wise to take action as soon as possible. What do you want me to do? The white of Amneris's skin has long been dark with fatigue. The wounds of the past months of neglecting her training are now ravaging her. Gradually the men will be brought together in a double or triple circle, with archers ready for the night, or they are, after all, prairie folk and have no knowledge of the land, so I thought that if I withdrew from the area, they would not pursue me too far. Retreat? Amneris pursed his lips. What do you have against my father? I'm not asking you to go to the Taurus, sir. In a panic, Beno. In the meantime, I'm trying to regroup, I'm trying to get out of this. The enemy, it seems, is less numerous than we thought. From the side, Dirk and Lint also joined in, and Amneris was finally moved to action. All right. Then. This is when he turns his head to the side to give an order. Hola! Suddenly the line of the main bodyguard was violently disturbed, as were the voices of the barbarians. It's dangerous. Confusion, screaming, shouting. What has happened to me? Amneris did not understand. The horse sprang up with a high-pitched whinny, and the next moment the hand which had been stretched out to hold on to the reins fell in vain. Caw! Ah! Your Highness! There was a wild flash of light, like a horn, which swept over me. Amneris fell from his horse and was knocked to the ground. Don't move. Her face was white, limp and bloodless, as she was thrown to the ground like a doll, wrapped in her short golden hair. In the midst of people's anger. Slowly, the curtain of night is coming down once again. Too late. Tyron squeezed out the words with a hint of frustration on his forehead for the umpteenth time that day. Too late. What are you doing, Lord Amneris? The war is not looking good. It was not only because they were at the mercy of Aldo Neris's inexhaustible wiles that the Mongols, who should have been overwhelmingly strong if they had the same number of men, were fighting so bitterly against the Paro. Rather, Tyron's army lacks the desperate spirit to hold off Paro's forces at all costs. Every man knows that soon there will be a great army of 50,000 men with Amneris to reinforce them. And so are the captain's rebukes. We must hold on at all costs until the Lord Amneris comes. The reinforcements will be here soon. In the meantime, we must hold on. That will be the cry. The human heart is an honest thing, and when a great army soon appears, and we are told again and again that our army will be victorious without effort, yet there are not many who have the will to fight for their lives here and now. In fact, if that is the case, it would be a shame if they were to get injured before then, and even if the soldiers' minds were inclined in that way, who could blame them? The captains, for their part, are apt to be reluctant to take the lead in a charge. They were soldiers who had already been stationed at Crystal for more than a year, and who were secretly counting the days when they would be able to return to Taurus at the end of the next holiday, or when the replacements would arrive at the end of the next term. On the other hand, the tension and high spirits of the early days of the occupation are no longer present, and having lived in the Crystal City for the past year, we have already become thoroughly acquainted with the splendor and glory of the city. In addition to that, Mr. Secretary, on the morning of the day when they were to make a counterattack, Nye and Burke came to Tyron in a hurry, looking very serious. What's the matter? It's important, sir. The mercenaries. They told us that the mercenary troops, which the troops kept as a kind of intermediate between the regular knights and the infantry, had deserted in large numbers between yesterday's defeat and Kemi. Escaped. Tyron's face immediately turned into a frown. What the hell is going on? Nye and Burke look at each other and clam up. How long? After a while, Tyron asked for something a little more practical. All in all, it's about 200 or 300. 200 or 300. That's about right. I was about to say, what's the big deal? You're not still going to say you're going to get it, are you? We should tighten up our military discipline, reiterate that deserters will be severely punished if caught, and round up some of them and execute them as an example. Your Excellency. There was nothing more he could say, and he shouted. The situation is somewhat different from that of a common deserter who has violated military regulations. The deserters are not only deserting because they see no advantage in our army. They are turning to the Paro army. What? This time, Tyron was mortified. Are you sure about that? At last, we can see that things are not easy. I regret to say that I do not know how the pharaohs could have infiltrated our army and encouraged such behavior. If it comes to light, it will upset not only the mercenaries but the regular army as well. Besides, this is what my men have brought forth from my camp. Nye presented a leaflet. It was a small piece of woodcut paper, apparently written by a Mongol soldier who had surrendered at the time of the Battle of the Crystal. When did you get this? I don't think they were scattered during yesterday's melee, so I think it was last night. So the pharaohs can come and go as they please in my camp. Nonsense. If you mean Paro's army, then yes, but they have their own mage corps. Sir, that's not all. Burke is desperate. Strange rumors have been circulating. It is said that Lord Amneris' army will never reach Kemi. What? This, too, must have been circulated by the Paro, but if the rumor and the leaflet spread quickly, the unrest among the troops will become more serious. We must do something about it while we can. But if I were to lay my hands on you... Tyron looked at his two men in astonishment. The faces of the three men were stiff with anxious hesitation, wondering if there was something inexplicably strange about this, something so different from the world we know, the way we know it. But the strange rumors which spread slowly through the ranks, the propaganda which stirred the hearts of the soldiers, the gentle encirclement which called upon each of the 30,000 men to desert, all this was too familiar to the temperament of the Mongols. But the strange rumors that spread slowly through the camp, the propaganda that stirred the hearts of the soldiers, the gentle siege that called on each of the 30,000 soldiers to desert and move them, all this was too unfamiliar and unimaginable for the temperament of the Mongols. Anyway, you can't do anything with rumors. Tyron is trying to regain his composure. In order to prevent further rumors from spreading, we will slay the rumor mongers as soon as we find them, and we will be even more vigilant and careful to keep the hearts of our soldiers in check. I'm worried about you, sir. Burke shook his head. You remember Carthrin, don't you? I don't think that a city of mages and a troop of mages could easily sneak into this heavily guarded camp. Rather, during the 1 year I have been stationed in Paro, some of them, or at worst, quite a few of them, may have been tamed and become secretly acquainted with the Paro side. If that is the case, there will be no end to such anti-Mongol movements in the future. But we don't have time to go through each and every one of them again now, Tyron said, frowning more and more. It is inevitable. We'll have to leave it at that. And at any rate, keep the deserters and surrenders to a minimum. Or at least, limit them to mercenaries, so that they do not spread to the regular army. If they are mercenaries, even if the worst happens and they all surrender, it will only be 3,000, less than 10% of the whole army. And after all, mercenaries are mercenaries. It's no wonder that those who are after money come back to life with it. Anyway, as for the regular army, we will be even more strict. And, anyway, Tyron looks at them with a fierce glare, as if they were the ones who had started the rumor. The reinforcements will be here tomorrow. No, they'll send word by the end of the day that they've reached Duno. I'll send a horse to urge them to come. It's bad for morale to let such foolish rumors spread. How can there be such a foolish rumor that Amneris is not coming? He'll show himself today and tomorrow. Do you mean to tell me that 50,000 men will suddenly disappear into thin air? That is absurd. Too slow. Too slow. Because of that inner, ever-growing frustration, the tone of Tyron's speech became more harsh and brusque. Yes. It's no use worrying about it all alone. I'll send for the messenger again. After all, Amneris is a young and beautiful woman. A march would not be like a rough man's. It's no wonder it took her twice as long as a normal man to make a bath and clean her loincloth. And it's a lot to juggle a 50,000 strong army, but even so, you'd think the first messengers would have arrived by now. I'm trying to get rid of the feeling in my heart. All right. I don't suppose you'll believe any of this nonsense, but I'll tell you this, soon Amneris will be here. And when you see him, all your idle talk will vanish and the schemes of Paro's men will vanish like water. That's it. Until then, you must hold out and defend it. Yes, sir. Nye and Burke bowed their heads. Tyron's irritated eyes turned towards the direction of Taurus, as if he were trying to see through a tent. Quickly. If only we could get reinforcements. In a moment, my army will destroy the Paro's army and I will raise up the head of Aldonaris. Then I'll be able to go back to my country. I don't want to live in the occupied territories again, treading on fire, never knowing when a rebellion might break out. This time I will ask permission to return to Taurus. Tyron's eyes darted in the air. Nay. What? Nye looks back as he is about to leave. It's about time the Vajia festival was celebrated in the country. Oh, yes. I see. I wonder if I'll be able to drink freshly brewed vachaka again this year. The sweet and golden honey wine of Paro, the strong fire wine from Primorsky Krai, the kolam wine made by adding kolam to the honey wine. In crystal, it is easy to get any kind of famous wine, precious wine or rare wine, but still there is nothing like the good wine of home. I thought. You idiot. What? No, it's nothing. Go. Karslan's an idiot. What did you think you'd gain by turning to Paro? We're just barbarians from Mongol. That barren land, that stale wine, that's our home. He had always had a problem with the dead Karslan, but now that he had died a horrible death trying to turn him over to Paro, he wondered why it was that he was still haunting him in his dreams. Perhaps it was because he did not know why he had turned to Paro in the position of the captain of the Black Knights, a man who was free from any inconvenience, that it stuck in his mind. I don't care about Carthrin, it's Lady Amneris. As long as she arrives soon. I beg your pardon. A small family came to the door. Tyron cowered. Are you the messenger of Lord Amneris? Am I right? No, sir, the enemy is north of Genua, heading towards us. There you are. All right, armor. Yes. Another long and tedious day of shouting, bloodshed and wrangling was about to begin. As Tyron tied the straps of his armor with the help of a farmer, he wondered how long he had been fighting. How long will this go on? And when did it begin? All this time, he thought, as he put on his armor, morning after morning. Nonsense, this started only a few days ago. And it'll all be over soon if only Amneris would come. If Amneris comes. The headpiece. Ha! Horse. Yes. He looked at the young, energetic figure of the farmer as he walked out of the tent, breathed a sigh, and slowly walked out himself. Maybe I'm getting old. A thought occurred to me that I had never thought of before. The road to Taurus was long. As usual, not a speck of dust from the approaching reinforcements could be seen on the red road that led to Uno and then to Taurus. Today is the decisive day, the decisive battle. That's not in the minds of the two armies. Solemnly, the Paro troops appeared in a wedge shape, and Aldo Neyris was not at the head of them. Instead, the banners of the Holy Knights of Rena and Durkan are fluttering in the air. You scoundrel of Aldo Neyris, you're not up to your tricks again, are you? As Tyron looks on. Do you mean to come out of nowhere with the rest of your army, as you did yesterday? In any case, if we meet them head-on, my iron armor will not be defeated by Paro's wobbly arrows and weak armor. Invincible in both defense and offense, the steel dragon formation is the realm of Mongol. The infantry with iron shields, the archers and crossbowmen behind them. After the advance guard has broken the defenses of the opponent, the knights rush forward in huge iron chariots, which is the best strategy of Mongol. In the castle of Landsbeer, Aldo Neyris, who was not even wearing a suit of armor, was smiling comfortably. Even the dragon of Mongol will be disappointed today. If you push, he'll pull. If you pull, he'll chase. There's nothing you can do with an opponent who keeps you waiting and waiting. Let's call it the Battle of Uranijiku. Why would you do that? It's all about timing, Ligeia. Now, the sun will be at the top of Lur's tower. I think it's time for me to start preparing. The Lur's chariot glistens as it crosses the ecliptic. The day was drawing to a close when, for the third time in a row, the two armies clashed with each other, but only to the extent that neither was mortally wounded. The Mongol army should have been annoyed at the Paro army's strategy, and should have been able to forcefully pursue it, but, after all, we too were waiting for the arrival of the Amneris army, and if possible, we too would like to use the same slack tactics. Rather fortunately, Tyron withdrew behind the double line and left Nye in command of the front line. At last, Amneris will not appear today. The messenger tried again and again, but it came to nothing, so perhaps Amneris's army is still quite close to Taurus. Something happened in Taurus and they called me back. No, I don't think so. Did Aldo Neyris, who was not seen for a day, want to do something to cut off the connection between Kemi, Juno and Taurus? No, there's not enough men in Paro's army for that. How could Tyron have imagined that? I had no idea that at this time Amneris's army was already clashing with Argos's forces at Scar, beyond Willan, in the southeast of Juno. As soon as the sun went down, the Paro troops withdrew quickly, and Tyran ordered them to camp for the night. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow. The irritation has rather subsided in the evening. Come to the tent for a military conference later, Nye, Burke. Then he takes off his helmet and enters the tent. Oh dear, what a fruitless and disappointing day. I felt more tired than yesterday, even though I had never fought in the front line. Waiting is the hardest thing to do. He takes off his sword and sets it down beside him. He unties his cloak and looks for the bell to call the peasants to drink. It was lying under a makeshift bed. There are no specifications, I told you to get it right. He bent down to take it, but the armor was blocking his way and he could not stoop. Frustrated, he tried to pull off the armor. The straps got caught in his fingers. I bother. A wild, shouting voice died in his mouth. The movement froze in the middle. Something is. A black shadow is about to appear between the walls of the tent and Tyron. Rather, it is coming out. Carthrin. It's not Tyron who believes in ghosts. Despite this, his whole body was so hairy that he could neither pick up his sword nor make a sound. What who is? The voice you think you have is not coming out. The black demon was slowly taking on human form. His blue eyes made Tyron feel like he was in a golden bind. Dear Commander-in-Chief Tyron. A voice whispered from the depths of the earth. Something glinted in his hand. Oh, life, take it. Kisama, assassin war. As usual, my voice is faint and I cannot shout. Somewhere, I heard the tinkling of a bell. It could be the great temple of Genua or the city of Kemi. Now the demon in front of me was clearly visible, its black hood, its black cloak, its sinister, crystal familiar form, looming in the dim light. Mage Core. Dear Kisama, how did you get here? I've heard something about that, something about bending space, sending a living person anywhere they want, all that nonsense. But I couldn't remember. Tyron opened his mouth to shout. His voice remained forever silent. The assassin's blade had instantly slit his throat. Spurts of fresh blood. For a moment, Tyron stood there shaking, unsure of what had happened. Then he fell with a thud. A second flash of the blade slices his head from his body. Sir. Your Excellency, there was a noise. At that moment a peasant came through the door of the tent. He saw the figure of a black ghost, with a bloody head, melting away. Hi. Then, unable to speak, he slumped to the floor. Tyran, Commander-in-Chief of the occupation forces in Paro, has died. He was 49 years old. It was a sudden and untimely end for a man who only a few days before had held the head of the traitor Carthrin in his hands. In less than half an hour there was a great uproar in the Mongol camp. As soon as they heard of the death of the commander and that it was due to Paro's magic, not only the mercenaries but even the knights, who were professional soldiers, jumped on their horses and began to run away like mad. Or to the crystal, or to the Taurus, it was no longer possible for the captains to stop them. On the contrary, the captains were the first to stand up and run away. 30,000 Turanian troops destroyed. Even then, there was no sign that Amneris's army had even arrived.